Chapter 58 Botany. There are many gardeners and lovers of gardens, but comparatively few have even the most elementary knowledge of botany. How many, for instance, know or remember that in the leaves of plants are situated the kitchens in which they prepare their food, or more than vaguely recognize the presence of a nervous system in plant organisms? Volume 21, p. 747. The majority, indeed, ignore the fact that a little study will add 100-fold to their enjoyment, and that, unlike most scientific subjects, botany can be studied with a minimum of trouble or toil and with the simplest apparatus. His own garden, the woods and fields, will give the inquirer ample subjects for his investigations, and, as in every other undertaking, the longer he pursues it, the more he will see, and the more intense will be his pleasure in the contemplation of the garden of his cultivation. Botany is, of course, one branch of an enormous subject. The student will, therefore, do well to familiarize himself with the general articles which cover the science of living matter, as outlined in the chapter on biology. In that chapter, references have in fact already been given to certain sections of the strictly botanical articles. The general arrangement of the subject in the Britannica is as follows. I. Articles dealing with the broad aspects of the science. Roman 2. Articles on systematic botany treating of the various families of plants. Roman 3. Articles describing members of their families. Following the most convenient, and at the same time the most logical course, the article Botany, Volume 4, p. 299, gives a key to the treatment of the whole subject in the Britannica. This is by A. B. Rendell, keeper of the Department of Botany, British Museum, who acted as general advisor to the editor in the arrangement of this branch of biology in the Britannica. The main article on the subject is under the heading Plants, Volume 21, p. 728, by a number of eminent authorities. The article is divided as follows. Classification, by A. B. Rendell, Anatomy and History and Bibliography, by A. G. Tansley, lecturer in botany in the University of Cambridge. Physiology, by J. R. Green, formerly lecturer on plant physiology, University of Liverpool. Pathology, by H. M. Ward, formerly professor of botany, University of Cambridge. Ecology, which comprises the study of the relations of the individual plant, or species, or the plant community with its habitat, by C. E. Moss, curator of the Cambridge University Herbarium. Cytology, which treats of the cell structure of plant organisms, by H. W. T. Wager, president of the Botanical Section of the British Association, 1905. Morphology, by S. H. Vines, professor of botany, University of Oxford, and president of the Linnean Society, 1900–1904. Distribution, by Sir W. T. Thistleton-Dyer, director of the Kew Botanical Gardens. Supplementary to the article Plants are the following, which should all be read carefully. Root, Volume 23, p. 712. Stem, Volume 25, p. 875, Leaf, Volume 16, p. 322, Flower, Volume 10, p. 553, Fruit, Volume 11, p. 254. A very important article is that on Paleobotany, Volume 20, p. 524, which treats of the distribution, etc., of plant life in prehistoric periods. The contributor is Clement Reid of the Geological Survey of England and Wales, an original investigator in this important field. The advances in the study of minute plant organisms in the past few years have been very great, and they receive treatment in the brilliant article Bacteriology, Volume 3, p. 156, by Prof. H. M. Ward of Cambridge University and V. H. Blackman, professor of botany in the University of Leeds. Other articles in the Britannica, which refer to the general principles of the science, will be found enumerated at the end of this chapter. The student must, of course, make himself familiar with the primary divisions of the vegetable kingdom. These are considered in order below. By far the biggest and the most important is that of the angiosperms. They will be treated first. The division Angiosperms, Volume 2, p. 9, includes all those flowering plants whose seeds are enclosed in capsules. This division is again divided into two classes, the dicotyledons, Volume 8, p. 185, which are distinguished by the presence of a pair of seed leaves or cotyledons in the embryo contained in the seed, and the monocotyledons, see Volume 2, p. 13, which contain only one. The former embraces most of the flower-bearing plants and includes the following families. Boraginaceae, Volume 4, p. 242, to which order belongs such plants as forget-me-nots, borage, heliotrope, etc. Caprifoliaceae, Volume 5, p. 290, which include elder, honeysuckle, etc. Caryophyllaceae, Volume 5, p. 439, with the pinks, carnations, etc. Compositae, Volume 6, p. 811, which is the largest order in this division and includes 1/10 of the whole number of flowering plants, with such varieties as lettuce, dandelion, artichoke, sunflower, chrysanthemum, etc. Convolvulaceae, Volume 7, p. 67, among which are the convolvulus, sweet potato, bindweed, Crassulaceae, Volume 7, p. 380, which include a quantity of African plants. Cruciferae, Volume 7, p. 521, with the wallflower, stock mustard, cabbage, radish, nasturtium, etc. Cucurbidaceae, Volume 7, p. 611, among which are the cucumber, melon, etc. Cupuliferae, Volume 7, p. 635, with the hazel, oak, beech, alder. Ericaceae, Volume 9, p. 739, with the rhododendron, arbutus, whortleberry, heather. Euphorbiaceae, Volume 9, p. 892, which include the castoral plant, box, euphorbia, etc. Gentianaceae, Volume 11, p. 601, with the gentian, yellowwort, bogbean, etc. Geraniaceae, Volume 11, p. 762, whose name is derived from the geranium. Labiatae, Volume 16, p. 3, with peppermint, marjoram, thyme, sage, ground ivy. Leguminosae, Volume 16, p. 381, which embrace gorse, furze, scarlet runner, mimosa, acacia, restero, etc. Malvaceae, Volume 17, p. 517, with the mallow, hibiscus, hollyhock. The Moraceae, Volume 18, p. 814, with the fig, mulberry, banyan, etc. Onagraceae, Volume 20, p. 104, including the evening primrose, fuschia, etc. Polygonaceae, Volume 22, p. 26, with dock, rhubarb, buckwheat, etc. Primulaceae, Volume 22, p. 341, including primrose, cowslip, pimpernel. Ranunculaceae, Volume 22, p. 895, with the varieties buttercup, clematis aconite, larkspur, columbine, marsh marigold, anemone. Rosaceae, Volume 23, p. 722, to which the rose gives the name and which includes strawberry, raspberry, apple, pear, plum, spirea, blackthorn, etc. Rubiaceae, Volume 23, p. 808, with gardenias, cinchona, coffee, madder. Saxifragaceae, Volume 24, p. 263, saxifrage, japonica, gooseberry, hydrangea. Scrofulariaceae, Volume 24, p. 485, with veronica, foxglove, snapdragon, etc. Solanaceae, Volume 25, p. 356, which embrace henbane tobacco, deadly nightshade, cape gooseberry, capsicum. Umbelliferae, Volume 27, p. 575, to which belong ivy, carrot, hemlock, celery, caraway, parsley. Urticaceae, Volume 27, p. 805, which include the nettle tribes. The monocotyledons include the alismaceae, Volume 1, p. 671, to which belong the arrowhead, the water plantain, the budamus, so called because the leaves cut the tongues of oxen feeding on them, and other water plants. Aridae, Volume 2, p. 640, so called from the arum family. The Bromeliaceae, Volume 4, p. 632, including pineapple, Spanish moss. Cyperaceae, Volume 7, p. 692, with bulrush, cotton grass, etc. grasses, Volume 12, p. 369, a most valuable article. Hydrocharidae, Volume 14, p. 112, which include a number of water plants. Iridaceae, Volume 14, p. 793, which include besides the iris, the crocus, gladiolus, etc. the Juncaceae, Volume 15, p. 555, or rush family, and the Liliaceae, Volume 16, p. 683, which include asparagus, hyacinth, star of Bethlehem, fritillary, bluebell, etc. Another big division is that of the gymnosperms, Volume 12, p. 754. These have naked seed pods, that is to say, the seeds are not enclosed in capsules. The best known and largest division of this class contains the conifers, pines, firs, cedars, larches, etc. Pteridophyta, Volume 22, p. 605, or spore-producing plants, including the fern families as the largest and most important of its members. Bryophyta, Volume 4, p. 700. The second great subdivision of the vegetable kingdom comprises the mosses and liverworts. Algae, Volume 1, p. 585. Plants usually devoid of differentiation into roots, stem, and leaf, coming under the general class of Bryophyta and including seaweeds as the main group. Lichens, Volume 16, p. 578. Compound dual organisms, part algae and part fungus. Interesting because the dual organism enables the plant to live where neither of its compounds could live alone. Iceland moss, valuable both for its nutritive and medicinal qualities, comes under this division. Fungi, Volume 11, p. 333. An enormous class comprising, according to Saccardo, 32,000 different species. Bacteria, see Bacteriology, Volume 3, p. 156. Minute organisms, also known as microbes, bacilli, etc., technically called schizomycetes. Insectivorous plants, Volume 14, p. 644, more correctly termed carnivorous, belong to a number of distinct natural orders, but agree in the extraordinary habit of adding to the supplies of nitrogenous material offered them by the soil and atmosphere by the capture and consumption of insects and other small animals. These are the main divisions, and from the articles describing them, the student will acquire a sound knowledge of the characteristics which distinguish each. As a matter of fact, interest in botany as a subject is first inspired by the particular rather than the general. That is to say, the love of individual flowers leads to the study of their habits and life history, thence to a comparison, which leads to the recognition of similar characteristics in plants having apparently widely different functions, so that the following section of the subject, touching the natural history of plants, though really placed last in a logical course of reading in botany, will contain much that is already known to the student who wishes to pursue the subject systematically. In the Britannica, from the various articles concerning the natural history of individual plants, it is easy to trace back to what family and main division each plant belongs. To the student beginning the subject, it will be most suggestive to look up the accounts of the plants which are cultivated in his garden, or which he can find near his home, and find out the family relationship between subjects which appear to differ very widely both in habits and characteristics. From the outline given above in the paragraph devoted to systematic botany, an indication will be given him of the surprises which are in store for him as he pursues his investigation. He would not at first suspect, for example, that asparagus and hyacinths were cousins, that roses, apples, and blackthorn are closely related, or that chrysanthemums and artichokes have any connection with one another, let alone cabbage and wallflowers. An excellent scheme to arouse the interest of the young student would therefore be to encourage him to pick out from the list below the names of plants with which he is familiar, and of which he can get specimens, and thence work backward until the meanings of the main divisions of the vegetable kingdom are clear to him. In the natural history section of the following list will be found in alphabetical order the plants which have separate articles in the Britannica. Many plants besides these are of course described. They will be found in the index, where the volume and page on which a description will be found are given. Classified list of articles in the Britannica on botany. For biographies of botanists, see the end of the chapter on biology. Botany, general equals. Ecolescent Asurose, Acinus acorn alburnum angulate, Eschews autogamy oxynometer axile, or axial bacteriology botany ball burr. Or burr caducus cespatos, cane capsule cataphyll chlorosis, collider corn cystolith deciduous fairy, ring flower fruit galls glaucus graft herb herbarium, humus idioblest leaf marcescent meristem, nut paleobotany, pinnide pistil plants pollination, root ruderal sap sarcocarp sarmentos, scion second seed stem, synanthe, thorn thrumide tree, vegetable witch brooms. Botany, systematic equals. Acatolidons acrogeny algae alismaceae amentiphori, or Amentaceae angiosperms, Aridae arum family. Boraginaceae, Bromeliaceae, Bryophyta, Caprifoliaceae, Caryophyllaceae compositae, Convolvulaceae, Crassulaceae, Cruciferae, Cucurbidaceae, Cupuliferae, Cyperaceae, Diatomaceae, Dicotyledons, Dictyogens, Ericaceae, Euphorbiaceae, Fungi Gentianaceae, Geraniaceae, grasses, Gymnosperms, Hydrochauridae insectivorous. Plants Iridaceae, Juncaceae, Labiatae, Leguminosae. Lichens Liliaceae, Malvaceae. Moraceae, Onagraceae. Polygonaceae, Primulaceae, Pteridophyta, Ranunculaceae, Rosaceae, Rubiaceae, Saxifragaceae, Scrophulariaceae, Solanaceae, Umbelliferae, Urticaceae. Botany, natural history equals. All Aaron's rod abaca, Abutilin acacia, Acanthus achymines, Acorus calamus adenus, African lily agave agramini ailanthus alder allurates Alexander's algum. Or almug tree, Alamanda alliaria officinalis allium almond aloe amidou amanita amaranth, Amaryllis ammoniacum. Or gum ammoniac empelopsis, Anato anemone angelica, anime anise apple, apricot Ericaria arbor vidi archil aristolochia, arrowroot artichoke, ash asparagus aspen asphodel aspidistra, aster aubergine aucuba auricula, avocado, pear azalea bale, fruit balm bamboo banana baneberry banksia baobab, barberry barley bedelium bean beech beet begonia benzine. Or gum benjamin betel nut bilberry birch birds, eye blackberry bladderwort boltus borage botrytis, bottle brush plants, bouvardia boxwood bracket fungi, Brazil nuts Brazil wood breadfruit brooklime broom, broom rape buchu, or bucca leaves buckbean. Or bog bean buckthorn buckwheat bulrush, burnet buttercup butternut butterwort cabbage cactus, calabash tree, calceolaria camellia campanula, candytuft cannonball tree capers, caraway cardamom cardoon carnation, carrot, cashew nut cassava cassia casuarina catalpa catha cayenne. Pepper Ceanothus cecropia cedar celandine celery centaurea centauri, chanterelle chenopodium cherry chestnut chicory, chive chrysanthemum Cicely cimicifuga, cinchona cineraria, cinnamon citron cleavers clematis climbing fern cloudberry clover cloves coca. Or Cucococculus indicus coxcomb cocoa, demur coconut palm codium coffee, colchicum, coleus colocynth coltsfoot columbine compass plant cotton capaba. Or capava copal coriander cork corn salad corea cotonaster country, cranberry, cress crinum crocus crowberry, cryptomeria cucumber cumin. Or cumin currant custard apple cyclamen cypress daffodil dahlia daisy dames violet dammer. Or dammer dandelion daphne darlingtonia, date palm dewberry davidivi dock, daughter dogwood dracuna dragons blood dropwort, duckweed dulce, duramen durian dura earthnut earthstar, ebony edelweiss eglantine elder alecampane elephants foot elm, endive entata esparto. Or Spanish grass Eucharis euonymus euphorbia, evergreen everlasting. Or immortelle fennel fenugreek fern, fig filmy ferns, fingeranto fir flax fools, parsley forget-me-not foxglove freesia fritillary frogbit fuchsia fumitory funkia firs. Gorse. Or whin fustic gale gardenia garlic genista gentian, geranium geum gilliflower ginger gladiolus glasswort gloriosa gloxinia golden rod gooseberry gourd grains of paradise gram. Or chickpea granadilla grass of Parnasius greenheart ground nut groundsel guava gelder, rose gulfweed gum gumbo. Or okra gutta percha hackberry harebell hawthorn hazel heath heliotrope. Or turnsel hellebore hemlock, hemp henbane henna hickory hippystrum holly hollyhock, honey locust honeysuckle hop horehound hornbeam horseradish horsetail houseleek, huckleberry huon pine hyacinth hydrangea hyssop, Iceland moss iceplant impatiens iris Irish moss. Or carrageen ironwood ivy jarrah wood jasmine. Or jessamine Jew's ears jobs tears Judas tree, jujube juniper jute kaffir bread cory, pine kerguelen's land cabbage kumquat labrador tea laburnum, lac lace bark tree lancewood larch larkspur leaf plant, laurel lauristinus lavender leek lemon lentil lettuce lilac. Or pipe tree lily lime, or linden liquid ambar, or sweet gum lychee, or lychee lobelia loca weeds, or crazy weeds locust tree lucistrife loquat lotus lucerne lupine lycopodium madder. Or dyer's madder magnolia mahogany maidenhair maize. Or Indian corn mallow mammy apple mandrake, mangle wurzel mango mangosteen mangrove manila, hemp manna maple marestail, marguerite marigold marjoram mastic. Or mastich mate, or Paraguay tea medlar melon mesquite. Or honey locust mignonet, mildew milkwort millet, mimosa mimulus mint mistletoe moly memordica moonseed moonwort. Or moonfern morton, bay chestnut mucuna mulberry, mushroom mustard myrobalans, myrrh myrtle narcissus nasturtium nettle tree, nightshade nutmeg oak oat oleander olester olive onion orach. Or mountain spinach orange orchids, orris root osier oxalis peony, palm palmetto pansy. or heartsease, papyrus, parsley, parsnip, passionflower, pea, peach, pear, pellitory, pennyroyal, penstemon, pepper, peppermint, pepper tree, persimmon, petunia, phlox formium. Or New Zealand flax, pimento, pine, pineapple, pink, pistachio, nut, pitcher plants, plain plantain, plum, poinsettia, pokeberry. Or pokeweed, polyanthus, polypodium, pomegranate, pondweed, poplar, poppy, potato, potentilla, primrose, privet, puffball, pumpkin, purslane, pyrethrum, quince, radish, rami, ramsons, ranunculus, rape, raspberry, reed, rhododendron, rice, richardia, robinia. Or locust tree, rocambole, rose, rosemary, rosewood, rosin. Or colophony, royal fern, rubber, rue, rush, rice, sabbacou, wood, safflower, saffron, sago, sainfoin, St. John's wort, salsify. Or salsify, salvia, sapin, wood, sarracenia, satin, wood, saxifrage, scammony, scorzonra, screwpine, sea kale, sirach, sedum sequoia, service tree, sesame, shaddock, shallot, sisal, hemp, skirret, snakeroot, snapdragon, snowdrop, soap bark, sorghum, sorrel, Spanish broom, spikenard. Or nard, spinach, spruce, stinkwood, strawberry, strophanthus, sud, sumach, sundew, sunflower, sun. Or India, hemp, sweet potato, sweet sop, switch plants, tallow tree, tamarind, tamarisk, tea, teak, teasel, terebinth, thistle, thyme, tiger flower, toadstool, tobacco, tomato, tonqua, bean, toothwort, traveler's tree, tree fern, truffle, tuberose, tulip, tulip tree, tumbleweed, turmeric, turnip, vanilla, vegetable marrow, venuses, flightwrap, venuses. Looking glass, veratrum, verbena, vetch, vine, violet, walnut, water lily, watertime, wax tree, wheat, willow, willow herb, wintergreen, winterspark, witch hazel, woad, wormwood, yam, yew, yucca, Chapter 59, Zoology. At the very outset of his zoological studies, the reader will find that the doctors still differ as to the best and most scientifically logical system to be employed in classification. So important is it that the connotation and denotation of every zoological designation should be definite, that Sir Edwin Ray Lankester devotes the title article Zoology, Volume 28, p. 1022, mainly to a discussion of systems of classification, and besides there is a separate article Zoological Nomenclature, Volume 28, p. 1021, by P. Chalmers Mitchell, Secretary of the Zoological Society of London, University Demonstrator in Comparative Anatomy and Assistant to the Linacre Professor at Oxford, and Advisor to the Editor in the organization of the whole subject of zoology in the Britannica. The Britannica articles may be classified in 3 divisions, dealing with I. General Principles, Roman II. Systematic, Roman III. Natural History. The student should read at any rate some of the general articles mentioned in the chapter on biology, and these will prepare him for the difficult questions involved in the articles Zoology and Zoological Nomenclature. Supplementary to these are the following. Animal, Volume 2, p. 48, in connection with which should be read the article Protista, Volume 22, p. 476, where the borderland between the animal and vegetable kingdoms is further discussed, and the very valuable article Protozoa, Volume 22, p. 479, in which E. A. Minchin, professor of protozoology in the University of London, discusses the minute animal organisms, which in the last decade have proved immensely important in the study of parasitic diseases. In larval forms, Volume 16, p. 224, and Metamorphosis, Volume 18, p. 221, Prof. Adam Sedgwick of the Imperial College of Science and Technology in London discusses the early history of larvae and their change from larval to adult growth. The article's Metamerism, Volume 18, p. 215, by Sir Edwin Ray Lancaster, and Regeneration of Lost Parts, Volume 23, p. 36, by P. Chalmers Mitchell, discuss the capacity for repeating parts, as in the case of the common earthworm, and for the formation of new parts to take the place of those lost by accident or injury. The article Monster, Volume 18, p. 740, by Dr. Charles Creighton will be found very suggestive. The eyes of most of us are shut to the wonders of the animal kingdom. We know by hearsay that the coloring of an animal or insect, brilliant and startling though it often be, is designed by nature for protection by enabling it to assimilate itself to that of its surroundings. But how many of us have taken the trouble to verify this? The article's Colors of Animals, Bionomics, Volume 6, p. 731, by Prof. Poulton of Oxford, and Mimicry, Volume 18, p. 495, by R. I. Pocock, Superintendent of the Zoological Gardens in London, will suggest to the reader many objects for observation. Especially interesting in the former article is the section on the use of color for warning and signaling. In connection with these articles, those on Egg, Volume 9, p. 13, and Feather, Volume 10, p. 224, by W. P. Pickcraft of the British Museum may be read, and Nidification, Volume 19, p. 666, by Prof. Alfred Newton of Cambridge University, and Hans Gatto, Strickland Curator and Lecturer on Zoology in the University of Cambridge. Especially those sections concerned with the precautions taken by the birds for protection and concealment. A very fascinating subject is discussed in the articles dealing with the distribution and movements of animal life. These are Zoological Distribution, Volume 28, p. 1002, by the well-known zoologist Richard Lydekker. Migration, Volume 18, p. 433, by Hans Gatto, and Plankton, Volume 21, p. 720, by G. H. Fowler of University College, London. Reference to these articles has already been made in the chapter on biology. Closely connected with them is the article on Paleontology, Volume 20, p. 579, by Prof. H. F. Osborne, Columbia University and American Museum of Natural History, in which the distribution of prehistoric life is discussed. And, as will be seen from the list below, all the principal species now only found in fossil remains are described in separate articles. The editor succeeded in getting the psychologist, Prof. C. Lloyd Morgan of the University of Bristol, who has made a specialty of this particular subject, to write extremely illuminating articles on instinct and on intelligence in animals, Volume 14, pp. 648 and 680. Interesting as throwing a sidelight on either the instinct or intelligence of birds is the section on their song in the article Song, Volume 25, p. 413. It is hardly possible to look through any of these articles, or those on mimicry and color, above alluded to, without coming across some striking and interesting fact, as for instance, the sudden change from a divine melody to an anxious croak in the utterance of the male nightingale as soon as the brood is hatched. These articles will be read for their great interest by many who do not intend systematically to pursue the subject of zoology. The housing of animals in captivity is discussed in the articles Aquarium, Volume 2, p. 237, by Professor G. H. Fowler, University College, London. Aviary, Volume 3, p. 60, by D. Seth Smith, Curator of Birds to the Zoological Society of London. And Zoological Gardens, Volume 28, p. 1018, by P. Chalmers Mitchell. The first two contain some very useful hints for the care of small aquaria and aviaries, and young people who like to have aquaria at home and are often disappointed by their failure to keep alive some of their specimens, especially larval and other surface-swimming animals, will find one of their difficulties solved. These surface-swimming animals die of exhaustion from their unaided efforts to keep off the bottom, lacking the support given in their surroundings by the natural flow of the water, native tides, and surface currents. The article describes a very simple arrangement by which this motion of the water can be simulated. Other articles which will be found very interesting are those on hibernation, Volume 13, p. 441, and on incubation and incubators, Volume 14, p. 359. In the latter, many will be surprised to note that incubators have been in use in Egypt from time immemorial under the name mammal. In one district of Egypt alone, 90 million eggs are annually hatched out in these old-time incubators, of which the secret has been handed down, jealously guarded, from father to son. In the article Taxidermy, Volume 26, p. 464, Montagu Brown, a practical taxidermist, deals with the artistic as well as the technical aspects of the craft. Turning to the articles of the chief divisions of the animal kingdom, the most useful arrangement will be to enumerate them in their order. As has been already said, zoologists do not yet agree as to the best system of classification. The one which is given in the Britannica is that upon which the very eminent zoologists who have contributed these special articles agree as being the most suitable. There are two main grades. The Protozoa, Volume 22, p. 479, contain the animalcules, mainly microscopic. These are the most elementary forms of life and consist of single cells. The other and more important grade is that of the Metazoa, which are built up of many cells. The main subdivisions called phyla of the Protozoa are Phylum I Sarcodina, Volume 24, p. 208, Phylum Roman II, Mastigophora, Volume 17, p. 873, Phylum Roman III, Sporozoa, Volume 25, p. 734, Phylum Roman IV, Infusoria, Volume 14, 557. Coming next, the Metazoa in their order are as follows. Phylum I Porifera, Sea Sponges, Volume 25, p. 715, Phylum Roman II, Hydromedusae or Hydrozoa, Volume 14, pp. 135 and 171, which include aquatic animals of the coral kind, Phylum Roman III, Siphomejusa, Volume 24, p. 519, which include groups of shellfish, Phylum Roman IV, Anthozoa, Volume 2, p. 97, with the corals, Phylum V. Ctenophora, Volume 7, p. 592, including the jellyfish, Phylum Roman VI, Platyelmia, Volume 21, p. 826, a group of animals in which creeping first became habitual, Phylum Roman VII, Nematoidea, C. Nematoda, Volume 19, p. 359, which includes certain kinds of worms, Phylum Roman VIII, Chetognatha, Volume 5, p. 789, an isolated class of transparent pelagic organisms, Phylum Roman IX, Nemertina, Volume 19, p. 363, worm families, Phylum X, Mollusca, Volume 2, p. 669, shell-bearing animals, Phylum Appendiculata, Volume 2, p. 220, which include the subphyla Rotifera, Volume 23, p. 759, Chetopoda, Volume 5, p. 789, and Arthropoda, Volume 2, p. 673, the subphylum which comprises practically the whole insect family. Important articles on animals in this class are Hexapoda, Volume 13, p. 418, which include the wasp, beetle, and other families. The Crustacea, Volume 7, p. 552, which cover a field wide enough to embrace species as different outwardly as lobsters, woodlice, and minute water fleas. And Arachnida, Volume 2, p. 287, the spider family, Phylum Roman 12. Echinoderma, Volume 8, p. 871, with all the sea urchins and starfish, Phylum Roman 13. Vertebrata, Volume 27, p. 1047, to which man belongs as an order of a subclass of a class of a subphylum. The most important subphylum of the vertebrata is the Craniata, see Volume 27, p. 1048. The subphyla Hemichorda, Volume 13, p. 257, Urichorda C. tunicata, Volume 27, p. 379, and Cephalochorda C. amphioxus, Volume 1, p. 886, deal with the lower orders of vertebrata. The subphylum Craniata comprises the following classes. Class I Pisces, see Ichthyology, Volume 14, p. 243, with the fishes, Class Roman II. Batrachia, Volume 3, p. 521, with the frog tribe, Class Roman III. Reptilia Sea Reptiles, Volume 23, p. 136, and in close connection with this, Class Roman IV. Aves Seabird, Volume 3, p. 959, and Ornithology, Volume 20, p. 299. Class V Mammalia, Volume 17, p. 520, to which man belongs. Phylum Roman 14. Mesozoa, Volume 18, p. 187, Minute Parasitic Animals Intermediate between the Protozoa and the Metazoa. Phylum Roman 15. Polyzoa, Volume 22, p. 42, Aquatic Animals Forming Colonies by Budding. Phylum Roman 16. Acanthocephala, Volume 1, p. 109, including the parasitic worms. Phylum Roman 17. Podoxonia, Volume 28, p. 1023, and Phylum Roman 18. Gastrotricha, Volume 11, p. 526, Minute Animals Living at the Bottom of Ponds and Marshes. This is an outline of the main division of the animal kingdom in their order as now classified. The subject of zoology is so vast that the student will probably confine himself to one branch of the subject, perhaps to one small fraction of a division, of which he proposes to investigate the complete natural history. As will be seen from the list below, which is classified, the Britannica offers an immense amount of material bearing on the subject. But of course, the study of any one subclass needs a general knowledge of the foundations of zoological science, so that some acquaintance with the principles on which the animal world is classified is indispensable. As in botany, it will be easy to see from the article on any individual animal to which family it belongs, so that the young student can work back from the particular to the general, and find out the whole relationship of the subject in which he is interested by reference to the systematic article. List of articles in the Encyclopaedia Britannica on zoology. For biographies of zoologists, see the end of the chapter on biology. Zoology, general equals. Abomasum acetabulum, animal, aquarium, aviary, beak, breeds and breeding carapace. Colors of animals, comparative anatomy, conch, contractile vacuole crepuscular, dewclaw, dewlap, dorsiventral dredge egg feather, grub herd hibernation, incubation, and incubators instinct intelligence in animals karyogamy larval. Forms meganucleus membranel metamerism, metamorphosis micronucleus migration, mimicry mongrel monster molt nest nidification, plankton proboscis pilome quill regeneration of lost part sex song. Of birds taxidermy vermin zoology zoological distribution zoological gardens zoological nomenclature. Zoology systematic equals invertebrate. Acanthosephala a syntactinozoa algae amoeba annelida anthozoa appendiculata aptera arachnida archella arthropoda articulata aspiratrocasi brachiopoda campodia cephalopoda chetognatha chetopoda ciliata coccidia coelenterra coleoptera crustacea C. tenephora cystoflagellata, dendrocometes, desmoscolcida diffluga dinoflagellata diptera, echinoderma echiuridia ectospora endospora entomostraca, epistoles phylosa flagellata, foraminifera gastropoda gastrotrichid. Or Pantopoda radiata radiolarier, Rhizopoda rotifera sarcodina, Scaphopoda siphohm juicy, Sipinculidea, sponges Sporozoa stentor thyrostraca, Thyssanoptera thyssanura, trematodes Trypanosomes vampirella, vorticella. Zoology, systematic equals, vertebrate. Amphibia Artiodactyla, Amphioxus balanoglossus batracia, Bovidae Caecilia carnivora cetacea, Chetosomatida chiroptera cyclostomata. Or Marsupabrancha cyprinodonts, Edentata equidi hemichorda hyracoidea insectivora marsupialia monodelphia monotremata, Pecora proboscidea terabranchia, Ratati rodentia ruminantia salmon, and Salmonidae sauropsida salations. Or Elasmobranchae suina tardigrada teleostomes, Tunicata tylopoda ungulata vertebrata. Zoology, natural history equals, mammals. Aardvark aardwolf addex agouti alpaca anteater antelope, anthropoid apes, Aena ape argali armadillo, S. aurochs avahi ii babirusa baboon badger bandicoot bandicootrat bantam barbary, ape bat bear beaver beluga, barrel binturong bison black ape black buck boar bongo bottlenose whale, bronco buck buffalo bushbuck, kang whale calf camel capuchin monkey capybara caracal cat catarrhine ape cattle cavy chacma chamois, cheetah chevrotain chimpanzee, chinchilla kairu civet clouded. Leopard coati colugo coyote coipu dasyura deer diana, monkey dingo dog dolphin dormouse, dowarauculi dromedary dugong duiker, echidna eland, elephant elk ermine ira fallow deer ferret, field mouse philander flying flying squirrel fausa fox, gallego, Galapithecus gore gale, gelada genet, gerbil gerenuk gibbon giraffe glutton. Or wolverine, gnu goat gopher goral gorilla, green monkey, grisson grivet groove-toothed squirrel ground squirrel guanaca. Genon gureza hamster hare, hartebeest hedgehog, heifer heron hind hippopotamus horse, hound howler humpback whale hunting. Dog hyena ibex ichneumon indri jackal jaguar, jaguarundi genet, jerboa jumping hare jumping mouse, jumping shrew kangaroo kangaroo rat, kinkajou kit fox klipspringer koala, kudulangur lemming lemur leopard linseng, lion llama loris lynx macaque macrauchenia mammalia manati mandrill mangibi manual, mare markhor marmoset marmot marshbuck, marsupial mole martin, merino mink mole rat mole shrew mona. Monkey monkey moose mouflon mouse mule munchak musk deer, muskox muskrat muskshrew, mustang nilgai ocelot octodon okapi, opossum orangutan oribi oryx, otter ox pacapala, palm civet panda pangolin panther pariah dog potas, monkey peccary peer David's deer phalanger pica, pig pithecanthropus erectus platypus plude. Monkey pocket gopher pocket mouse polecat pony, porcupine porpoise, potoroo potto pouched mouse, prairie marmot primates proboscis monkey prongbuck, puma quagga rabbit raccoon dog, ram rat radle reedbuck reindeer rhinoceros rhytiner riverhog Rocky Mountain goat, roebuck rorqual sable antelope sega saki seal cerro, serval sheep, shrew sifaka cyernia skunk, sloth snow leopard souslik sperm whale spider monkey, spiny squirrel springbuck squirrel monkey star-nosed. Mole suricate swine tar takin tapir tarsier tenrec thylacine, tiger cat timberwolf tree, kangaroo tree shrew uded, dead. Or odded yukari vampire vervet vicugna, viscacha vole wallaby walrus waltzing, mouse wanderoo warthog waterbuck water deer water opossum weasel whale wolf wombat, yak zebra. Equals zoology natural history equals birds. Albatross och bicafico birds of. Paradise bittern blackbird blackcock bullfinch bunting bustard buzzard canary, capercley cassowary, chaffinch cockatoo cock of the rock condor coot, cormorant crane crossbill crow, cuckoo curassow curlew diver dodo dove duck eagle eider, emu falcon fieldfare finch flamingo flycatcher fowl, frigate bird fulmar gadwall gannet garefowl gargany goatsucker godwit goldeneye, goldfinch goose goshawk, grackle grebe greenfinch greenshank, grosbeak grouse, guachero guan guillemot guinea fowl gull, harpy harrier or hen. Harrier hawfinch hawk hen heron hoaxin, or hoatzin honeyeater honeyguide, hoopoe hornbill hummingbird ibis icterus, jabiru jackamer jacana jackdaw jay, kakapo kestrel killdeer, kingbird kingfisher kinglet kite kiwi, or kiwi not le merger lapwing lark linnet loom. Or loon lorry lovebird lyrebird macaw magpie malamuk mannequin manucode martin, megapode merganser, mew moa mockingbird, moorhen moorland motmot mousebird nester nightingale naughty non-peril nutcracker, nuthetch, osidrome oriole ornithology, orthonyx ortolan osprey ostrich ousel. Or ouzel owl oystercatcher parrot partridge peacock, pelican penguin petrel pheasant pika pigeon pipit pitta plover pochard, pockard, or poker pratingcole ptarmigan puffbird puffin quail quezzle. Or casel rail, raven razorbill redbreast, or robin redshank redstart redwing rifleman bird roller rook rough sandgrouse sandpiper scop, scoter screamer scrub bird secretary bird seriama, or Cariama shearwater sheathbill shelldrake, shoebill, shoveler shrike, siskin skimmer skua snakebird snipe sparrow spoonbill starling stilt. Or long-legged plover stork sugarbird sunbittern swallow, swan swift tanager bird tapaculo teal tern, thrush tinamou titmouse, toady toucan turaku tree creeper, trogon tropic bird trumpeter turkey turnstone vulture wagtail warbler waxwing weaver bird wheatear whitethroat widgeon. Or widgeon woodchuck woodcock woodpecker wren wryneck zosterops. Equals zoology natural history equals reptiles. Adder alligator alates amphisbaena anaconda, asp basilisk boa chameleon cobra cicatrix, crocodile cryptobranchus dragon gecko iguana, lizard proteus python rattlesnake reptiles, sea serpent snakes, sphenodon tortoise viper. Equals zoology natural history equals fishes. Anchovy angler barbel beluga bitterling bleak bream brill burbot carp catfish char chub cichlid coalfish cod dace, dare, or dart dogfish dory. Or John Dory eel electric eelfowlfish, and triggerfish flatfish flounder fluke flying fish garfish globefish goby goldfish gourami. Or gurami grampus grayling gudgeon gurnard guinead haddock hagfish hairtail hake halibut hammercop. Or hammerhead herring horse mackerel ichthyology kipper lamprey ling loach lumpsucker mackerel mossier. Or mahasier menhaden millers thumb minnow mormer mullet murina murray cod narwhal opapar parrotfishes perch pike perch pilchard pilotfish pipefishes place pollack pollen pout ray ribbonfishes roach rudd. or red-eye salmon, sandeel, seahorse, seawolf, shad, shark, sheepshead, silverfish, smelt, sole, sprat, stickleback, sturgeon, sunfish, swordfish, tench, trout, tunny, turbot, vendace, weaver, whitebait, whitefish, whiting, wrasse. Equals zoology, natural history equals batrachians, axolotl, batracia, frog, newt, salamander, siren, Suriname toad, tadpole, toad, tree, frog. Equals zoology, natural history equals insects, acarus, alderfly, ant, lion, aphids, bee, beetle, birdlouse, bug, butterfly, and moth, caddies fly, and caddies worm, caterpillar, chafer, cicada, cochineal, cockroach, cricket, cuckoo, spit, deathwatch, dragonfly, earwig, entomology, fire, brat, firefly, flea, fly, glowworm, gnat, grasshopper, ground pearl, harvest bug, harvester, hemimerus, ichneumon fly, insect, katydid, lacewing fly, lanternfly, leaf insect, locust, louse, mantis, mantis fly, mayfly. Or ephemeridae, mosquito, moth, palmer, phylloxera, sawfly, scale insect, scorpionfly, snakefly, springtail, stick insect, stonefly, tarantula, termite, ticks, tsetse fly, wasp, water boatman, water scorpion, weevil, wireworm. Equals zoology, natural history equals other invertebrata. Abalone, asterid, barnacle, berchtimer. Or trepang, book, scorpion, centipede, chitin, cocklecarry, crab, crayfish, cuttlefish, earthworm, king crab, leech, lobster, millipede, mite, mussel, nautilus, octopus, oyster, prawn, scorpion, sea urchin, shrimp, snail, spider, starfish, tapeworms, teredo, water flea, woodlouse, worm. Equals zoology, paleontology equals Amblypoda, Ancleopoda, Anthracotherium, Archaeopteryx, Arsinoitherium, Creodonta, Dinotherium, Diplodocus, Dryopithecus, Ganodonta, Glyptodon, Graptolites, Ichthyosaurus, Iguanodon, Lidopterna, Macrotus, Mammoth, Mastodon, Megatherium, Multituberculata, Mylodon, Odontornids, Oreodon, Ostracoderms. Or Ostracophers, paleontology, Paleospondylus, Paleotherium, Phenacodus, Phorohacos, Plesiosaurus, pterodactyls, Sparesodonta, Tilodontia, Titanotheridae, Toxodontia, trilobites. Chapter 60, Philosophy and Psychology. Philosophers, says Plato, are those who are able to grasp the eternal and immutable. Their pursuit is wisdom. The history of philosophy is, therefore, the history of the ideas which have animated successive generations of man, so that in the wide sense the investigation includes all knowledge, the natural as well as the moral sciences, and the Greeks, to whom the Western world owes the direction of its thought, so understood it. The Several Divisions of Philosophy, Volume 21, p. 440, as we reckon them, were all fused by Plato in a semi-religious synthesis, with resulting confusion. Aristotle, the encyclopedist of the ancient world, saw that the several issues should be regarded as separate disciplines, and became the founder of the sciences of logic, psychology, ethics, and aesthetics. His first philosophy, or as we should say, first principles, which stood as introductions to his separate special inquiries, gradually acquired the name metaphysics. In more recent times, the natural sciences, biology, physics, chemistry, medicine, etc., have been regarded as outside the strict boundaries of the philosophically schools, and theology is excluded on the ground that its subject matter is so extensive that it may be looked upon as a separate science. The main divisions of philosophy are Epistemology, Volume 9, p. 701, which is concerned with the nature and origin of knowledge, i.e., the possibility of knowledge in the abstract, metaphysics. Volume 18, p. 224, The Science of Being, often called Ontology, Volume 20, p. 118, dealing, that is to say, with being as being. And Psychology, Volume 22, p. 547, The Science of Mind, an analysis of what mind means. It will be of interest to the reader if, at this point, we enumerate some of the more important articles in the Britannica covering this field with the names of their authors. Andrew Seth Pringle Pattison, professor of logic and metaphysics in the University of Edinburgh, wrote the general article Philosophy, which is a key to the whole subject, as well as the articles Mysticism, Volume 19, p. 123, Skepticism, Volume 24, p. 306, Scholasticism, Volume 24, p. 346, Spinoza, Volume 25, p. 687, and others. Of fundamental importance is the article Logic, Volume 16, p. 879, which would occupy 124 pages of this guide. It is divided into two parts. The first, by Thomas Case, president of Corpus Christi College, Oxford, formerly professor of moral and metaphysical philosophy in that university, treats of the science generally and examines in detail the processes of inference. The second, by H. W. Blunt, of Christ Church, Oxford, and formerly Fellow of All Souls, gives a brilliant account of the history of logic. That is, the history of the ideas which have been the basis of all attempts to regulate these processes of inference. This account is unique in that it is the first critical review of the types of logical theory that has been attempted. A lucid discussion of a most difficult subject is that given under Metaphysics, Volume 18, p. 224. Equivalent to 100 pages in this guide by Professor Case, to whom, as one of the most distinguished of modern Aristotelians, the article Aristotle, Volume 2, p. 501, was also assigned. The life and work of Plato are examined in a valuable article, Volume 21, p. 808, the equivalent in length to 54 pages of this guide, by the late Professor Lewis Campbell, of St. Andrews, one of the best-known Platonists of the time. Henry Sturt, author of Personal Idealism and many other books, is responsible for brilliant discussions of utilitarianism. Volume 27, p. 820, Nominalism, Volume 19, p. 735, Metempsychosis, Volume 18, p. 259, Space and Time, Volume 25, p. 525, etc., and F.C.S. Schiller, of Corpus Christi College, Oxford, who, under the wider and historically more significant title, Humanism, has further developed the pragmatic philosophy of William James, contributed the articles on pragmatism, Herbert Spencer, and Nietzsche. The very important article on psychology, Volume 22, p. 54, equal to nearly 200 pages of this guide, was contributed by James Ward, professor of mental philosophy, Cambridge, who has devoted his whole life to psychological research. In addition to psychology, he also contributed the articles Herbart, Volume 13, p. 335, and Naturalism, Volume 19, p. 274. James Sully, the well-known psychologist, former professor of the philosophy of the mind and logic at University College, London, contributes the article Aesthetics, Volume 1, p. 277. The article Ethics, Volume 8, p. 808, equivalent to about 100 pages of this guide, and Will, Volume 28, p. 648, both of primary importance, were the work of the Reverend H. H. Williams, lecturer in philosophy, Hertford College, Oxford. Very interesting articles are Association of Ideas, Volume 2, p. 784, Dream, Volume 8, p. 588, Instinct, Volume 14, p. 648, and, very important, Weber's Law, Volume 28, p. 458, which expresses the relation between sensation and the stimulus which induces it. Of recent years, the psychology of crowds has received a good deal of attention. In fact, the need of an understanding of the phenomena attending it is of increasing importance in this age of universal suffrage. Interesting light is thrown upon the subject in the article's Suggestion, Volume 26, p. 48, by W. M. McDougall, while a reader in mental philosophy at Oxford. Imitation, Volume 14, p. 332, and Religion, Volume 23, p. 66. A line of inquiry of vital importance to the social body is examined in the articles Criminology, Volume 7, p. 464, by Major Griffith, for many years H.M. Inspector of Prisons, in which Lombroso's theory of the possession by criminals of special anatomical and physiological characteristics is criticized, and the problem is shown to be one of abnormal psychology. See also Cesare Lombroso, Volume 16, p. 936. For discussions of other forms of abnormal psychology, see the chapter for physicians and surgeons in this guide, and in particular the article Insanity, Volume 14, p. 597. Perhaps more popular, certainly more sensational than the more legitimate branches of psychology, is that classed under Psychical Research, Volume 22, p. 544. The title article was written by Andrew Lang, who wrote Poltergeist, Volume 22, p. 14, as well as articles on Second Sight, Volume 24, p. 570, Apparitions, Volume 2, p. 209, etc. The article Divination, Volume 8, p. 332, was written by Northcote Thomas, government anthropologist to southern Nigeria, and author of Thought Transference and other books. And Mrs. Henry Sidgwick, formerly principal of Newnham College, Cambridge, and secretary to the Society for Psychical Research, was responsible for the article Spiritualism, Volume 25, p. 705. Among the biographical articles in this section, interest will be felt in the biography of Daniel Douglas Home, the original of Robert Browning's poem, Sludge the Medium. We now may classify the principal subjects belonging to the main divisions of philosophy, the sciences of epistemology, metaphysics, and psychology. The wider phases of thought roughly belonging to the division of metaphysics are in their historical order. Platonism, see Plato, Volume 21, p. 808, and Aristotelianism, see Aristotle, Volume 2, p. 501, the two great Greek systems of the classical period. Neoplatonism, Volume 19, p. 372, the last school of pagan philosophy, which grew up mainly among the Greeks of Alexandria from the 3rd century A.D. Onwards, Scholasticism, Volume 24, p. 346, which gave expression to the most typical products of medieval thought. Idealism, Volume 14, p. 281, the philosophy of the absolute, which, though it has given a tinge to philosophic thought from the days of Socrates to the present time, is in its self-conscious form a modern doctrine. Materialism, Volume 17, p. 878, which regards all the facts of the universe as explainable in terms of matter and motion. Realism, Volume 22, p. 941, which is a sort of halfway house between idealism and materialism. Pragmatism, Volume 22, p. 246, the philosophy of the real, which expresses the reaction against the intellectualistic speculation that has characterized most of modern metaphysics. Logic, Volume 16, p. 879, the art of reasoning, or, as Uberweg expresses it, the science of the regulative laws of thought, clearly belongs to the division of epistemology. Aspects of psychology, since they depend essentially upon perceptions of the human mind in relation to itself or its environment, are ethics, Volume 9, p. 808, or moral philosophy, the investigation of theories of good and evil, and aesthetics, Volume 1, p. 277, the philosophy or science of the beautiful, of taste, or of the fine arts. The articles enumerated will give the reader a clear idea of the drift of thought, currents throughout the course of history, and they will introduce him to the detailed discussions of the various systems which have been propounded by the little band of men who have contributed something vital to the treasury of thought. Each has been in and out of fashion at different times. In the Britannica, the contributions to philosophic thought by the great philosophers are discussed in biographical articles, to which we now turn. The father of Greek philosophy and indeed of European thought was Thales of Miletus, Volume 26, p. 720, who founded the Ionian School, Volume 14, p. 731, at the end of the 7th century BC. He first, as far as we know, sought to go behind the infinite multiplicity of phenomena in the hope of finding an all-embracing infinite unity. This unity, he decided, was water. Heraclitus, Volume 13, p. 309, the dark philosopher, nicknamed from his aristocratic prejudices, he who rails at the people, later selected fire. The never-ending fight between advocates of the one and the many had therefore begun. Sophistry, see Sophists, Volume 25, p. 418, has now an unpleasant connotation, inherited from the undisciplined reasonings of the schools of which Protagoras, Volume 22, p. 464, Gorgias, Volume 12, p. 257, Parmenides of Elea, Volume 20, p. 851, and Zeno, also of Elea, Volume 28, p. 970, were leaders. The science of the regulative laws of thought had not yet been developed, and fallacies were the rule rather than the exception. Protagoras, the first of the Sophists, in his celebrated essay on truth, said that man is the measure of all things, of what is that it is, and what is not that it is not. In other words, there is no such thing as objective truth. After 1900 years, we are still seeking the answer to Pilate's question, what is truth? Gorgias, in his equally famous work on nature or on the non-ent, not being, maintained that A, nothing is, B, that if anything is, it cannot be known, C, that if anything is and can be known, it cannot be expressed in speech. The paradoxes with which Zeno, the pupil and friend of Parmenides, adorned his arguments are proverbial. Who has not heard of Achilles and the tortoise? And it is a little curious that in quite modern times his sophisms have, after centuries of scornful neglect, been reinstated and made the basis of a mathematical renaissance by the German professor Weierstrass, who shows that we live in an unchanging world, and that the arrow, as Zeno paradoxically contended, is truly at rest at every moment of its flight. Volume 28, p. 971. The Teaching of Socrates, Volume 25, p. 331 was oral, and his philosophy is handed down to us in the refined and elaborated system which Plato, Volume 21, p. 808, developed in his dialogues. The one and the many were united in the philosophy of Plato. To him we owe a debt which is simply incalculable, for, as is shown in the Britannica, to whatever system of modern thought the student is inclined, he will find his account in returning to this wellspring of European thought, in which all previous movements are absorbed, and from which all subsequent lines of reflection may be said to diverge. The germs of all ideas, even of most Christian ones, are, as Jowett remarked, to be found in Plato. The teaching of Socrates bore fruit in strangely diverse forms. Plato, his legitimate successor, and the expounder of his philosophy has been referred to, but there were other very different developments. The Cynics, Volume 7, p. 691, of whom Diogenes, Volume 8, p. 281 is the notorious prototype, uncouthly preached the asceticism which was to become so fashionable in a later era. But their central doctrine, let man gain wisdom or buy a rope, contains more than a germ of truth. The Cyrenaics, Volume 7, p. 703, under Aristippus, Volume 2, p. 497, starting from the two Socratic principles of virtue and happiness, differed from the Cynics in emphasizing the second. The Megareans, Volume 18, p. 77, the Friends of Ideas, as Plato called them, united the Socratic principles of virtue as the source of knowledge with the Eleatic doctrine, Volume 9, p. 168 of the one as opposed to the many. Their strength lay in the intellectual preeminence of their members, not so much in the doctrine or combination of doctrines which they inculcated. Plato had done much, he had laid the foundation of modern thought. It remained to classify it and to systematize it. This task was reserved for Aristotle, Volume 2, p. 501, one of the greatest geniuses of any age. He invented the sciences of logic, ethics, aesthetics, and psychology as separate sciences. He was at once a student, a reader, a lecturer, a writer, and a book collector. He was the first man whom we know to have collected books, and he was employed at one time by the kings of Egypt as consulting librarian. His system of aesthetics still remains the best foundation of the critic's training. The fundamental difference between Aristotle and Plato is that Platonism is a philosophy of universal forms, and Aristotelianism one of individual substances. As Professor Case puts it in the Britannica, Plato makes us think first of the supernatural and the kingdom of heaven, Aristotle of the natural and the whole world. His inquiries, therefore, preeminently implied that transvaluation of all values, of which Nietzsche was to boast more than 2,000 years later. A contemporary of Aristotle, whose philosophy occupies a somewhat independent position, is Epicurus, Volume 9, p. 683. His advice to a young disciple was to steer clear of culture. His system, in fact, led him to go back from words to realities in order to find in nature a more enduring and a wider foundation for ethical doctrine. To give up reasonings and get at feelings, to test conceptions and arguments by a final reference to the only touchstone of truth, the senses. A famous Roman who subscribed to the doctrines of Epicurus was the poet-philosopher-scientist, Lucretius, volume 17, p. 107, whose theories in his poem De Rerum Natura so curiously anticipated much of modern physics and psychology. Two schools remain to be considered before the Greek philosophy can be dismissed: the Stoics, volume 25, p. 942, and the Neoplatonists, see Neoplatonism, volume 19, p. 372. The Stoics caught the practical spirit of the age which had been evoked by Aristotle and provided a popular philosophy to meet individual needs. They showed kinship with the Cynics, but under the inspiration of their founder, Zeno of Citium, they avoided the excesses of that school and formulated a system which fired the imagination of the time and finally bequeathed to Rome the guiding principles which were to raise her to greatness. Zeno is regarded as the best exponent of anarchistic philosophy in ancient Greece, and he and his philosophers opposed the conception of a free community without government to the state utopia of Plato. See Anarchism, volume 1, p. 915. Of Neoplatonism, Adolf Harnack says in the Britannica, volume 19, p. 372. Judged from the standpoint of empirical science, philosophy passed its meridian in Plato and Aristotle, declined in the post-Aristotelian systems, and set in the darkness of Neoplatonism. But, from the religious and moral point of view, it must be admitted that the ethical mood, which Neoplatonism endeavored to create and maintain, is the highest and purest ever reached by antiquity. The most famous exponents of this system were Plotinus, volume 21, p. 849, an introspective mystic, and Porphyry, volume 22, p. 103, who edited Plotinus's works and wrote his biography. Neoplatonism, coming as it did early in our era, formed a link between the pagan philosophy of ancient Greece and Christianity. With the death of Boëthius, volume 4, p. 116, in 524 AD, and with the closing of the philosophical schools in Athens 5 years later, intellectual darkness settled over Europe and hung there for centuries. When in the Middle Ages, the speculative sciences once again attracted men's minds, Christianity had already impressed its mark. Scholasticism, volume 24, p. 346. As a system began with the teaching of Scotus Erigena, volume 9, p. 742 at the end of the 9th century, and culminated 3 centuries later with Albertus Magnus, volume 1, p. 504, with his greater disciple Thomas Aquinas, volume 2, p. 250, whose ideas have animated orthodox philosophically thought in the Catholic Church to this day. And with Meister Eckhart, volume 8, p. 886, the first of the great speculative mystics. See Mysticism, volume 19, p. 123. With the Reformation, an assertion of independence made itself heard. Man's relation to man assumed an importance comparable to that of his relation to God. And the first steps on the path which was to lead to the rationalism of the French encyclopedists and of the English utilitarians were taken by Albericus Gentilis, volume 11, p. 603, and Hugo Grotius, volume 12, p. 621. In England, Francis Bacon, volume 3, p. 135, was independently working out the same problems. In philosophy, his position was that of a humanist. The remarkable success of Grotius's treatise De Jure Belli et Pacis brought his views of natural right into great prominence and suggested such questions as, what is man's ultimate reason for obeying laws? Wherein exactly does their agreement with his rational and social nature exist? How far and in what sense is his nature really social? The answers which Hobbes, volume 13, p. 545, who was considerably influenced by Bacon, gave to these fundamental questions in his Leviathan marked the starting point of independent ethical inquiry in England. From this time on, the drift of thought in England, though of course often profoundly affected by the speculations of continental philosophers, mainly ran in utilitarian channels. And the succession of ideas may be traced through Locke, volume 16, p. 844, whose influence on the French encyclopedists was far-reaching. Hume, Volume 13, p. 876. Jeremy Bentham, Volume 3, p. 747, with his famous principle of the greatest happiness for the greatest number. J. S. Mill, Volume 18, p. 454, and Herbert Spencer, Volume 24, p. 634. With his philosophy of the unknowable. Meanwhile, on the continent of Europe, Descartes, Volume 7, p. 79, in the Discourse of Method, had stated his famous proposition cogito ergo sum, and had laid down those fundamental dogmas of logic, metaphysics, and physics, from which started the subsequent inquiries of Locke, Leibniz, Volume 16, p. 385, and Newton, Volume 19, p. 583. But Cartesianism, Volume 5, p. 414, as Dr. Caird points out in the Britannica, includes not only the work of Descartes, but also that of Malebranche, Volume 17, p. 486, and of Spinoza, Volume 25, p. 687, who, from very different points of view, developed the Cartesian theories, the former saturated with the study of Augustine, the latter with that of Jewish philosophy. There follows a group of men whose speculations left a deep mark on the course of events in Europe and America. Voltaire, Volume 28, p. 199, Montesquieu, Volume 18, p. 775, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Volume 23, p. 775, and Denis Diderot, Volume 8, p. 204. The anti-ecclesiastical animus which informed the writings of the first, the esprit des lois of the second, the contrat social of the third, and the famous encyclopedia of the last, had political results, but their influence on metaphysical inquiry was practically nil. Outstanding, of course, in the 18th century was the influence of Immanuel Kant, Volume 15, p. 662, who summed up the teachings of Leibniz and Hume, carried them to their logical issues, and immensely extended them. In fact, Kant and his disciple Fichte, Volume 10, p. 313, as Prof. Case shows in the article Metaphysics, Volume 18, p. 231, became the most potent philosophically influences on European thought in the 19th century because their emphasis was on man. They made man believe in himself and in his mission. They fostered liberty and reform and even radicalism. They almost avenged man on the astronomers, who had shown that the world is not made for Earth, and therefore not for man. Kant half asserted, and Fichte wholly, that nature is man's own construction. The critic and the Wissenschaftslehrer belonged to the revolutionary epoch of the rights of man, and produced as great a revolution in thought as the French Revolution did in fact. Instead of the old belief that God made the world for man, philosophers began to fall into the pleasing dream, I am everything, and everything is I, and even I am God. The term transcendentalism, Volume 27, p. 172, has been specially applied to the philosophy of Kant and his successors, which is based on the view that true knowledge is intuitive or supernatural. The famous Transcendental Club founded, 1836, by Emerson, Volume 9, p. 332, and others in New England, was not transcendental in the Kantian sense. Its main theme was regeneration, a revolt from theological formalism, and a wider literary outlook. See also Brook Farm, Volume 4, p. 645. Thoreau, Volume 26, p. 877, A. Bronson Alcott, Volume 1, p. 528, and Margaret Fuller, Volume 11, p. 295. Schelling's position, Volume 24, p. 316, like that of his disciple Hegel, Volume 13, p. 200, differed from the transcendentalism of Kant and Fichte regarding all noumena, or things comprehended, Volume 19, p. 828, as knowable products of universal reason, the absolute ego, and the absolute being God, nature as a product of universal reason, a direct manifestation not of man but of God. This was the starting point of noumenal idealism in Germany, and showed a reversion to the wider opinions of Aristotle. Hegelianism, in which this idealism is carried to its limit, is professedly one of the most difficult of philosophies. Hegel said, "One man has understood me, and even he has not." His obscurity lies in the manner in which, as William Wallace shows in his article on the philosopher, Volume 13, p. 204, he abruptly hurls us into worlds where old habits of thought fail us. The influence of Hegel on English thought has been wide and lasting. Schopenhauer, Volume 24, p. 372, was essentially a realist. He led the inevitable reaction against the absorption of everything in reason, which is the keynote of the Kantian system. In the very title of his chief work, The World as Will and Idea, he emphasizes his position in giving will equal weight with mind or idea, Vorstellung. His will to live embodies a wholesome practical idea. Eduard von Hartmann, Volume 13, p. 36, in his sensational philosophy of the unconscious, established the thesis. When the greater part of the will in existence is so far enlightened by reason as to perceive the inevitable misery of existence, a collective effort to will non-existence will be made, and the world will relapse into nothingness, the unconscious into quiescence. He thus goes a step further in pessimism than did Schopenhauer, and the essence of his doctrine is the will to non-existence, not to live, instead of a will to live. German realism is, however, so strongly colored by the idealistic cast of the national thought that we have to go to France and England for the most thoroughgoing statement of the realist position. In France, the eclecticism of V. Cousin, Volume 7, p. 330, marked a doctrine of comprehension and toleration, opposed to the arrogance of absolutism and to the dogmatism of sensationalism, which were the tendencies of his day. In England, a reversion to Baconian ideas produced the natural or intuitive realism of Reid, Volume 23, p. 51, Dugald Stewart, Volume 25, p. 913, Sir William Hamilton, Volume 12, p. 888, and their followers, and led to the synthetic philosophy of Herbert Spencer, Volume 25, p. 634. The materialists go a step further than the realists. In its modern sense, materialism is the view that all we know is body or matter, of which the mind is an attribute or function. This attitude was induced by the rapid advances of the natural sciences and by the unifying doctrine of gradual evolution in nature. It was also heralded by a remarkable growth in commerce, manufactures, and industrialism. The leaders of the movement were Buchner, Volume 4, p. 719, whose Kraft und Stoff became a textbook of materialism, and Haeckel, Volume 12, p. 803, who in his Riddle of the Universe asserts that, sensations being an inherent property of all substance, neither mind nor soul can have an origin. In the Inquiries of Lotze, Volume 17, p. 23, and Fechner, Volume 10, p. 231, the latter an experimental psychologist, lies the germ of much of the speculative thought of the present day. Lotze, as the well-known psychologist Henry Sturt says in his article in the Britannica, Volume 17, p. 25, brought philosophy out of the lecture room into the marketplace of life. He saw that metaphysics must be the foundation of psychology, and that the current idealist theories of the origin of knowledge were unsound, and he concluded that the union of the regions of facts, of laws, and of standards of values can only become intelligible through the idea of a personal deity. Like a brilliant meteor, Nietzsche, Volume 19, p. 672, flashed across the philosophically sky. His theories of the Superman are known to everyone. His brilliant essays are all in the nature of prolegomena to a philosophy which, embodied in a master work, The Will to Power, was to contain a transvaluation of all existing ethical values. Unfortunately, he did not live to complete the work, which remains a fragment, but the drift of his thought is clearly indicated. One other system should be mentioned, that of positivism, Volume 22, p. 172, which its founder, Auguste Comte, Volume 6, p. 814, hoped would supersede every other system. Comte's philosophy confines itself to the data of experience and declines to recognize a priori or metaphysical speculations. The system of morality which he built up on it, and in which God is replaced by humanity, has largely failed, in spite of the brilliant ideas which animate it, because it is in many of its aspects retrograde. A most interesting review of present-day tendencies in the regions of metaphysics will be found at the end of that article, with special reference to the brilliant work of Wundt. See also Volume 28, p. 855, who, constructing his system on the Kantian order, sense, understanding, reason, exhibits most clearly the necessary consequence from psychological to metaphysical idealism. His philosophy is the best exposition of modern idealism, that we perceive the mental and, therefore, all we know and conceive is mental. This sketch of the course of events in philosophical speculation will at least enable the reader to follow the historical clue to the evolution of ideas. Every student must, in order to attain a true perspective, know the genealogy of the ideas he is studying. It will therefore be best that he first read the general articles referred to in the beginning of this chapter, supplementing them by the accounts given of the separate systems under the headings of their authors. A list of the philosophical and psychological articles, more than 500 in number, in the Britannica will be found in the Index, Volume 29, p. 939, and it is not repeated here. Part 3, devoted to the interests of children. Chapter 61 for Parents. The new Encyclopaedia Britannica is full of encouragement for parents who are tempted to feel that the proper care and training of a child require almost superhuman skill and energy. Many of the fears and doubts by which they are beset rest upon vague traditions, handed down from a day when a child's health was threatened by more dangers and greater dangers than now, and when much less was known than is known today about the training of a child. Statistics are dull things, as a rule, but it would be difficult to find pleasanter reading than the statistical tables, which show how much the modern progress of science has done for children. And these figures, in many Britannica articles on various diseases and localities, by showing how much safer children's lives are than they used to be, also indicate a decrease of children's suffering and an increase of children's happiness which cannot be expressed in numbers. Sheer ignorance caused much of the pain that children used to suffer, and also much of the neglect that led to bodily and mental deficiency in later life. There is still room for improvement, but it is no exaggeration to say that the child of the average American mechanic is more intelligently cared for than was, 100 years ago, the heir to a European kingdom. Every branch of science has contributed to these improved conditions. Medical and surgical research have no doubt been the great factors, as disease and deformity were the worst evils, but the child's mind has been as carefully studied as its body. Here, again, figures cannot tell the whole story. They can show the universal benefits of our public school system, but they cannot show how greatly the children of well-read and thoughtful parents benefit by home influences intelligently exerted. That element of education begins as soon as a child is born, and it is based upon such observation of its individual needs as only a parent's affection and sympathy can achieve. And in this part of the parent's task, as in the case of the child's health, it is essential to be guided by specialists of the highest authority, such as those who wrote for the Britannica the articles of which a brief account is given in this chapter. The child's individuality, physical and mental, is largely inherited. The vast subject of heredity has indeed not yet been reduced to an exact science, but the newest theories advanced by Weissman, Hertwig, and others, with such confirmation as has already been obtained, are clearly set forth in Dr. P. Chalmers Mitchell's article Heredity, Volume 13, p. 350. As for our knowledge of the physiological process of heredity, the foundation may be said to have been laid by the labors of the Austrian monk Mendel, and biologists are rapidly extending his work in various directions. What has been done in the past 13 years since scientists rediscovered Mendel's work is described in Mendelism, Volume 18, p. 115, by R.C. Punnett, Professor of Biology, Cambridge University. There is no subject of greater interest or fascination before the world today, and there is no better or simpler introduction to it than Professor Punnett's able article. As he says, increased knowledge of our heredity means increased power of control over the living thing. We know very little as yet, but that little offers the hope of a great extension at no very distant time. If this hope is borne out, if it is shown that the qualities of man, his body and his intellect, his immunities and his diseases, even his very virtues and vices, are dependent upon the ascertainable presence or absence of definite unit, characters whose mode of transmission follows fixed laws, and if also man decides that his life shall be ordered in the light of this knowledge, it is obvious that the social system will have to undergo considerable changes. The relations between parent and offspring are also dealt with in Reproduction, Volume 23, p. 116, by Dr. Mitchell. And those who wish to study the development of the organism will find such information in Embryology, Volume 9, p. 314, by Adam Sedgwick, who is Professor of Zoology at the Imperial College of Science and Technology, London. This masterly account is supplemented by a section, p. 329, on the physiology of development by Dr. Hans A. Idries, of Heidelberg University. The article Infancy, Volume 14, p. 513, by Dr. Harriet Hennessy, is devoted to the care of the child during its first year. The first bath, care of the eyes, clothing, increase of weight, etc., are thoroughly discussed, and the directions for artificial feeding contain tables of milk dilution and of the amounts to be given. In Child, Volume 6, p. 136, will be found a valuable table of average heights and weights of children from the ages of 1 to 15, and a full bibliography of works relating to child study. The main points to be considered for each sex in the difficult period between childhood and maturity are concisely set forth in Adolescence, Volume 1, p. 210. An ideal system of child raising is outlined, dealing with hygiene, clothing, and moral and physical training. See also Gymnastics and Gymnasium, Volume 12, p. 752, by R.J. McNeill. Parents must have a thorough and clear understanding of the question of bodily nourishment. This is most imperative. It means sound bodies for the children, their good health in after years, their efficiency and success in life. On this point, the New Britannica provides information of a character that for authoritativeness and completeness can nowhere else be matched. The important matter of feeding a family is treated at great length in Dietetics, Volume 8, p. 214, by the late Prof. W. O. Atwater of Wesleyan University, known the world over as an authority on this subject, and R. D. Milner, formerly assistant in the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The article gives information as to the composition and nutritive values of foods and their adaptation to the use of people in health. There are tables of food composition, of the digestibility of nutrients, of the quantities of available nutrients, etc. The hygienic and pecuniary economy of food are discussed in such a way as to be of real service. For those who desire further information on the subject of food assimilation, reference may be made to Nutrition, Volume 19, p. 920, by Dr. D. Noel Patton, Professor of Physiology, University of Glasgow, and Dr. E. P. Cathcart, lecturer in chemical physiology in the same institution. In regard to the maintenance of general health of children, without reference to specific ailments, there is a vast fund of information to be extracted by consulting the New Britannica. The titles of a few of the articles will sufficiently indicate information to which every parent should have constant access. Antiseptics, Volume 2, p. 146. Disinfectants, Volume 8, p. 312. Carbolic acid, Pharmacology and Therapeutics, Volume 5, p. 305. Salicylic acid, Medicine and Therapeutics, Volume 24, p. 70. Emetics, Volume 9, p. 336. Aconite Therapeutics, Volume 1, p. 152. Colchicum Pharmacology, Volume 6, p. 662. Phenacetin, Volume 21, p. 363. Pepsin, Volume 21, p. 130. Rhubarb, Volume 23, p. 273. Senna, Volume 24, p. 646. Poison with List of Poisons and Antidotes, Volume 21, p. 893. Hemorrhage, How to Tell the Different Kinds, Volume 12, p. 805. Wound, Nature of Bruises and Treatment, Volume 28, p. 837. Burns and Scalds, Volume 4, p. 860. Sunstroke, Nature of Heat Prostration, Volume 26, p. 110. Nature and Treatment of Frostbite, Mortification, Volume 18, p. 878. Ulcer, Volume 27, p. 565. Chilblains, Volume 6, p. 134. Eczema, Volume 8, p. 920. Relief from Choking, Esophagus, Volume 20, p. 14. Bone Fractures, Special Fractures in the Young, Volume 4, p. 201. Drowning and Life-Saving, Volume 8, p. 592. Sleep, Amount of Sleep Necessary at Different Ages, Volume 25, p. 238. Diseases of Vision, Volume 28, p. 142. With its special section, p. 144, on the care of the eyesight of children, Blindness, Causes and Prevention, Volume 4, p. 60, by Sir F. J. Campbell, Principal, Royal Normal College for the Blind, London. Shock, Injuries and Accidents, Volume 24, p. 991. There is a section on action of baths on the human system, in Baths and Bathing, Volume 3, p. 518, telling of the effects of cold, tepid, warm, hot, and very hot baths. Parents will be most grateful to the Britannica for the complete descriptions of infantile diseases, dealing with symptoms and principles of cure and treatment. The British Medical Journal, commenting on the nature of the medical section of the New Britannica, has said that it is an admirable example of the kind of exposition which will enable the head of a family, without embarrassing him with technical details, to deal with a situation with which he may be confronted at any moment. Realizing the great necessity for a popular yet authentic discussion of diseases, the editors have produced a work which has received the highest approval of the medical world for its quality of practical usefulness. In the first place, parents should devote much study to Sir T. Lauderbrunton's most clear and able discussion of therapeutics, Volume 26, p. 793, dealing in a general manner with the means employed to treat disease. Here we learn about the action of microbes, the nature of inflammation and fever, which are protective processes calculated to defend the organism against the attacks of microbes, but which often become injurious, about defensive measures and principles of cure, proper nutrition and elimination, flatulence, constipation, etc. It is also important to know something about the action of drugs, and this is fully explained in Pharmacology, Volume 21, p. 350. By Dr. Ralph Stockman, of Glasgow University, while Dr. H. L. Hennessy in the same article, p. 352, explains the terms used in the classification of drugs. Before describing the material devoted to the special diseases of children, it is well to remind parents of a valuable illustrated article on parasitic diseases, Volume 20, p. 770, by Dr. G. Sims Woodhead, Professor of Pathology in Cambridge University. It is about the length of 52 pages in this guide. The information as to the origin of various diseases, of those which are due to vegetable and those due to animal parasites, of the infective diseases in which no organism yet discovered has surely been connected with the malady, as is the case with scarlet fever, and of infective diseases, such as measles, mumps, and whooping cough, not yet traced to microorganisms, will prove of the highest interest because the facts related have a most important influence upon present methods of treatment. Croup, Volume 7, p. 511, is a concise account of spasmodic croup, so terrifying to all parents. The treatment is carefully described. The same is true of tonsillitis, Volume 27, p. 11. For other common throat diseases, see bronchitis, Volume 4, p. 634. Respiratory System, Pathology of Volume 23, p. 195, by Dr. Thomas Harris, a noted authority, and Dr. Harriet Hennessy, and Laryngitis, Volume 16, p. 228, which fully describes the paroxysmal laryngitis so peculiarly fatal to infants. In all these articles, reference is made to adenoids as a contributing cause of the maladies described. There is a separate account of these recently discovered troublesome growths, adenoids, Volume 1, p. 191, and of the comparatively simple operation for their removal by Dr. Edmund Owen, consulting surgeon to the Children's Hospital, London. The great attention which in recent years has been paid to diphtheria, Volume 8, p. 290, has produced most striking results. We know its cause and nature, we understand the conditions which influence its prevalence, and a specific cure and an antitoxin has been found. Specialists now trace to diphtheria many of the serious cases which would formerly have been thought due to other diseases, and especially to croup. Whooping cough, Volume 28, p. 616, is one of the most common diseases of infancy, but, except in the most extreme cases, does not require the regular attendance of a physician. The malady has 3 recognized stages, in the second of which complications are apt to arise which may become a source of danger greater than the malady itself. Parents should also understand the curious structural changes in the lungs which sometimes remain after the disease has run its course. Of all the diseases of earlier childhood, measles, Volume 17, p. 947, is the most prevalent, and its spread is largely due to the fact that its initial symptoms are slight and not easily recognizable. The proper understanding of these is, therefore, most necessary, as well as a thorough appreciation of possible complications and their consequences. The best mode of treatment is also indicated in this article. There are several well-marked varieties of scarlet fever, Volume 24, p. 303, of which the chief are simple scarlatina, septic scarlatina, and malignant scarlatina, and the complications and effects of the disease are among the most important features which should be understood. The list of infantile diseases is too long for specific description, but parents can appreciate the value and significance of this valuable department of the work by referring to such articles as mumps, Volume 18, p. 968, dysentery, Volume 8, p. 785, cholera, Volume 6, p. 262, with a special section on children's simple cholera. See also digestive organs, general and local diseases, Volume 8, p. 262 by Dr. A. L. Gillespie, lecturer on modern gastric methods, Edinburgh Postgraduate School and Meningitis, cerebrospinal, Volume 18, p. 130, with an account of the new and successful serum treatment. In planning the groundwork of education, parents should have a clear idea of the principles of modern instruction. Here the Britannica again comes to their assistance. The biographies of Pestalozzi, Volume 21, p. 284, and of Froebel, Volume 11, p. 238, describe the insistence of these leaders on the need of educating a child through his own activity and the results they obtained by this method. Further elaboration of the subject is given in Education, Theory, Volume 8, p. 951, by James Welton, Professor of Education in the University of Leeds, to which article there are added detailed accounts of national systems of education. An interesting supplementary article is Schools, Volume 24, p. 359, by A. F. Leach, describing the stages of experiment by which our modern idea of a school has been developed. There is an admirably instructive article, Technical Education, Volume 26, p. 487, by Sir Philip Magnus, formerly member of the Royal Commission of Technical Instruction. The New Britannica performs a service of the greatest importance in responding to the opening mind of the child. Children are the greatest of question askers, and the Britannica is the best question answerer ever devised. They want to know about the races of men, the different animals and plants they see. In fact, almost every object that comes under their observation. The inestimable advantage of answering an inquiry fully and correctly and not in an offhand manner is too obvious to need mention. Let your young children see you go to your Britannica for information, and as soon as they are old enough, they will naturally do the same, and then the volumes will be performing their most efficient work in the household. For helping children with their school, themes, and compositions, for elucidation or amplification of any topic that comes up in the course of their studies, there is no medium so useful as the New Britannica, the most exhaustive compendium of knowledge which has ever been devised, with its elaborate index of 500,000 alphabetical references, giving instant access to every fact in the whole work. Of equal assistance will be its employment in connection with Sunday school lessons. For the accounts of the Bible and its separate books giving the latest results of biblical criticism, are the product of the highest learning of the age. For the instruction of children about the history of mankind, the nature of the universe, the animal, plant, and mineral world, the New Britannica offers a complete fund of necessary knowledge. There are 277 astronomical articles, including biographies, 889 zoological articles, 675 on plants, 380 on minerals and rocks. The classified subject list in the index volume places the whole of this material immediately before the eye. The Articles Anthropology, Volume 2, p. 108, by Dr. Edward B. Tyler of Oxford University, Dean of Living Anthropologists, and Ethnology and Ethnography, Volume 9, p. 849, describe the races of mankind, man's place in nature, the origin of man, and his antiquity. The main article Zoology, Volume 28, p. 1022, by Sir Edwin Ray Lancaster of London University, is an introduction to knowledge of the whole of the animal world, which is amplified with minute details in separate accounts of all members of the animal kingdom. Zoological Distribution, Volume 28, p. 1002, by the noted naturalist Richard Lydekker, is a mine of information about the distribution of living animals and their foreigners on the surface of the globe. Articles of great importance are Botany, Volume 4, p. 299, by Dr. A. B. Rendell of the British Museum, and the Great Article Plants, Volume 21, p. 728, in the various sections of which the whole story of the vegetable world is told by 8 famous specialists. There are, of course, separate articles on all plants. We also recommend to parents a careful study of the section, Volume 23, p. 120, of Reproduction, Reproduction of Plants, by Dr. S. H. Vines, and Pollination, Volume 22, p. 2, from which they can give their children much necessary instruction. Such a course is now strongly advised by educators and authorities in child study as the best method of preparing the mind for a healthy, sane knowledge of sex matters in later years. All the facts about the Earth's surface will be found in Geography, in the section Principles of Geography, Volume 11, p. 630, by Dr. H. R. Mill, formerly president of the Royal Meteorological Society. And see also Ocean and Oceanography, Volume 19, p. 967, by Dr. Otto Krummel, Professor of Geography, University of Kiel, and Dr. H. R. Mill. Everything about the weather, storms, etc., may be learned from Meteorology, Volume 18, p. 264, by Dr. Cleveland Abb, Professor of Meteorology in the U.S. Weather Bureau. And from Atmospheric Electricity, Volume 2, p. 860, by Dr. Charles Cree of the National Physical Laboratory, England. Clouds always appeal strongly to a child's imagination. The article Cloud, Volume 6, p. 557, by A. W. Claydon, author of Cloud Studies, has beautiful illustrations of cloud forms, with explanations. Lord Rayleigh, a winner of the Nobel Prize and one of the most distinguished of living scientists, in the article Sky, Volume 25, p. 202, explains why the blue of the sky varies as it does. Parents will find a great deal to tell their children about phenomena of nature in such articles as Earthquake, Volume 8, p. 817, by F. W. Rudler, formerly president of the Geologists' Association, England, and Dr. John Milne, author of Earthquakes, and Volcano, Volume 28, p. 178, by F. W. Rudler. Glaciers and their effects are described in Glacier, Volume 12, p. 60, by E. C. Spicer. In teaching rudimentary things about the heavens, it is well to note that Constellation, Volume 7, p. 11, by Charles Everett, contains star maps by which the positions may easily be recognized. After reading Star, Volume 25, p. 784, by A. S. Eddington of the Royal Observatory, Greenwich, many wonders of the heavens about the number of the stars, their distances, the variable and double stars, etc., may be told the child. The same is true of the articles Planet, Volume 21, p. 714, by Dr. Simon Newcomb, director of the American Nautical Almanac and professor of mathematics in the Navy, and of the separate accounts of all the different planets. Comet, Volume 6, p. 759, by Dr. Newcomb, and Nebula, Volume 19, p. 332, by A. S. Eddington, etc. These are all very fully illustrated. Ideas as to the structure of the universe, The Origin of the Solar System, etc., will be found in Nebular Theory, Volume 19, p. 333, by Sir Robert S. Ball, Professor of Astronomy, Cambridge University. A great many children show a liking for the mechanical arts and are curious about processes of manufacture. Parents will find in the New Britannica complete information about the marvelous things ingenious machines do and how they do them. For example, Spinning, Volume 25, p. 685, by T. W. Fox, Professor of Textiles in the University of Manchester. Cotton Spinning Machinery, Volume 7, p. 301, also by Professor Fox. Weaving, Volume 28, p. 440, by Professor Fox with illustrations. Hosiery, Volume 13, p. 788, by Thomas Brown, of the Incorporated Weaving, Dyeing and Printing College, Glasgow. Carpet, Volume 5, p. 392, by A. S. Cole, Assistant Secretary for Art, Board of Education, England. Silk, Volume 25, p. 96, by Frank Warner, President of the Silk Association of Great Britain and Ireland. Richard Snow, Examiner in Silk Throwing and Spinning for the City and Guilds of London Institute, and Arthur Meller. Flour and Flour Manufacture, Volume 10, p. 548, by G. F. Zimmer, author of Mechanical Handling of Material. Rope and Rope Making, Volume 23, p. 713, by Thomas Woodhouse, head of the Weaving and Textile Department, Technical College, Dundee. Sugar Manufacture, Volume 26, p. 35, by A. Chapman, designer and constructor of sugar machinery, and Valentine W. Chapman. An important service to education is rendered by the Britannica in the way that it supplements and extends education received in the school. There, far too often children learn little or nothing of the world of art, of the beautiful creations of the human intellect by means of which, even before the dawn of history, men attempted to express in concrete form their sense of beauty. It is surely most desirable for children to have an idea, at least, of principles and styles of architecture, of ancient and modern painting and sculpture, to know the chief characteristics of schools of art, to have a little knowledge of musical forms, of what a symphony, a concerto, a sonata, and opera are, to be able to recognize a piece of Dresden, Sevres, Italian faience, Copenhagen, or Wedgwood ware when they see it, to know the different periods and styles of furniture, to tell Bohemian from Venetian glass, to be familiar with lovely textiles and fabrics, and to appreciate their true value. Such knowledge is the foundation of good taste. It serves to arouse appreciation of, and respect for, the objects with which a child is surrounded, and leads to delightful interests, recreations, and occupations in later years. There are few better and more constant uses to which the Britannica can be put than the systematic education of children in matters of general culture and refined taste. A list of articles to serve this purpose would be too long to give here. They are easily found by means of other chapters in this guide. But special mention may be made of Architecture, Volume 2, p. 369, by R. Fiennes Spears, Master of the Architectural School, Royal Academy, London, by John Bilson of the University of Manchester, and others. Painting, Volume 20, p. 459, by Prof. G. B. Brown of Edinburgh University. L. Benedict, Keeper of the Luxembourg Gallery, Paris. Richard Mother, Professor of Modern Art, Breslau University. And John C. Van Dyke, Professor of History of Art, Rutgers College. Sculpture, Volume 24, p. 488, by Marion H. Spielman, formerly editor, Magazine of Art, P.G., Conady, Art Critic of the Observer, L. Benedict, and Dr. J. H. Middleton, Slade Professor of Fine Art, Cambridge University. Ceramics, Volume 5, p. 703, by Hun. William Burton, Chairman, Joint Committee of Pottery Manufacturers of Great Britain, R. L. Hobson of the British Museum, and other authorities. Glass, Volume 12, p. 86, by Alexander Nesbitt, H. J. Powell, author of Glassmaking, and Dr. W. Rosenhain of the National Physical Laboratory, England. Lace, Volume 16, p. 37, by A. S. Cole, author of Embroidery and Lace. Furniture, Volume 11, p. 363, by J. Penderell Broadhurst. All of these articles are superbly illustrated, and this feature alone would give them a direct educational value for young people. In fact, the New Britannica may be said to be the greatest and most varied picture book in existence. There are 7,000 text illustrations and 450 full-page plates. This suggests at once a special use for the work in making children familiar, by purely pictorial means, with objects they should learn to recognize. When a child asks for a description of some object whose name has aroused his curiosity, it is safe to say that an accurate picture of it will be found in the New Britannica. Suppose that he has heard of a dirigible balloon and wants to know how it differs from the ordinary balloon which he has seen. The index will guide his instructor to the article Aeronautics, Volume 1, p. 260, with 2 full-page plates of dirigible balloons. A child can learn to distinguish the breeds of domestic animals from the illustrations alone. Thirst for mechanical knowledge may be satisfied by such articles as Steam Engine, Volume 25, p. 818, with about 70 illustrations by Prof. J.A. Ewing of Cambridge University. Watch, Volume 28, p. 362 by Lord Grimthorpe and Sir H. H. Cunningham. Lighthouse, Volume 16, p. 627 by W.T. Douglas and N.G. Jedi. Telephone, Volume 26, p. 547 by Emil Gark. And Locke, Volume 16, p. 841 by A.B. Chatwood, all fully illustrated. The New Britannica is an exhaustive and practical compendium of sports, games, and recreations of all kinds. Part 6 of this guide contains a survey of this department in the book. There are over 260 articles on sports and games alone, and they describe clearly how each is played, and also give expert advice. There is also much that is extremely interesting in the historical development of pastimes, a knowledge of which heightens the interest and pleasure of those who participate in them. And parents can be of real assistance to their children in instructing them about their sports. And by acquiring this information, themselves can give sympathetic appreciation to the children's amusements. Among the noteworthy contributions on sports and games there are Children's Games, Volume 6, p. 141, an article for parents by Alice B. Gomm, an expert on this subject, Games, Classical, Volume 11, p. 443, an account which every boy will read with pleasure by Francis Storr, editor of the Journal of Education, London, Athletic Sports, Volume 2, p. 846. Baseball, Volume 3, p. 458, by Edward Breck. Basketball, Volume 3, p. 483, Football, Volume 10, p. 617, of which the American section is written by Walter Camp, the football expert. Kite Flying, Volume 15, p. 839, by Major Baden-Powell. Marbles, Volume 17, p. 679, by W. E. Garrett Fisher. Lawn Tennis, Volume 16, p. 300, by R. J. McNeil. Swimming, Volume 26, p. 231, by William Henry, founder and chief secretary of the Royal Life Saving Society. Skating, Volume 25, p. 166, and Coasting, Volume 6, p. 603. Recreation in the form of diverting occupations is sometimes more attractive to children, especially to those of a practical turn of mind, than sports and games. It is often difficult for parents to encourage these inclinations, since they themselves may not be familiar with the subjects for which their children show a special aptitude, and a real talent may thus fail to be cultivated. As soon as any particular bent in the child is discovered, a parent ought to consider it a duty to learn to help the boy or girl. The new Encyclopaedia Britannica will, on all subjects of diverting occupations, prove of immense practical assistance to parents. They will find all that they need to know to help their children under such headings as Photography, Volume 21, p. 485, by Sir William de Wivellesly Abney, formerly president of the Royal Photographic Society, James Waterhouse, also a former president of the same society, who writes on photographic apparatus, and A. H. Hinton, author of Practical Pictorial Photography, etc. Beekeeping, Volume 3, p. 628, by W. B. Carr, formerly editor of the Beekeeper's Record. The article Aviary on the Keeping of Birds, Volume 3, p. 60, by David Seth Smith, formerly president of the Avicultural Society. Poultry and Poultry Farming, Volume 22, p. 213, by Lewis Wright, author of The Practical Poultry Keeper, Basket Making, Volume 3, p. 481. Horticulture, Volume 13, p. 741, by M. T. Masters, late editor of the Gardener's Chronicle, W.R.W. Williams, superintendent of London County Council Botany Centre. John Weathers, author of Practical Guide to Garden Plants, Prof. Liberty Hyde Bailey, director of the College of Agriculture, Cornell University, and Peter Henderson. Carpentry, Volume 5, p. 386, by James Bartlett, lecturer on construction at King's College, London. Conjuring, Volume 6, p. 943, by John Algernon Clark, G4, and John Neville Maskelyne. Chapter 62, for school children. When a stick of hot glass is drawn out, no matter how far it is stretched, the slender stick retains the original shape of the piece, square, round, or oval. In the same way, a child's mind retains in afterlife the shaping originally given to it. Everyone knows from personal experience how difficult it is to rid the mind of a wrong impression received in childhood. The editors of the New Britannica feel that they have solved a great problem in making a work of the most accurate and authoritative character interesting to children, for they have received much valuable testimony that this end has been attained. Dr. Charles W. Eliot, President Emeritus of Harvard University, was an early subscriber for 2 sets for the use of his grandchildren. He said that he found the work altogether admirable, and my grandchildren, who are at the most inquisitive ages, are of the same opinion. Professor W. G. Hale, of the University of Chicago, wrote, "My children feel the same fascination in it that I do." Judge J. P. Gorder, of the Baltimore Supreme Court, has expressed his opinion that every family with growing children seeking information should have this invaluable work in the library. The owner of the New Britannica should constantly encourage his children to go to the volumes for further information on topics included in the course of the day's studies at school. It will not take long to make them realize that the volumes open an inexhaustible mine of knowledge and answer any question as to which curiosity has been aroused. With a little help from you, at the beginning, they will soon learn to use the Britannica for themselves. The love of reading is quickly developed in children. Some are attracted to history, to the lives of great men, to exploration and to adventure. Others become more interested in the world of nature. Still others have a natural bent toward science and the mechanical arts. Whatever the inclination may be, the Britannica stands at the child's service, giving to him the true facts in such a way that he can easily understand them. The following suggestions will help children to pursue their favorite lines of reading. They may like to begin with the heroes of myth and history. Andrew Lang contributes a most comprehensive article on mythology, Volume 19, p. 128. The classified subject list in Volume 29 Index indicates nearly 500 separate articles on the gods and mythological beings of ancient Greece and Rome, Asia, Egypt, Europe, and America. The central hero of medieval romance, Arthur, Volume 2, p. 681, is described by Miss Jessie L. Weston, author of Arthurian romances. The famous deeds of the Cid, Volume 6, p. 361, the foremost man of Spain's heroic period, are related by H. E. Watts, the well-known translator of Don Quixote. Roland, Legend of Volume 23, p. 464, tells another stirring story. Of peculiar interest to children are such articles as Cyrus the Great. Volume 7, p. 706, by Dr. Edward Mayer, Professor of Ancient History, University of Berlin, author of the world-famous History of Antiquity. Alexander Roman III the Great. Volume 1, p. 545, by the noted Hellenist Edwin R. Bevan. Caesar, Julius, Volume 4, p. 938, by Henry Stuart Jones, of Oxford University. Hannibal, Volume 12, p. 920, by M.O.B. Caspary of London University. Theodoric, Volume 26, p. 768, The Great Ruler of the Gothic Nation, by Theodore Hodgkin, author of Italy and Her Invaders. Charlemagne, Founder of the Holy Roman Empire, Volume 5, p. 891, by Arthur W. Holland. Charles Martel, Volume 5, p. 942, A Great Type of Courage and Activity, by Christian Pfister, Professor at the Sorbonne, Paris. Alfred the Great, Volume 1, p. 582, by Reverend Charles Plummer, author of The Life and Times of Alfred the Great. Crusades, Volume 7, p. 524, by Ernest Barker, of Oxford University, a narrative with all the action and interest of the best tales for children. Templars, Volume 26, p. 591, by W. Alison Phillips, author of Modern Europe, etc. Louis Roman IX Saint, Volume 17, p. 37, by Prof. James T. Shotwell of Columbia University. Conradin, Volume 6, p. 968, The Pathetic Life of This Marvelous Boy Who Perished at the Age of 17. 100 Years' War, Volume 13, p. 893, by Jules Viard, Archivist of the National Archives, Paris. Froissart, Jean, Volume 11, p. 242, A Notable Biography by Sir Walter Besant. Charles V, Volume 5, p. 899, by Edward Armstrong, author of The Emperor Charles V, etc. Cromwell, Oliver, Volume 7, p. 487, by Philip Chesney York of Oxford, Capt. C. F. Atkinson and R. J. McNeill, Gustavus Adolphus, Volume 12, p. 735, by R. Nisbet Bain, author of Scandinavia, etc. Marlborough, Volume 17, p. 737, by Dr. W. P. Courtney. Frederick Roman II the Great. Volume 11, p. 52, by James Syme, author of History of Germany, and W. Alison Phillips. Napoleon I, Volume 19, p. 190, by J. Holland Rose. Nelson, Volume 19, p. 352, by David Hannay, author of Short History of the Royal Navy. Wellington, Volume 28, p. 507. Washington, George, Volume 28, p. 344, by Dr. William MacDonald, Professor of American History in Brown University. Lincoln, Abraham, Volume 16, p. 703, by John G. Nicolay, Private Secretary to President Lincoln, and Charles C. Winery, Assistant Editor of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. Grant, Ulysses S. Volume 12, p. 355, by Capt. C. F. Atkinson and John Fiske, author of The American Revolution. Lee, Robert E. Volume 16, p. 362, Boadicea, Volume 4, p. 94, by Dr. F. J. Haverfield, Professor of Ancient History, Oxford University. Matilda the Great Countess. Volume 17, p. 888, by Prof. Carlton H. Hayes of Columbia University. Joan of Arc, Volume 15, p. 420, by Prof. J. T. Shotwell of Columbia University. Isabella, Volume 14, p. 859. Elizabeth, Queen of England, Volume 9, p. 282, by A. F. Pollard, Professor of English History, London University. Mary, Queen of Scots, Volume 17, p. 817, by Algernon C. Swinburne, the great poet, author of Mary Stuart, etc. Catherine de' Medici, Volume 5, p. 528. Victoria, Queen, Volume 28, p. 28, by Hugh Kishom, editor, Encyclopaedia Britannica. The biographies are not dry outlines of the subjects' lives, but narratives of a thoroughly interesting and often most entertaining nature. There has been a generous amount of space allotted the biographical articles in the Encyclopaedia Britannica. The article on Napoleon I is equivalent to 60 pages of this guide, that of George Washington to 13 pages, of Abraham Lincoln to 23 pages, of Queen Victoria 23 pages. Such length provides space for the picturesque details which make the articles especially appropriate for children, and will establish a taste for this kind of reading in later years. Many children show a bent for knowledge of the world of nature, and to them, the new Britannica will prove a faithful, constant companion. Their pleasure in going to the encyclopedia will be heightened by the many beautiful pictures they will find in it. The articles on the domestic animals not only relate in simple, readable fashion the very interesting facts about their history and development, but are splendidly illustrated with pictures of the different breeds, so that by this means alone, anyone may learn to distinguish them. Cat Volume 5, p. 487, is by Richard Lydekker, the noted naturalist. Cattle Volume 5, p. 539 is by Dr. William Freem, author of Handbook of Agriculture, and Robert Wallace, professor of agriculture, Edinburgh University. Dog Volume 8, p. 374 is by Walter Baxendale, kennel editor of The Field, and Dr. F. Chalmers Mitchell. Horse Volume 13, p. 712 is by Sir William Henry Flower, the noted biologist, author of The Horse, A Study in Natural History, Richard Lydekker, E.D. Brickwood, Dr. William Freem, and Robert Wallace. Pig Volume 21, p. 594 is by Robert Wallace, and Sheep Volume 24, p. 817 is by Dr. Freem and Professor Wallace. In too many books for children about the habits of wild animals, the facts of nature are grossly distorted with the idea of impressing the imagination. We are all familiar with the recent spirited controversy over nature fakers and the reaction to more sober statement which it brought about. It is the truth about the animal world that is wanted, for it is quite wonderful and fascinating enough as it is. And the New Britannica supplies this need in a most satisfactory and thorough manner. Children never tire of natural history, and parents may be assured that the information in the entertaining articles by noted naturalists in the pages of the Britannica is of the most reliable and accurate character. Nothing, for instance, could be more absorbing to the average school child than the article Ant, Volume 2, p. 85, by Prof. George H. Carpenter of the Royal College of Science, Dublin, who wrote the well-known book Insects, Their Structure and Life. Here he tells how colonies of ants are founded, and how they live, and how they receive other insects as guests in order to obtain the food they desire, and how some species make slaves of other species. Numerous examples of their sense and intelligence are given, and the question as to whether their actions are rational or instinctive is discussed in the light of the most recent knowledge. The Story of the Bee, Volume 3, p. 625, also by Professor Carpenter, is equally wonderful, for we learn all about the solitary and social bees, the social organization of the hive, and how the worker bees are victimized. Both of these articles are fully illustrated. Spiders, Volume 25, p. 663, by R. I. Pocock, Superintendent of the Zoological Gardens, London, is another example of the adaptability of the Britannica to children's reading. The accounts of their webs, nests, and modes of catching prey hold the attention throughout. A great deal of the most curious and recent knowledge of the animal kingdom is related in supplementary articles such as Colors of Animals, Volume 6, p. 731, by Dr. E. B. Poulton, Hope Professor of Zoology at Oxford, author of The Colors of Animals and Mimicry, Volume 18, p. 495, by R. I. Pocock. The latter tells how animals protect themselves from their enemies by resemblance to other animals or objects. Space will not permit further specific mention. The life story of the entire animal kingdom, detailed information about plants and flowers, are to be found in the pages of the New Britannica. The accurate and beautiful illustrations and the text, written in every case by naturalists of acknowledged reputation, and written always in the clearest language, help to give the work its unique position as the greatest source of authoritative and easily comprehended knowledge. Children delight in machinery and what it accomplishes, and the Britannica tells about this with great thoroughness in its complete section dealing with processes of manufacture. A number of the articles on this subject have been suggested in the last chapter as suitable for parents who wish to interest their children in the industrial world, and the list may be further extended for the benefit of older children by including such articles as Textile Printing, Volume 26, p. 694, by Dr. Edmund Knecht of Manchester University. Finishing, Volume 10, p. 378, also by Professor Knecht. Wool, Worsted, and Woolen Manufactures, Volume 28, p. 805, by Aldred F. Barker, Professor of Textile Industries, Bradford Technical College. Typography, Modern Practical Typography, Volume 27, p. 542, by John Southward, author of Practical Printing, and H. M. Ross. Printing, Volume 22, p. 350, by C. T. Jacoby, Managing Director of the Chiswick Press, London. Dredge and Dredging, Volume 8, p. 562 by Walter Hunter, a noted consulting engineer. Reaping, Volume 22, p. 944 by Primrose McConnell, author of Diary of a Working Farmer, etc. Boys with a practical, mechanical turn of mind will delight in such articles as Bridges, Volume 4, p. 533, by Prof. W. C. Unwin, with many illustrations. Motor Vehicles, Volume 18, p. 914, by the late C.S. Rolls, a pioneer of motoring, and Edward S. Smith. Flight and Flying, Artificial Flight, Volume 10, p. 510, which describes, with many pictures, flying machines from the earliest types to the latest, and Cycling, Volume 7, p. 682, an historical and pictorial account of the velocipede and bicycle. Nothing could be more interesting and instructive than Ship, Volume 24, p. 860, of which the historical part is by Reverend Edmund Warr, formerly headmaster of Eton College, and the account of modern ships by Sir Philip Watts, who designed the Dreadnought and the Mauretania. It is a real story, equivalent in length to 190 pages of this guide, with nearly 130 illustrations of all sorts of craft, including modern warships, ocean liners, and vessels for inland navigation. Under Railways, Volume 22, p. 819, there is an equally good history of the railway by H. M. Ross, editor of the Times Engineering Supplement, and others. The remarkable attraction possessed by electrical apparatus for many boys will doubtless send them to such articles as Dynamo, Volume 8, p. 764, by C. C. Hawkins, author of the Dynamo. Telephone, Volume 26, p. 547, by Harry R. Kemp, electrician to the General Post Office, London. Telegraph, Volume 26, p. 510, also by H. R. Kemp, and the chapter on wireless telegraphy, p. 529, by J. A. Fleming, professor of electrical engineering in the University of London. These accounts are full of the most practical information and will be of inestimable help to any boy who wishes to experiment for himself. Many industrial processes, while not employing complicated machinery, nevertheless possess much interest, both from an historical and a technical point of view, and on these the New Britannica is as complete and authentic as in all other departments. Especially useful and entertaining to children will be found the material relating to the manufacture of the common objects by which they are surrounded. Such, for instance, are Ceramics, Volume 5, p. 703, by William Burton and several other experts, with beautiful illustrations. Glass, Volume 12, p. 86, by Harry James Powell, author of Glassmaking, etc., Alexander Nesbit, and William Rosenhain of the National Physical Laboratory, England. And Process, Volume 22, p. 408, an illustrated account by Edwin Bale of the photomechanical processes by which illustrations are reproduced in printing. These and hundreds of similar articles will prove most helpful and suggestive to school children who are constantly called on to prepare themes and write compositions. As soon as a child makes acquaintance with the New Britannica, he will quickly realize its inexhaustible resources, and the aid it lends him in his studies will be continued throughout the course of his life, in his business, and in his general reading. Children love to read adventures of explorers in forcing their way to unknown lands. The impression they make is much clearer when the child has learned to distinguish the different motives which have led to discovery and to exploration: commercial expansion, fresh conquests, religious zeal, flight from persecution, or the advancement of knowledge for its own sake. With such information, he will read in a new light the stirring history of adventure, the great story of hardship and endurance. The Britannica presents all this on a definite, scientific plan. The inquirer starts on his trip through any field of learning with guideposts clearly marked, and successive ones in sight one from the other, so that there is no going astray, no uncertain wandering. A reader, young or old, with taste for exploration and adventure may turn first to Geography, Progress of Geographical Discovery, Volume 11, p. 623, by Dr. H. R. Mill, editor of the International Geography. This article outlines geographical discovery in chronological order from the days of the Phoenicians. The reader will doubtless make excursions into other parts of the books for more detailed accounts, but he has always this main article to guide him. He will go to the article on Herodotus, Volume 13, p. 381, The Traveler by Canon George Rawlinson, the great Oriental archaeologist, and the Reverend E. M. Walker of Oxford University. And to the Story of Pythias, Volume 22, p. 703, The Greek Navigator Who Brought the First Definite News of Northwestern Europe to the Mediterranean World, by Sir Edward H. Bunbury, author of A History of Ancient Geography, and Dr. C. R. Beasley of the University of Birmingham. Other stories of exploration and adventure are Viking, Volume 28, p. 62, by Charles F. Keary, author of The Vikings in Western Christendom. Leif Erikson, Volume 16, p. 396, The First European to Set Foot on the American Continent, by Prof. C. R. Beasley. Vinland, Volume 28, p. 98, With All the Latest Known Facts of Leif's Discovery, by Prof. J. E. Olson of the University of Wisconsin. The Marvelous Career of the Great Venetian Discoverer, Polo Marco, Volume 22, p. 7, Boldest of Medieval Travelers, by Sir Henry Yule, author of the Book of Sir Marco Polo, and Prof. C. R. Beasley. Henry of Portugal, the Navigator, Volume 13, p. 296. Dias de Noves, Volume 8, p. 172. Columbus, Christopher, Volume 6, p. 741, all of these by Professor Beasley. Gama, Vasco de Volume 11, p. 433, Who Discovered the Cape Route to India. Pinzon, Volume 21, p. 631. Vespucci Amerigo, Volume 27, p. 1053, by Professor Beasley. Balboa Vasco Núñez de Volume 3, p. 241, Discoverer of the Pacific Ocean. Cabot, Volume 4, p. 921, by H. P. Bigger, author of the Voyages of the Cabots to Greenland. Magellan, Ferdinand, Volume 17, p. 302, The First Circumnavigator of the Globe, by Professor Beasley. Soto Ferdinando de Volume 25, p. 435, wrongly called the discoverer of the Mississippi. Peru History, Volume 21, p. 274, by Sir Clements R. Markham, author of Travels in Peru and India, a full account of Pizarro's conquest. Cortes Hernan, Volume 7, p. 205, a concise and able description of the conquest of Mexico. Cartier Jacques, Volume 5, p. 433, which tells of the discovery of the St. Lawrence. Hudson Henry, Volume 13, p. 849. Baffin William, Volume 3, p. 192. La Salle, Volume 16, p. 230, by C. C. Winery, assistant editor of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. Champlain Samuel de Volume 5, p. 830, by Dr. N. E. Dion, author of Life of Samuel Champlain, etc. Drake Sir Francis, Volume 8, p. 473. Buccaneers, Volume 4, p. 709, by David Hannay, a stirring account of the piratical adventurers of different nationalities who united against Spain in the 17th century. And Cook, James, Volume 7, p. 71, by Professor Beasley. The story of geographical discovery and exploration is continued in such articles as America, General Historical Sketch, Volume 1, p. 806, by David Hannay. Africa History. Exploration and Survey since 1875, Volume 1, pp. 331 and 352, by F. R. Cana, author of South Africa from the Great Trek to the Union. Asia, Exploration, Volume 2, p. 738, by Call Sir Thomas H. Holditch, formerly Superintendent of the Frontier Surveys of India. Australia, Discovery and Exploration, Volume 2, p. 958. And Polar Regions, Volume 21, p. 938, by Dr. Fridtjof Nansen, the Arctic explorer, and Dr. H. R. Mill, which gives a brilliant survey of all the attempts to conquer the frozen world. In connection with these articles should be read the full and interesting biographies of the great modern explorers such as Baker, Sir Samuel White, Volume 3, p. 227. Burton, Sir Richard F., Volume 4, p. 864, by Dr. Stanley Lanepool. Livingstone David, Volume 16, p. 813, by John Scott Kelty, Secretary of the Royal Geographical Society. Stanley Sir Henry Morton, Volume 25, p. 779, by F.R. Cana, Emin Pasha, Volume 9, p. 340. Speak John H., Volume 25, p. 633. Perry Sir William Edward, Volume 20, p. 865. Franklin Sir John, Volume 11, p. 30. Kane, Elisha Kent, Volume 15, p. 650. Nordenskjöld, Nils Adolf Erik, Volume 19, p. 740. Nansen, Fridtjof, Volume 19, p. 162. Peary, Robert Edwin, Volume 21, p. 30. See the chapter on geography in this guide. A strong taste for history is often found in children, and the New Britannica is, among other things, a complete history of the world by the greatest historians of the present day. In respect to the treatment and arrangement of the historical section, there are many things that make it especially adapted for young people's reading. In the first place, the great episodes of history, such as French Revolution, Renaissance, Reformation, Middle Ages, and Crusades, are discussed in separate articles. Also, every battle, siege, campaign, or war of importance has its article, apart from its treatment in the histories of countries. The historical articles in the New Britannica will send those a little older to other articles dealing with government, and thus help them to cope intelligently with the social and civic problems of the age, in other words, enable them to become the best kind of citizens. The chapter in this guide headed Questions of the Day covers this ground, and see the chapters on history. A child is naturally curious to know about mountains, rivers, caverns, the causes of rain, dew, and wind. Just as this encyclopedia shows itself the best of instructors in regard to the plant and animal world, so with natural phenomena it serves to bring the child into close, sympathetic touch with the truths of science. The principles of physical geography are clearly explained in Geography, Principles of Volume 11, p. 630, by Dr. H. R. Mill. And when these are learned, young people will turn with eager interest to such articles as Alps, Volume 1, p. 737, partly by W. A. B. Coolidge, author of The Alps in Nature and in History, Andes, Volume 1, p. 960. Appalachian Mountains, Volume 2, p. 207, by Dr. Arthur C. Spencer, geologist to the Geological Survey of the United States. Himalaya, Volume 13, p. 470. Volcano, Vol. 28, p. 178, by F. W. Rudler of the Museum of Practical Geology, London. Vesuvius, Volume 27, p. 1063, by Sir Archibald Jakey and Dr. Thomas Ashby. Earthquake, Volume 8, p. 817, by F. W. Rudler and Dr. John Milne, author of Earthquakes, etc. Geyser, Volume 11, p. 913. Cave, Volume 5, p. 573, by Dr. William Boyd Dawkins, author of Cave Hunting, etc. Mammoth Cave, Volume 17, p. 531, by Reverend Horace C. Hovey, author of Celebrated American Caverns, etc. Luray Cavern, Volume 17, p. 127, also by Dr. Hovey. Grand Canyon, Volume 12, p. 347, by R. S. Tarr, late professor of physical geography, Cornell University. Great Salt Lake, Volume 12, p. 421. Yosemite, Volume 28, p. 937, by Dr. John Muir, president of the American Alpine Club and author of The Mountains of California. Yellowstone National Park, Volume 28, p. 912. Glacier, Volume 12, p. 60, by Reverend E. C. Spicer of Oxford University. Niagara, Volume 19, p. 634, by Dr. G. K. Gilbert, author of Niagara Falls and Their History. Mississippi River, Volume 18, p. 604. Amazon, Volume 1, p. 783, by Carl George E. Church, the famous American explorer of the Amazon. Orinoco, Volume 20, p. 275, also by Colonel Church. Rhine, Volume 23, p. 240, by Dr. J. F. Muirhead, editor of many of Baedeker's guidebooks, and Philip A. Ashworth. Nile, Volume 19, p. 692, by F. R. Cana and Sir W. E. Garston, governing director, Suez Canal Co. Niger, Volume 19, p. 674, and Congo, Volume 6, p. 914, by F. R. Cana. Yangtze, Volume 28, p. 903, by George Jamieson, formerly British Consul General at Shanghai Desert, Volume 8, p. 92, by Dr. H. N. Dixon, Professor of Geography, University College, Reading. Sahara, Volume 23, p. 1004, by Edward Hewood, Librarian of the Royal Geographical Society, London, and F. R. Cana. There are also separate articles on the oceans and large lakes. Astronomy is a science which is peculiarly attractive to children, since it arouses the imagination and makes a strong appeal to their delight in all that is marvelous. There are 277 astronomical articles in the new Encyclopaedia Britannica, to which the classified list in the index volume, Volume 29, p. 888, is the key. In the preceding chapter are mentioned a few articles which will serve for the beginning of an acquaintance with astronomy. When a child has learned to know the zodiacal constellations, he will certainly want to read Zodiac, Volume 28, p. 993, by Agnes M. Clerk, author of A History of Astronomy in the 19th Century, for the story of the signs and what they meant to the nations of past ages. There are separate articles on the principal constellations and stars. Astrology, Volume 2, p. 795, by Prof. Morris Jastrow of the University of Pennsylvania, will prove both entertaining and instructive. Those who wish to know about methods of observation will find the complete story in Telescope, Volume 26, p. 557, a beautifully illustrated article by H. Dennis Taylor, author of A System of Applied Optics, and Sir David Gill, formerly Astronomer Royal at the Cape of Good Hope. In the preceding chapter, a few articles on games were mentioned as being useful to parents helping very young children to amuse themselves. A little later, the child will be delighted to choose for himself among the 260 articles on sports and pastimes, and the analysis of this department of the Britannica, in Part 6 of this guide, will then be of service. We may mention here the articles Golf, Volume 12, p. 219, by H.G. Hutchinson, golf champion and author of Hints on Golf, Lacrosse, Volume 16, p. 54, Bowling, Volume 4, p. 344, Rowing, Volume 23, p. 783, by C. M. Pittman, formerly Stroke of the Oxford University 8 Model Yachting, Volume 18, p. 640, Angling, Methods and Practice, Volume 2, p. 24, Cricket, Volume 7, p. 435, Archery, Pastime of Volume 2, p. 364, by the late W. J. Ford. A long list of indoor and outdoor games will be found in the classified subject list, Volume 29, p. 946. The aptitude of children for diverting and often profitable occupations is admirably fostered by the New Britannica through many of its very practical articles. This matter has been discussed in the last chapter. In addition, it is worthy of note that an ingenious boy could learn to make and set up a sundial with the help of Dial and Dialing, Volume 8, p. 149, by Hugh Godfrey, and could experiment and amuse himself with a camera lucida or a camera obscura, Volume 5, p. 104, from the articles written by Charles J. Joly, late Astronomer Royal of Ireland. While even a younger child could quickly learn to tie any kind of a knot from knot, Volume 15, p. 871, with 54 illustrations, by P. G. Tate, the famous British physicist. All the crafts that produce objects of household utility are practically taught in articles by experts, so that the Britannica is a complete guide to the use of every kind of tool. In the field of girls' occupations, there is in the Britannica much material that serves to give knowledge of the best methods of home making. A great number of articles for girls' reading will be found among those named in the chapter for women. In these days, parents, and especially mothers, are devoting more and more time to the study of child development. The importance and value of intelligent, sympathetic guidance in everything a child does, and every active child strives to do something, has been fully realized. The chief problem before the parent is, therefore, to have at hand some ready means of meeting every expression of a child's interests, every indication of budding talents. A short experience with the New Britannica will show this to be one of its many valuable functions. Children do not need to be driven to the volumes. They need only to be made acquainted with them. Chapter 63, Some Questions Children Sometimes Ask, and Some Questions to Ask Children. A child gains a great part of its knowledge by asking questions, and he should be encouraged to ask them. But parents often find the child's questions, even those about the objects he sees every day, so difficult to answer that he is told not to bother. With the new Encyclopaedia Britannica at hand, there is hardly any intelligent question that cannot be answered after a glance at the index and at the page to which it refers the reader. Again, there is no better way at once of amusing and instructing the child than to ask him questions and help him find his way to the answers. Here are a few questions, some of the kind that a child might ask, and some that may be put to a child. The Britannica supplies interesting answers to all of them, and some of these answers are given here. What makes people snore? The answer, found at once by referring to snoring in the index, is that the cause is breathing through the mouth, which makes the soft palate vibrate. When the child is told this, it should also be told what the Britannica says about mouth breathing being a dangerous habit for children to form, as it often leads to sore throats. How does one ant tell another to go to work? By patting it with its feelers. The article Ant, by Professor Carpenter, will supply you with stories to tell children as fascinating as any fairy tale. What makes the colors of sunset? Dust. If it were not for the dust floating in the air, we should lose not only the brilliant sunsets but the glorious cloud scenery as well, and there would be no twilight. Furthermore, all the moisture in the air, which now condenses on the particles of floating dust, would settle on our clothes and on the walls of our rooms. You will find many other curious facts in the article Dust, by John Aitken, who invented the machine for counting the particles of dust in the atmosphere. How does the brightness of moonlight compare with that of sunlight? Most people would guess that sunlight is 20, or, at most, 50 times as strong, yet it is really 500,000 times stronger. The article Moon, by Dr. Simon Newcomb, is full of such curious information and of delightful pictures. Why did the Israelites in bondage need straw to put in their bricks, although we do not use it in ours? The article Brick tells you that their bricks were made of Nile mud, which would not bind without something to hold it together. When seawater freezes, does the salt go into the ice? Only 1/5 of it, the article Ice says. Are you sure you like the taste of vanilla? This is an excellent puzzle to put to a bright child. The curious answer, found in the article Taste, is that vanilla, like onions and some other substances which we think have strong flavors, really has no taste at all. We smell them as we eat them, and therefore we imagine we taste them. This you can prove to a child by blindfolding it, while its nose is firmly closed, holding a slice of onion and a slice of apple near its open mouth, and touching its tongue first with one and then with the other. What is a beaver's favorite food? Of all unlikely things, water lilies. This, and other things that will delight children, you will find in the article Beaver, by Richard Lydekker, the famous naturalist. Why is it harder to guess the width of a river than to guess the width of a field as wide? The article Vision will tell you. Why are newborn babies' eyes often slate blue for a time? The article Eye will tell you. Why is not spiders silk manufactured? Unfortunately, although the silk is of the finest quality, quite equal to the silkworms, the spiders are such fierce cannibals that each one would have to be kept in a separate box, and this would make the silk too costly. The article Spiders, by R.I. Pocock, superintendent of the London Zoological Gardens, also tells you how spiders make their way through the air to islands in the sea. How the wolf spider builds a nest with a hinged door, and how the common pond spider builds his thimble-shaped house underwater and fills it with air by swimming down to it, time after time, on each trip taking down a tiny bubble of air. Why do not animals that sleep all through the winter starve to death? Because they live on the fat they have put on during the summer, as the article Hibernation explains. Why could not the Norsemen who visited America in the 11th century found permanent settlements? The natives were hostile, and the Norsemen had no firearms. The wonderful story of the first voyages to America is told in the article Vinland. How can you tell how far away a flash of lightning is? Sound travels so much more slowly than light does that if the flash is a mile away, you see it 5 seconds before you hear the report. So by counting the seconds, you can measure the distance. The index under lightning, distance, refers you to the article Sound by Professor Pointing. Why does your hair stand on end when you are frightened? The article Skin by Professor Parsons will tell you about this curious action of the muscles. Why do we count by tens? Because people began by counting on their fingers and thumbs, and when they got to 10, they had to begin again. Some tribes used to make 20 their basis for counting, adding in their toes. The article Arithmetic tells you this, and a newspaper critic said of this article that he was amazed to find it one of the most readable things in the Britannica. The truth is that there are no subjects that are dull in themselves. There is a dull way of treating them, and there is also the Britannica way, which is to show you how things came to be as they are. That is why children are delighted when Britannica time comes, the hour when the parent sits down by the bookcase and tells them true stories out of the volumes and shows them the exquisite pictures. Are men or women oftener stammerers? The article Stammering, which tells you that men are much oftener afflicted than women, is one that all parents should read. If a child's speech is carefully watched, the first trouble of this kind may sometimes be checked before it becomes a habit. Why does a room look smaller with red than with violet wallpaper? Read the article Vision and you will understand this and many other curious facts about the way our eyes do their work. Furthermore, you will be reminded that slight defects in a child's sight should be noticed and treated by an oculist before permanent harm has been done. Why is winter colder than summer? Simply because the sun's rays, coming aslant instead of from overhead, travel through more miles of air and are thus robbed of much of their heat before they reach us. The polar regions actually get more hours of sunlight in a year than we get in the United States, more even than there are at the equator, but the sun is never high above the horizon at the poles. Can a snake cross a frozen pond? No, nor move on any other smooth surface, as the article Snake shows. How long was Abraham Lincoln at school? Less than a year in all, as shown by the article Lincoln, Abraham, by J.G. Nicolay, Lincoln's private secretary and C.C. Winery. But although he could not get much teaching, he read over and over again every book he could get hold of. Here are a few questions without the answers, but the numbers after each question show the volume and page of the Britannica where each answer can be found. What makes blood clot? Volume 4, p. 81. Are there any red-haired human races? Volume 12, p. 823. Why does a cut apple turn brown? Volume 21, p. 756. What makes Negroes black? Volume 25, p. 190. Are men or women oftener colorblind? Volume 28, p. 139. Why do stars twinkle? Volume 23, p. 29. What happens in your throat when you sob? Volume 23, p. 195. What change in water as it freezes makes ice float? Volume 14, p. 227. Why is the shadow cast by an electric light sharper edge than the shadow cast by the sun? Volume 24, p. 758. Why does fright make people faint? Volume 27, p. 942. What makes the beautiful ice flowers on a frosted window pane? Volume 14, p. 226. How do trappers prepare valuable fur skins so as to preserve them until they get to market? The skins are simply dried in the air, as stated in the article Fur, which was written by the head of a great wholesale fur business. How does the amount of air in a room spoiled by an ordinary gas burner or a small reading lamp compare with the amount spoiled by a man's breathing? The gas burner or the lamp spoils 4 times as much air, as shown in the article Ventilation. What part of your weight is blood? 1/20th, Volume 27, p. 939. What domestic animal is oftenest born with only one eye? The pig, Volume 18, p. 743. Which covers the more space, the United States, without Alaska or Europe? Europe, Volume 27, p. 612, and Volume 9, p. 907. If you looked at the moon all night every night, how soon would you have seen all its surface? Never. 4/10 of it can never be seen from the Earth. Volume 18, p. 803. What was the great difference between the destruction of Pompeii and that of Herculaneum? Pompeii was covered by ashes and Herculaneum by mud. Volume 22, p. 50, and Volume 13, p. 342. Why do not high mountains, where more snow falls than melts, keep growing higher? Because pressure forces the snow, changed into ice, to descend in the form of glaciers, as explained in the article Glacier. Who wrote to George Washington, on behalf of a number of officers in the United States Army, asking him to make himself King of the United States. Call Louis Nicola. The article Washington, George, by Professor MacDonald of Brown University, gives you the words of Washington's indignant reply. How deep has anyone ever dived in diver's dress? The article Divers tells you, 210 feet. In baseball, how is a fielding record calculated? To get the fielder's average, you divide the number of chances he has made the most of by the total number of chances he has had. Volume 3, p. 461. How tall must a giant be? 7 feet to be properly called a giant. Volume 18, p. 741. Where were the first lighthouses built? In Lower Egypt, as stated in the article Lighthouse, which describes all the great lighthouses and gives pictures of the towers and of the wonderful lamps. When ships are going through the Panama Canal, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, will they be heading to the eastward or to the westward? Oddly enough, to the eastward, for the isthmus curves so, just where the canal line lies, that the Pacific end is much to the eastward of the Atlantic end. You can see this plainly on the detailed map in the article Panama Canal. Why does a tame rabbit die if it is held erect for half an hour? Because the muscles of its abdomen are so weak that they cannot act as a belt, as our muscles do, and all the rabbit's blood settles below the heart. Volume 27, p. 942. For what price was Manhattan Island bought from the Indians in 1626? For $24 worth of goods, as shown in the article New York. Why do people, when they are in the polar regions, seldom catch cold? Because colds are caused by microbes, and there are very few microbes in places so far from any masses of people, as you can see from the article Climate. If North America were spread out on the surface of the moon, what share of the moon's surface would it cover? About 4/7. Volume 18, p. 805, and Volume 19, p. 764. Which is the greater, the highest mountain's height or the deepest sea's depth? The sea's depth, which is 31,614 feet, while Mt. Everest is 29,002 feet high. Volume 19, p. 973, and Volume 10, p. 7. Of what use are the hairs on a caterpillar? Like the bristles on a dog collar, they keep an enemy from biting him. Volume 6, p. 733. Why do you twist yourself into an uncomfortable position when you have a pain? Because instinct teaches you that discomfort will help you by partially taking your attention away from the pain. Volume 22, p. 587. What warm-blooded creature has the longest average life? Man, except possibly the whale, but not the elephant, as is generally believed. The article Longevity tells how long all kinds of animals live. What mistake about American history is caused in our minds by the celebration of the 4th of July? The belief that the Declaration of Independence was signed on the 4th of July. Congress did not order it to be engrossed for signature until July 19th. The article Independence, Declaration of, also shows that the most important day was July 2nd, when Congress adopted the Resolution of Independence. If you look up the answers to these questions, in the Britannica, you will incidentally learn, from the articles to which you turn, a great many things that will be of practical use to you in everyday life. For whether you turn to the volumes because you want only a single fact, or because you want to learn all about some important subject, or even because you merely want to pass a pleasant hour, you always get from them far more than you had hoped to find. Part 4 readings on questions of the day, which relate to the duties of American citizenship and to current politics. Chapter 64, Questions of the Day. The old idea of an encyclopedia as a remote book, distant from everyday needs and the real public questions of the day, and to be consulted only for information about ancient history and medieval philosophy, was a wrong one. It was wrong in theory if an encyclopedia is to be a live and valuable book, and it was wrong in practice. It is not the case with the new Britannica. For the Britannica is full of information about current public questions, and even its treatment of the past, remote or near, is from a fresh and modern viewpoint, and is of the utmost value as throwing the light of history on the problems of modern politics and everyday life. The spirit of today is an intensely wide-awake and inquisitive one, and people are no longer willing to believe that whatever is right, much less that a thing is right because it has been, no matter how long. Indeed, the very phrase has been, as now used in the vernacular, implies the outworn, the discarded. The Britannica, a book for intimate use on the questions of the day, is a record of what is as well as of what has been, and of the great changes, the constant flux, of the past and of the present. One of our symptoms of health is the development of a social sense, or better, a social conscience. This is due in no small degree to the work of Herbert Spencer in founding a new science, called by him sociology. For an inspiring and stimulating starting point for the study in the Britannica of the great social and political questions of the day, let the reader study the article Sociology, Volume 25, p. 322, by Benjamin Kidd, who wrote Social Evolution and Principles of Western Civilization. Evolution, sociology, Spencerian psychology, and the closer relation of the state to the individual are all important factors in the educational changes of the last few years, and their study is indispensable to a clear understanding of the great questions of education. A more concrete study may be based on the article Education, Volume 8, p. 951, and particularly the part on education in the United States by Nicholas Murray Butler, president of Columbia University. An elaborate course of reading on education is given in another chapter of this guide for teachers. But it may be well to call attention here to the fact that there are in the articles on individual state sections on the educational system of each state, and in the separate articles on each city similar descriptions of schools in those cities, and also that either in the article on the city or town in which it is situated, or in a separate article, there is an estimate, a description, and a historical sketch of each of the great universities and colleges of the country. This information is not merely of value if one wishes to understand in a general way the trend of education, but of particular interest to one who is choosing the school best adapted to a special need. In the same way, there are articles on other great educational institutions. For example, a general article on museums of science, Volume 19, p. 64, and one on libraries, Volume 16, p. 545, as well as articles on such special institutions as the Smithsonian or treatment of them in the article on the places where the institution is, as in the article on Washington for the Library of Congress, the article on New York City for the Metropolitan Museum, etc. But government, particularly in America, besides taking a direct interest and responsibility in the education of its youth, has begun within the last few years to assume the task of uplifting those of its citizens who are below the normal. Modern methods of dealing with criminals and of caring for defectives and the insane are based on a principle entirely different from that which obtained 50 or even 20 years ago. The whole article Insanity, Volume 14, p. 597, might well be read as a preliminary to a study of this topic, since it treats of idiocy and imbecility as well as of the more violent forms of mental disorder, and since it treats them all as forms of disease, the basis of the modern method of treatment which has substituted the hospital and the school for the mere place of detention. In particular, however, the last part of this article dealing with hospital treatment should be studied. It is by Dr. Frederick Peterson, the American specialist, and it describes the improved conditions of modern asylums. Physical restraint is no longer practiced. The general progress of medical science in all directions has been manifested in the department of psychiatry by improved methods of treatment, in the way of sleep-producing and alleviating drugs, dietetics, physical culture, hydrotherapy, and the like. There are few asylums now without pathological and clinical laboratories. The colony scheme has been successfully adopted by the state of New York at the Craig Colony for epileptics at Sarnia and elsewhere. Many asylums have, as it were, thrown off detached cottages for the better care of certain patients, but the ideal system is that of the psychopathic hospital and the colony for the insane. It is with the colony plan that Dr. Peterson's name is intimately connected, especially in New York State. In the Britannica article on New York State, there is a full treatment, Volume 19, p. 601, of the state's charitable institutions, including its hospitals for the insane, the Craig Colony already mentioned, the Letchworth Village Custodial Asylum for epileptics and feeble-minded, and other institutions of the same kind. And in the same way, the system in each state is described in the separate article on that state, with special attention to the peculiar features in its administration of its hospitals and schools for insane and imbeciles. There has been a similar change in the education of the blind and the deaf, or rather education is now provided for these classes, whereas they formerly received none at all. And this education is coming under state control, and once under governmental supervision, is being transferred from departments in charge of penal or charitable institutions to the Department of Public Schools. For the most striking instances of what has been accomplished by improved systems of training under private supervision, see the articles on Samuel Gridley Howe, Volume 13, p. 837, the great teacher of the blind at the Perkins Institution for the Blind in Boston. On his blind and deaf pupil, Laura Bridgman, Volume 4, p. 559, and on Helen Adams Keller, Volume 15, p. 718, another and even more remarkable blind and deaf student, whose education, coming as a product of a new sociology, has made her a most efficient social helper and social worker. From these articles, the student should go to Blindness, Volume 4, p. 59, by Sir Francis J. Campbell, Principal of the Royal Normal College for the Blind, Norwood, London, an article equivalent in length to 40 pages of this guide. Its author, the founder of the college, is himself a blind man, who, born in Tennessee in 1832 and educated at the Nashville School, and afterwards in music at Leipzig and Berlin, had from 1858 to 1869 been associated with Dr. Howe at the Perkins Institution, Boston, and was knighted in 1909 for his services to the education of the blind. The part of his article dealing with the education of the blind is, therefore, doubly valuable and interesting. The main topics with which it deals are early training, other senses of the blind not naturally sharper than those of the seeing, but developed by cultivation of hearing and touch from early childhood, physical training to increase the average of vitality, mental training, early manual training, choice of occupation, pianoforte tuning, musical training. Deaf-mutes should not be educated with the blind as their needs are so different. Blind boys and blind girls should not be taught together, as coeducation promotes intermarriage, which is a calamity. The remainder of the article deals with types and books for the blind, appliances for educational work, employment, and biographical matter, with a list of prominent blind people. See also, for literary men who were blind, the articles on John Milton, William H. Prescott, and Philip Burke Marston. Deaf and Dumb, Volume 7, p. 880, is by the Reverend Arnold Hill Payne, chaplain to the Oxford Diocesan Mission to the Deaf and Dumb, late Normal Fellow of the National Deaf-Mute College, Washington, D.C., and author of many books on the subject. He points out the mistaken use of the word dumb. In the case of the deaf and dumb, as these words are generally understood, dumbness is merely the result of ignorance in the use of the voice, this ignorance being due to deafness. After discussing causes of deafness, the condition of the deaf in childhood, their natural language, which the contributor thinks is sign, rather than purely oral, and their social status, he deals with education of the deaf, giving an elaborate historical account including the oral revival in Germany and the work in the United States of Dr. Thomas Hopkins Gallaudet. See also the separate article on him and his two sons, Volume 11, p. 416, and of the National Deaf-Mute College at Washington, D.C., on which see also the article Washington, D.C. This interesting article closes with a section on the blind deaf, telling the story of several remarkable cases in England less well known and more recent than Laura Bridgman or Helen Keller. This chapter began with a reference to the article on sociology, with the recommendation that it be used as a basis for the study of present-day problems. The reader will often have heard vague allusions to sociology, and his reading this article in the Britannica will certainly sharpen and define his own idea of the meaning and the value of the science. Has he not heard much oftener of psychology, and heard it mentioned as if it were some sort of magic spell to charm away many of the difficulties of our modern complex world? But has he a full comprehension of the meaning of psychology and of the knowledge newly gained in regard to the psychology of the senses? The corrective for any vagueness of ideas about psychology is best found in the article Psychology, Volume 22, p. 547, by Professor James Ward, whose articles for the Britannica have been reprinted and used as textbooks in schools and colleges all over the country. Put in a few words, the lesson of psychology is that the senses, sensations, thoughts, and feelings, which, even when they are our own, we too often speak of as if they were things apart and independent, are subject to certain natural laws in much the same way as are the forces treated by the science of physics. The reader who would study the subject of psychology in the Britannica should make use of the analysis of many articles in the chapter in this guide for teachers. As with general education, special education of defectives, state training of feeble-minded, and restraint of the insane, so with the state's attitude toward the criminal there has been in recent years a great change which is still working toward full fruition, so that prison administration, children's courts, delinquency, probation, etc., are live topics of interest. Just as the whole new science of sociology was based by Spencer on biology and on the Darwinian theory of evolution, so in this field of delinquency, a science has been devised called criminology by its inventor, Cesare Lombroso. The article Lombroso, Volume 16, p. 936, in the Britannica criticizes his theories as showing an exaggerated tendency to refer all mental facts to biological causes. His theory of a criminal type points to a practical reform: a classification of offenders so that the born criminal may receive a different kind of punishment from the offender who is tempted into crime. The article Criminology, Volume 7, p. 464, by Major Arthur Griffiths, Inspector of Prisons, should be read carefully. It lists the supposed criminal traits as follows: various brain and cerebral anomalies, receding foreheads, massive jaws, prognathous chins, skulls without symmetry, ears long, large, and projecting, noses rectilinear, wrinkles strongly marked, even in the young and in both sexes, hair abundant on the head, scanty on the cheeks and chin, eyes feline, fixed, cold, glassy, ferocious, bad repellent faces. Other peculiarities are great width of the extended arms, extraordinary ape-like agility, left-handedness as well as ambidexterism, obtuse sense of smell, taste, and sometimes of hearing, although the eyesight is superior to that of normal people. So much for the anatomical and physiological peculiarities of the criminal. There remain the psychological or mental characteristics, so far as they have been observed. Moral insensibility is attributed to him, a dull conscience that never pricks, and a general freedom from remorse. He is said to be generally lacking in intelligence, hence his stupidity, the want of proper precautions, both before and after an offense, which leads so often to his detection and capture. His vanity is strongly marked and shown in the pride taken in infamous achievements rather than personal appearance. Although Major Griffiths thinks that criminality is oftener due to environment than to congenital defects, he closes his article with this estimate of what has been accomplished by Lombroso and his followers. The criminologists have strengthened the hands of administrators, have emphasized the paramount importance of child rescue and judicious direction of adults, have held the balance between penal methods, advocating the moralizing effect of open-air labor as opposed to prolonged isolation, and have insisted upon the desirability of indefinite detention for all who have obstinately determined to wage perpetual war against society by the persistent perpetration of crime. The article Crime, Volume 7, p. 447, is full of interesting statistics and facts. It tells us that, the growth of criminals is greatly stimulated where people are badly fed, morally and physically unhealthy, infected with any forms of disease and vice. And after proving by the records of various countries that men everywhere are more addicted to crime than are women, ends with this statement. It has been well said that women are less criminal according to the figures, because when a woman wants a crime committed, she can generally find a man to do it for her. Other important articles on the subject are Deportation, Volume 8, p. 56, and Prison, Volume 22, p. 361. For English prison reforms, see also the article on John Howard and that on Elizabeth Fry, with an outline of the growth in Pennsylvania and New York, Auburn and Sing Sing, of the method of solitary confinement and of its adoption in England, and of the development in New York. See also the article on Elmira for the work of Zebulon R. Brockway, and in Massachusetts, Concord, of distinct and different treatment for first offenders. Juvenile Offenders, Volume 15, p. 613, describes the work of Charles Dickens and others in England, the reform in Europe and in the United States. The Philanthropic Criminal Code proposed by Edward Livingston. See the biographical article, Volume 16, p. 811. The Randall's Island House of Refuge, the Elmira NY Reformatory, the Reformatory for Women at Sherborne, Massachusetts, and the George Junior Republic at Freeville, New York, and its offshoots. See also the separate article George Junior Republic, Volume 11, p. 749. And the Borstal Scheme, a modification of the American state reformatory system adopted in England in 1902. Children's Courts, Volume 6, p. 140, calls attention to the origin of these tribunals in the United States, in Massachusetts and Illinois, and their success in Chicago, Indianapolis, Denver, and Washington, leading to their adoption in England. See also the article Probation, Volume 22, p. 404 in general, and for particular and local methods, the articles on Birmingham, Volume 3, p. 985, Boston, Volume 4, p. 294, Chicago, Volume 6, p. 124, Colorado, Volume 6, p. 722, Egypt, Volume 9, p. 29, Illinois, Volume 14, p. 308, and Utah, Volume 27, p. 818. The articles on individual states also contain detailed information about local penal institutions of all kinds. The reader should also study the articles Police, Volume 21, p. 978, Fingerprints, Volume 10, p. 376, Identification, Volume 14, p. 287, Punishment, Volume 22, p. 653, Capital Punishment, Volume 5, p. 279, Guillotine, Volume 12, p. 694, Hanging, Volume 12, p. 917. And Electrocution, Volume 9, p. 210, the last by Professor Edward Anthony Spitzka, the American authority on the subject. In the article on Utah already mentioned, the reader will find that a person sentenced to death may choose one of two methods of execution, hanging or shooting. If a respectable citizen of a century ago could return to Earth, he could not fail to be greatly surprised at dinner, whether in a private home or in a hotel, to see how much less alcoholic beverages are used, how much lighter they are, and how much more common are other drinks. If he returned to certain parts of the United States, he would find that he could get no alcohol except on a doctor's prescription stating the reason why the patient needed it, and he would learn that such a prescription could be filled only once, and then only by a registered pharmacist of good character. No matter to what place he came back, he would find a constant interference with or supervision of the manufacture, sale, and consumption of alcoholic liquors on the part of the government. He would probably wonder why the state should interfere with private and personal liberty in such matters. We have already pointed out that the state now does interfere, and that this is one of the distinguishing marks of the government of the day. For information on this particular form of interference, its prevalence, its necessity, and its advisability, the student may confidently turn to the Britannica. The hygienic side of the question is outlined in the chapter of this guide on health and disease. The social or sociological side claims our attention here. Read the article Drunkenness, Volume 8, p. 601, and for the relation between alcohol and mental disease, the section Toxic Insanity, Volume 14, p. 609, in the article on insanity already mentioned, and also Neuropathology, Volume 19, p. 429. Then the article Inebriety, Law of Volume 14, p. 409. That on Liquor Laws, Volume 16, p. 759, with a special section referring to the United States, which deals with local prohibition, state prohibition, public dispensaries, and taxation. And for a general and elaborate summary of the whole, question the article Temperance, Volume 26, p. 578, equivalent to about 50 pages of this guide, by Dr. Arthur Shadwell, author of Drink, Temperance, and Legislation. In the section on the use and abuse of alcohol, Dr. Shadwell summarizes the results of modern scientific investigation of the abuse in its bearings upon crime, poverty, insanity, mortality, longevity, and heredity. In such articles as those on Theobald Matthew, Father Matthew, Volume 17, p. 886, Neil Dow, Volume 8, p. 456, John B. Goh, Volume 12, p. 282, and Francis E. Willard, Volume 28, p. 658, the reader will find biographies relating to the temperance movement. And in the separate articles on states, there is information about state prohibition, local option, and the state dispensary system. Dr. Shadwell's remarks on the relation of alcoholism to heredity may remind us that the very word heredity would seem strange to the typical man of a century ago, whose return to life we have imagined. We should be no more shocked by the occasional crudeness of his intimate and excited phraseology than he would be at our frankness in discussing, even in mixed company, such subjects as birth, reproduction, sexual morality, the social evil, and the white slave trade. The growth of interest in these topics may be traced in part to Darwin, Huxley, and Mendel, to what they did to make biology a science. Read in the Britannica the interesting story in the article Mendelism, Volume 18, p. 115, of the investigations of Gregor Mendel, Abbot of Brunn, in his cloister garden, in crossing peas and classifying the inheritance of peculiarities. Then read the articles Heredity, Volume 13, p. 530, by Prof. Chalmers Mitchell, and Hybridism, Volume 14, p. 26, by the same contributor, and turn to the articles Eugenics, Volume 9, p. 855, and Sir Francis Galton, Volume 11, p. 427, for an account of the attempt to found a practical science to improve the breed of men. Especially within the last few years, has the public conscience been aroused on the white slave traffic and prostitution, both in Great Britain and the United States, and particularly in the great cities, where this form of vice, if left under the jurisdiction of the police, gives rise to a singularly dangerous form of corruption and to the general disrepute of the defenders of public safety. The many important aspects of the subject, which need not be rehearsed here, are to be found in Dr. Shadwell's article Prostitution, Volume 22, p. 457, and Dr. Edmund Owen's article Venereal Diseases, Volume 27, p. 983. One of the remedies most commonly suggested for the evils of prostitution in general, and of the white slave trade in particular, is a minimum wage. Dr. Shadwell's article on prostitution gives excessively laborious and ill-paid work as only one of many secondary causes for women's taking to a life of evil repute. Indolence, love of excitement, dislike of restraint, and abnormal sexual appetite he counts as primary causes, and among secondary causes he names the difficulty of finding employment, harsh treatment at home, promiscuous living among the overcrowded poor, overcrowding in factories, the example of luxury, self-indulgence, and loose manners set by the wealthy, demoralizing literature and amusements, and the arts of profligate men. But the subject of wages is an important one in itself, and as an introduction to the study of the labor question, it may well be taken up here, even if the efficacy of minimum wage laws or of any legislation in producing a higher sexual morality has been exaggerated. Read the article Wages, Volume 28, p. 229, equivalent to 20 pages of this guide, by Joseph Shield Nicholson, Professor of Political Economy at Edinburgh University. The difficulty of an exact definition, and specifically of one that distinguishes between wages and profits, leads the author to adopt as the best the definition of Jen Francis A. Walker, the American economist. The reward of those who are employed in production with a view to the profit of their employers and are paid at stipulated rates. The distinction between a nominal and real wage is based on the difference between the money value and the purchasing value of the wage as affected by variation in the cost of living. Irregularity of employment and other elements of uncertainty, such as liability to accident or to occupational diseases, are factors to be considered in estimating real wages. Professor Nicholson discusses the wage fund theory, corrects it by Adam Smith's observation that wages are paid from the product of labor, and treats relative wages, the state regulation of wages, which he does not consider feasible, poor relief in aid of wages, factory legislation, trade unions, the effects of machinery on wages, and the progress of the working classes. The subject of factory legislation brings us back to the general topic of state interference with private matters, as the old school of political scientists would have called it. Two treatises in the Britannica are important for the study of this subject: the General Article Labor Legislation, Volume 16, p. 7, equivalent to 70 pages of this guide, by Adelaide Mary Anderson, Principal Lady Inspector of Factories to the British Home Office, and Carol D. Wright, late U.S. Commissioner of Labor. And the article Employers' Liability and Workmen's Compensation, Volume 9, p. 356, which is of peculiar interest now that in the United States recent laws in regard to employers' liability and workmen's compensation have shown a change in legislative theory and practice. Statutes of this kind have been passed by the legislatures of several states where nothing of the sort would have been attempted a generation ago, although legislatures have always been readier than courts to approve radical laws and have been far more readily influenced by popular sentiment. After their passage, they have in some states been held unconstitutional, and in other states, the highest court has recognized them as valid, the decisions perhaps depending to some extent on the attitude of the court toward the opposed claims of capital and labor. Here as elsewhere, the student should remember that much information of a local character is to be found in the articles on different states of the Union. The article Labor Day, Volume 16, p. 6, describes an official recognition of the claims of labor in the United States. On labor organizations and their work, see the articles. Trade Unions, Volume 27, p. 140, and particularly the section Economic Effects of Trade Unionism, and the section on trade unions in the United States, by Carol D. Wright, late U.S. Commissioner of Labor, who deals with such topics as railway brotherhoods, national unions, the International, Knights of Labor, American Railway Union, federations of labor, especially the American Federation of Labor, and estimated strength of trade unions. For the earlier history of trade unions or similar organizations, see Trade Organization, Volume 27, p. 135, Guilds, Volume 12, p. 14, Livery Companies, Volume 16, p. 809, and Apprenticeship, Volume 2, p. 228. Strikes and lockouts, particularly the sections Economic Effects, Volume 25, p. 1028, Important British Strikes and Lockouts, p. 1029, and On Strikes in the United States, p. 1033, the last by Dr. Carol D. Wright, who describes, among others, the Homestead Strike of 1892, the Pullman Strike of 1894, the Steel Strike of 1901, and the Coal Strike of 1902. For these and other strikes, see the local articles on such storm centers as Homestead, Pullman, Leadville, Cripple Creek, Chicago. See also Boycott, Volume 4, p. 353, and Injunction, Volume 14, p. 570. And, for a classic use of the injunction against boycott, the article on William Howard Taft, Volume 26, p. 354. Arbitration and Conciliation, Volume 2, p. 331, for attempts by the state to regulate the relations of capital and labor at variance. Related topics which have not been analyzed here will be found in the articles Unemployment, Volume 27, p. 578, Labor Exchange, Volume 16, p. 7, and Vagrancy, Volume 27, p. 837. Closely connected with the American labor problems, since growing American industries demand a supply of workmen that cannot be filled by natural increase in the population, is the question of immigration. The article Migration, Volume 18, p. 427, is divided into two parts, the second dealing with migration in zoology. The first section, dealing with emigration and immigration and internal migration of populations, is for the most part by Richmond Mayo-Smith, late professor of political economy and social science in Columbia University, New York City. It is appropriate that the subject should be treated by an American and with special attention to the United States, since this country owes its origin to an immigration 3 centuries ago. As the presence of many recent immigrants puts a strain on our powers of assimilation and gives rise to other serious problems, and as internal migrations are markedly affecting social conditions. In a preliminary historical sketch, the author deals with prehistoric migrations in search of booty, through the desire of the stronger to take possession of the lands of the weaker, or by pressure of population on the food supply, Greek and Roman colonization, the German conquest, minor migratory movements such as the introduction of Flemish weavers to England and the forced migration of the Huguenots from France, the Great Colonization period after the discovery of America, and modern migration, characterized by its magnitude, by the change of the emigrants' political allegiance, and by the circumstance that it is a movement of individuals seeking their own good without state direction or aid. In a statistical discussion of immigration to the United States, Volume 18, p. 430, there is much valuable information. At first, the Irish and Germans were most prominent. Of later years, the Italians, Czechs, Hungarians, and Russians were numerously represented. Immigration to other countries, especially Canada and South America, the balance of migration and temporary emigration, and the effects of migration on the country, from which and the country to which, are topics considered in the article, which also discusses the restriction of immigration. As to Asiatic immigration, see California, especially p. 20, Volume 5, San Francisco, p. 148, Volume 24, and Cooley, Volume 7, p. 77. See also the article United States, Section Population and Social Conditions, p. 634, Volume 27, and in separate articles on states and larger cities of the United States, the analysis of foreign-born population, that of foreign parentage, etc. For instance, in the article Massachusetts, Volume 17, p. 854. There is a most interesting account of the varying sources of immigration and of the replacing of Irish labor by Canadians and Italians. Boston is the second immigrant port of the country. A large part of the transatlantic immigrants pass speedily to permanent homes in the West, but by far the greater part of the Canadian influx remains there. The article on New York City, p. 617 of Volume 19, remarks that there are in New York City more Germans than in any city of Germany, save Berlin, and more Irish than in Dublin. There are many well-defined foreign communities in the city, such as Little Italy about Mulberry Street, Chinatown on Mott, Pell, and Doyers Streets, the Hebrew Quarter on the Upper Bowery and east of it, a German colony, east of 2nd Avenue below 14th Street, French quarters south of Washington Square about Bleecker Street, and on the west side between 20th and 34th Streets, a Russian quarter near East Broadway, a Greek colony about 6th Avenue in the 40s, and Negro quarters on Thompson Street and on the west side in the 50s, and there are equally well-defined Armenian and Arab quarters. Chicago, as the article on that city shows, is the second largest Bohemian city in the world, the third Swedish, the fourth Norwegian, the fifth Polish, and the fifth German. The southern states of the Union, though they have much less immigration than the North or West, have a population problem that is even more difficult in some respects, that of the Negro. Many immigrant elements are readily amalgamated or assimilated into the native local population, by marriage, by trade, and indeed even by physical environment. It seems certain, for instance, that the physical type of the children of Italian or Hebrew immigrants in New York City is different from that of their parents and more like a local type, even in such respects as the shape and contour of the head and its ratio of length to breadth. But the Negro does not assimilate physically or, to any considerable degree, mentally. And the communities in America in which he is most plentiful are so far from eager to assimilate him that they socially and politically isolate him. The reader should go to the article Negro, Volume 19, p. 344, in which there is a general study of the race by T. Athol Joyce, assistant in the Department of Ethnography, British Museum, and a section on Negroes in the United States by Dr. Walter Francis Wilcox, late Chief Statistician, U.S. Census Bureau, and Professor of Social Science and Statistics, Cornell University. The magnitude of the Negro problem may be deduced from Professor Wilcox's remark that the present number of Negroes in the United States is greater than the total population of the United States was in 1820, and nearly as great as the population of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. Birth and mortality statistics in regard to Negroes show that they are increasing much less rapidly than whites. But it must be remembered that there is an absolute increase, that there is no prospect of the Negro problem being solved by the dying out of the race, and that even the fact that Negroes constitute a smaller proportion of the population than formerly does not greatly affect the problem. There is also much relevant information of value in the articles on the Southern states, particularly in the sections on population, education, and government. And as to education, see the articles Tuskegee, Volume 27, p. 487, Booker T. Washington, Volume 28, p. 344, and S.C. Armstrong, Volume 2, p. 591. See also the article Lynch Law, Volume 17, p. 169, by Prof. W. L. Fleming of the Louisiana State University. There is a very close relation between the economic problems connected with labor and those which have to do with capital, and especially with capital in its organized and monopolistic forms. A monopoly of the supply, sale, or manufacture of any class of goods was, especially in England under the Tudors and Stuarts, a crown grant. And the theory of patent and copyright law is based on such grants, as is shown in the articles Monopoly, Volume 18, p. 733, Letters Patent, Volume 16, p. 501, and Patents, Volume 20, p. 903. On the modern monopoly which, far from being cherished by government, is constantly being regulated, checked, or crushed. See the article Trusts, Volume 22, p. 334 by Prof. J. W. Jenks, formerly of Cornell and now of New York University, whose treatment is from the American point of view. The problem is peculiarly an American one, but with sections on European experience, including paragraphs on Great Britain, Germany, France, and Austria. Among the questions answered by this article, questions that are continually presenting themselves to the mind of every intelligent citizen, but that are seldom lucidly answered even by the most intelligent, are: what are trusts? Why are they formed? Why were they not formed before the latter years of the 19th century? Why can combination be successfully applied in some industries and not in others? Why do some industries thrive better under competition than under combination? Why are some combinations bound to fail? In what respect has the trust advantages over the individual competitor? How do trusts benefit by protective tariffs and by discrimination in rates of transportation? What has been the history of trusts in Europe? The question of most interest to the ordinary person is: do trusts raise prices? To this, the Encyclopaedia Britannica answers. Experience seems to show, beyond question, that whenever the combinations are powerful enough to secure a monopolistic control, it has usually been the policy to increase the prices above those which obtained during the period of competition preceding the formation of the combination. Besides this increased price, the evils of combinations are: loss to investors through promotion and speculation by directors, loss to wage earners, corruption of legislatures, and the suppression of independent activity. The most obvious remedies are more rigid laws with reference to the methods of incorporation and to the responsibility of directors to stockholders and to the public, greater publicity and closer government inspection, and the abolition of special favors granted by government and shipping companies. For American legislation in regard to trusts, see the article Interstate Commerce, Volume 14, p. 711, equivalent to 10 pages of this guide, by Prof. Frank A. Fetter, formerly of Cornell and now of Princeton University. This article shows the constitutional basis for action by the federal government and the power given to Congress to regulate commerce among the several states, and it describes the Interstate Commerce Act of 1887, amended in 1903 by the Elkins Act, and the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890. See also in the article United States, the section History, Section 353, 357, 396, pp. 725, 726, 733 of Volume 27. But although there have been great changes in the relation of government to the individual in his private and business life, the extent of practical government control is still much less than many theorists would like to see. It is true that in many countries of Europe railways are owned and operated by the state, CP 826 of Volume 22, in the article Railways. See also the article New Zealand and the summary of conditions there, P 307, Volume 25, in part as follows. The government owns not only the railways but 2/3 of the whole land, letting it on long leases. It sets a limit to large estates. It levies a progressive income tax and land tax. It has a labor department, strict factory acts, and a law of compulsory arbitration in labor disputes, 1895. There are old age pensions, 1898, government insurance of life, 1871, and against fire, 1905. Women have the suffrage, and, partly in consequence, the restriction of the liquor traffic is severe. There is a protective tariff, and Oriental labor is excluded. The success of the experiment is not yet beyond doubt. Compulsory arbitration, for example, did not work with perfect smoothness and was amended in 1908. It is fair to add that the experiment is probably on too small a scale to show what might happen in larger countries. New Zealand has only 100,000 sq.m. of territory and about 1 million of inhabitants, mainly rural and of picked quality. The conditions of combined isolation and security are not easily obtained elsewhere. The action of the state has been in the great majority of instances rather regulative than constructive. But in general, governments have extended their control more or less along the conventional lines of law and legislative theory, and have not undertaken ownership and operation. Even in New Zealand, as we have just seen, public action being rather regulative than constructive. See the general article Socialism, Volume 25, p. 310, and biographies of those connected with the socialist movement, such as Marx, Lassalle, Robert Owen, Rodbertus, Bebel, Liebknecht, Joras, Balance, William Morris, Edward Bellamy, and Henry George. On communism, see the article on that subject, the biographies of Owen, St. Simon, Fourier, Cabot, etc., and descriptions of the more important American communistic experiments in the articles on Brook Farm, Shakers, Amana, Nauvoo, Harmony, One at a Community, Hopedale, etc. For communism merely as a business scheme, see the article Cooperation, Volume 7, p. 82, and the biographies of Raiffeisen and Schulze-Delitzsch. We have now run through the more strikingly novel public questions of the day, and we come next to questions which have been long discussed and longer recognized as being within the sphere of government. The one of these that is most intimately connected with the economic problems we have just been discussing is the subject of public finance and revenue. On this, read the articles Finance, Volume 10, p. 374, Taxation, Volume 26, p. 458, and National Debt, Volume 19, p. 266. And on American Public Finance, see Volume 27, p. 654, on Congressional Legislation and Finance, p. 661 of the same volume. For a general and statistical treatment of American finance, the sections headed Finance in each article dealing with the state of the Union. The articles Gold, Volume 12, p. 192, Silver, Volume 25, p. 112, and Bimetallism, Volume 3, p. 946, and the biographies of Robert Morris, Volume 18, p. 871, Alexander Hamilton, Volume 12, p. 880, and J. Cook, Volume 7, p. 73. Of perennial interest in the field of public finance is the question of tariff reform. This is true both in the United States and in the United Kingdom, but strangely enough, tariff reform is used with absolutely opposite meanings in the two countries. Tariff reform in England is linked with imperialism and means the introduction of higher tariffs for protection of colonial as well as British industries. In the United States, the typical tariff reformer is usually an opponent of imperialism, which, of course, does not mean the same thing in the two countries. And tariff reform here involves lowering duties, doing away with protection, and, in short, adopting approximately the very system now in vogue in the United Kingdom, and the very system that the followers of Joseph Chamberlain wished to replace with something not entirely unlike the American protective system as it has been since the Civil War. On this subject, see the article Tariff, Volume 26, p. 422, by the American economist F. W. Taussig, professor at Harvard, the articles Protection, Volume 22, p. 464, by E. J. James, president of the University of Illinois and author of the History of American Tariff Legislation, and Free Trade, Volume 11, p. 88, by the Venerable Dr. William Cunningham, Archdeacon of Ely, and author of The Growth of English Industry and Commerce, the Biographies of Alexander Hamilton, Volume 12, p. 880, and Henry Clay, Volume 6, p. 470, for the Foundation of American Protection, and the articles on H. C. Carey, Volume 5, p. 329, Friedrich List, Volume 16, p. 776, and William McKinley, Volume 17, p. 256, for the principal exponents, theoretical and practical, outside of Great Britain, of protection. The Lives of Richard Cobden, Volume 6, p. 607, and John Bright, Volume 4, p. 567, and the article Corn Laws, Volume 7, p. 174, for the genesis of free trade in Great Britain, and the article on Joseph Chamberlain, in particular pp. 816-817 of Volume 5, for English tariff reform in politics. Another topic in public finance of great interest at the present moment is the banking laws, the interference of government with banking and similar business. Local regulations in regard to banking will be found in sections on legislation and finance in articles on each of the states of the Union. The article Oklahoma, Volume 20, p. 57, for example, contains the following summary of the first radical state enactment, constitutional in this case, providing bank guarantees. The unique feature of the banking system, with amendments adopted by the second legislature becoming effective on the 11th of June, 1909, is a fund for the guarantee of deposits. The State Banking Board levies against the capital stock of each state bank and trust company, organized or existing, under the laws of the state, to create a fund equal to 5% of average daily deposits other than the deposits of state funds properly secured. 1/5 of this fund is payable the first year and 1/20 each year thereafter. 1% of the increase in average deposits is collected each year. Emergency assessments, not to exceed 2%, may be made whenever necessary to pay in full the depositors in an insolvent bank, if the guarantee fund is impaired to such a degree that it is not made up by the 2% emergency assessment. The State Banking Board issues certificates of indebtedness, which draw 6% interest and which are paid out of the assessment. Any national bank may secure its depositors in this manner if it so desires. The bank guarantee law was held to be valid by the United States Supreme Court in 1908, after the Attorney General of the United States had decided that it was illegal. More general treatment is to be found in the articles Banks and Banking, Volume 3, p. 334, Savings Banks, Volume 24, p. 243, and Trust Company, Volume 27, p. 329. And see further the articles listed in the chapter in this guide for bankers and financiers. Another sphere of private finance, over which government restriction and regulation has been greatly extended during the last few years, is insurance. The entire subject of insurance is, moreover, of interest not merely to the citizen as a member of the body politic, but to the individual as the head of a family, and as an investor for his own protection in old age. To everyone, therefore, the article Insurance, Volume 14, p. 656, will be of the utmost value, by reason of its rare combination of interest and authority. For a full analysis of this article and of related topics, see the chapter in this guide for the insurance man. Much of the earlier part of the present chapter has been devoted to the rapid extension of governmental control, regulation, and supervision through legislation. Interesting and novel though this is, it is far less important for an intelligent comprehension of government than is a careful study of the foundations and principles of legislation. Only the specialist will wish to pursue a complete course in political science, but every well-informed citizen of the United States should study the general powers and functions of national and state legislatures and courts. This material is given briefly, lucidly, and critically by the Hon. James Bryce, late British ambassador to the United States, former president of the British Board of Trade, and author of the American Commonwealth, in the section Constitution and Government, Article United States, Volume 27, pp. 646-658. Part of this section deals with the governments of the states, as to which there is also special information in the section on government of the article on each state. Regarding city governments, similar sections will be found in the articles on the larger cities. For a full analysis and a list of articles, see the chapter for lawyers in this guide. Constitutional restrictions of all delegated powers must be continually kept in mind in the study of the action of legislatures and courts, and of the questions that arise in regard to legislation or to court decisions. Although the legislature represents the people more or less directly, the lower house being commonly called the House of Representatives, and so has delegated to it from the people the power of making laws, still, in the federal and state constitutions, except those of a very recent date, there is a system of checks on every delegated power. The result is that an act passed by Congress does not become law without the approval of the President, nor, in most states, a local statute without that of the governor, and, more important, is not a valid law if the highest federal court, or, if it be a state enactment, the highest state court, holds it contrary to the terms of the Constitution. Side note, the system of checks. For a summary of the historical arguments for this system of checks, see the section on the Constitution, Volume 27, p. 686, in the article United States and such biographical articles as James Madison, Volume 17, p. 284, Alexander Hamilton, Volume 12, p. 880, and Gouverneur Morris, Volume 18, p. 869. The working of this system in nation and state has been greatly affected by the distinction between the legislator's mandate and that of the judge. Legislators have shorter terms of service than judges, and especially judges of the higher courts, and so may be said to be in much closer and more constant contact with the people. And the legislator is bound by what he thinks the people need and want, something that is continually changing. On the other hand, the judge is bound by the written law, unchanged and unchangeable except by constitutional amendments or slightly varying interpretation of the Constitution. The result has been dissatisfaction with the courts and with legislatures. The definite expression of this dissatisfaction is in constitutional amendments or in new constitutions, adopted in order that future action of the courts may more nearly accord with the present sentiment of the people. The story of the Constitution of each state in the Union is told, with a summary of important constitutional changes, in the section on government of each article on a separate state. In his analysis of the state constitutions, Mr. Bryce says, Volume 27, p. 647. Comparing the old constitutions with the new ones, it may be said that the note of those enacted in the first 30 or 40 years of the Republic was their jealousy of executive power and their careful safeguarding of the rights of the citizen. That of the second period, from 1820 to the Civil War, 1861-65, the democratization of the suffrage of institutions generally. That of the third period, since the war to the present day, a disposition to limit the powers and check the action of the legislature, and to commit power to the hands of the whole people voting at the polls. And at the close of his treatment of local government in the United States, the same authority writes, Volume 27, p. 651. Several state constitutions now contain provisions enabling a prescribed number or proportion of the voters in a state or city to submit a proposition to all the registered voters of the state or city for their approval. If carried, it takes effect as a law. This is the initiative. These constitutions also allow a prescribed number of voters to demand that a law passed by the state legislature or an ordinance passed by the municipal authority be submitted to all the voters for their approval. If rejected by them, it falls to the ground. This is the referendum. Some cities also provide in their charters that an official, including the mayor or a member of the council, may be displaced from office if, at a special election held on the demand of a prescribed number of the city voters, he does not receive the largest number of votes cast. This is the recall. All these three institutions are in operation in some western states and are spreading to some of the eastern cities. Their working is observed with lively interest, for they carry the principle of direct popular sovereignty to lengths unprecedented except in Switzerland. But it is not merely to the faith of the Western Americans in the people that their introduction is due. Quite as much must be ascribed to the want of faith in the legislature of states and cities, which are deemed too liable to be influenced by selfish corporations. In connection with the above reference to the referendum and initiative in Switzerland, see the description of the Swiss system of continuous control by the electors, Volume 26, p. 243. On previous experience outside the United States with the referendum and the initiative, see the article Referendum, Volume 23, p. 1, by the Reverend Dr. W. A. B. Coolidge, an American whose life has been chiefly spent in, and devoted to the study of Switzerland, where the system was evolved. In the United States, the system was first tried in Oregon, and the student should read the description in the article Oregon of the Legislative Department, Volume 20, p. 246, which also deals with the recall of officers. See also under Oklahoma, Volume 20, p. 59, and the articles on South Dakota and Los Angeles. On suffrage in the United States, see p. 647 of Volume 27, describing the requirements in different states and pointing out that, by the federal Constitution, state suffrage is also the suffrage for federal elections, viz., elections of representatives in Congress and of presidential electors. On representation, see the passage on p. 653 of Volume 27, a portion of which has been quoted above. And on representation in state legislatures, see p. 647 of Volume 27, and consult the articles on the separate states, where in the sections headed Government there is also supplementary information about election and ballot laws. It is interesting to note, in the articles on Mississippi, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, and Oklahoma, that these states have practically disfranchised the Negro. For a concrete instance of the awkward working of the Electoral College, in the choice of the President in 1876, see the article Electoral Commission, Volume 9, p. 172. On the position of aliens, see the articles Allegiance, Volume 1, p. 689, and Naturalization, Volume 19, p. 275, and articles on various states. In the article Oregon, for instance, Volume 20, p. 245, the reader will find that the Constitution provides that no Chinaman, not a resident of the state at the time of the adoption of the Constitution, shall ever hold any real estate or mining claim, or work any mining claim in the state. See also on the whole subject the articles Ballot, Volume 3, p. 279, Vote, Volume 28, p. 216, Voting Machines, Volume 28, p. 217, Election, Volume 9, p. 169, Representation, Volume 23, especially pp. 112-116, for proportional voting, second choice voting, etc., and Women, Volume 28, p. 782, for the history of the woman's suffrage movement. In that connection, it is curious to note in this article, p. 787, that, owing to an oversight in the wording of the first Constitution of New Jersey, women could vote in that state from 1776 to 1807. For any thorough knowledge of practical, as contrasted with theoretical representative government in the United States, the student should read what Mr. Bryce has to say about party government, Volume 27, p. 658-660. A large part of the article on the history of the United States after the adoption of the Constitution, Volume 27, pp. 680-735. Articles on the Great Parties, Federalist, Volume 10, p. 235, Democratic, Volume 8, p. 2, and Republican, Volume 23, p. 177. And the lives of the great party leaders from Hamilton and Jefferson to McKinley, Roosevelt, Bryan, and Woodrow Wilson. A fuller outline for the study of United States history will be found in another chapter of this guide. on history of the United States. But the federal government, and even the state governments, do not touch any one of us so closely as does the local government of our city and township. And Mr. Bryce gives, Volume 27, p. 650, a valuable criticism of the American system of local government, which, in some cities, indeed, seems a lack of system in the business sense of that word, and a control of the government by political parties prone to corruption, bribery, and the granting of special privilege. Mr. Bryce dwells on the overdeveloped power of the state in legislating for the cities or other minor governmental units, and the consequent activity of local city interests in state and national politics. But he also points to the growing tendency of the states to permit cities to enact their own charters. The movement to take the city government out of politics has reached its greatest force, and its greatest success, in government by commission. In 1902, the city of Galveston, in Texas, adopted a new form of municipal government by vesting all powers in a commission of 5 persons, elected by the citizens on a general ticket, one of whom is mayor and head of the commission, while each of the others has charge of a department of municipal administration. A similar plan, differing in some details, was subsequently introduced in the city of Des Moines, in Iowa. And the success which has attended this new departure in both cities has led to its adoption in many others, especially, but not exclusively, in the western states. For a fuller account, see the articles on Galveston and Des Moines, where, as in other articles on towns and cities, there is a summary of their government, and particularly of the distinctive features of local administration. What we have said up to this point has all dealt with our country as a self-contained unit, except that we have touched on tariffs and on immigration and on the treatment of aliens. In the article Alien, Volume 1, p. 662, the reader will find the sentence. In the United States, the separate state laws largely determine the status of an alien, but subject to federal treaties. And Mr. Bryce, Volume 27, p. 652, characterizes some of the powers allotted to the national government, which relate to its action in the international sphere. See particularly Mr. Bryce's remarks, Volume 27, p. 656, on the powers of the President. In time of war or of public disturbance, however, the domestic authority of the President expands rapidly. This was markedly the case during the Civil War. As Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, and as charged with the faithful execution of all laws, he is likely to assume, and would indeed be expected to assume, all the powers which the emergency requires. In ordinary times, the President may be almost compared to the managing clerk in a large business establishment, whose chief function is to select his subordinates, the policy of the concern being in the hands of the board of directors. But when foreign affairs reach a critical stage, or when disorders within the Union require federal intervention, immense responsibility is then thrown on one who is both Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the head of the civil executive. In no European country is there any personage to whom the President can be said to correspond. He may have to exert more authority, even if he enjoys less dignity than a European king. He has powers which are in ordinary times narrower than those of a European prime minister. But these powers are more secure, for instead of depending on the pleasure of a parliamentary majority, they run on to the end of his term. In this connection, you should read the articles International Law and International Law, private, treaties, peace, peace conferences, Pan-American conferences, and arbitration, international, the last showing plainly how large a part the United States has played in promoting better international feeling throughout the world. Such articles as these tell how peace has changed from a purely negative condition to a positive subject of international regulation and an object of active political effort. They answer the following concrete questions on the subject. What was the earliest plan of peace known to history? What were the Pax Romana, the truce of God, the grand design of Henry Roman IV, and other schemes for the preservation of peace? What was the greatest deliberate effort ever made to secure the peace of the world? What has been done by the 2 Hague conferences, and when will the next one be held? How far can disarmament be carried out? What standing peace agreements have been executed? What is the history of popular effort for international peace, and what peace societies exist today? What are the present recognized limitations of international arbitration? What are the first steps toward an era of universal peace? What has been accomplished by the Pan American conferences on international affairs of today, in which the United States has a special interest? There is a wealth of information in the Britannica. The first topic that will naturally present itself to the mind of the reader is the Panama Canal. On this, see the article Panama Canal, Volume 20, p. 666, with a large-scale map, a history of the project, and a description of the engineering features. And on the politics, national and international, of the question of building the canal, the articles Colombia, Panama, Roosevelt, United States, History, Volume 27, pp. 730 and 732, John Hay and Poncefote. Our relations with Colombia in connection with the canal will naturally lead the student to a general consideration of the relation of the United States with the Latin American countries. Here the most interesting factor is the Monroe Doctrine, which has been characterized as one of the things that everyone knows about but that few can explain. Read the article Monroe Doctrine, Volume 18, p. 738, by Dr. T.S. Woolsey, Professor of International Law, Yale University, the article James Monroe, Volume 18, p. 736, and in the article United States, History Section 156, Volume 27, p. 695. A second topic in the story of Latin America and the United States is Cuba, and this part of the story has probably never been told as accurately and interestingly as in the articles Cuba, Volume 7, p. 594, and Havana, Volume 13, p. 76 in the Britannica, both by Dr. F.S. Philbrick. American relations with the Orient is a third subject of importance in the foreign affairs of the United States, and in this subject the most interesting topic is Chinese and Japanese exclusion. On this, see the articles California, San Francisco, Cooley, and United States, History Section 339, Volume 27, p. 723. At the end of the article Japan, Volume 15, p. 156, there is a section on the claims of Japan by Baron Daroku Kikuchi, which is of great interest in this connection. The place of the United States as a world power, we are proud to say, depends little on its army or navy. Because of its enormous latent strength, its commanding geographical position, etc., but the comparatively greater importance of navy over army is now admitted by nearly every serious thinker. It was the concrete lesson of the Spanish-American War of 1898, as it was the point of the valuable historical essays on sea power written before and since that war by the American naval officer, Rear Admiral A.T. Mahan. The American Navy and the navies of the world are matters of interest to everyone, and like all matters of importance, they are to be found treated in the Britannica. In general, see the elaborate articles Navy, Volume 19, p. 299. Sea Power, Volume 25, p. 548, and C. Command of the Volume 24, p. 529. And for a detailed course of reading on naval history and theory, see the chapter in this guide for naval officers. The topics just discussed will serve as an introduction to the study of the Imperial United States, which may be pursued in the articles Alaska, Hawaii, Philippine Islands, Puerto Rico, Guam, and Cuba, and the articles on the towns and cities in the outlying possessions. The result of reading these articles will be a determination to know more about your country, to master its history, its industries, and its commerce, as well as its political conditions. Part 5 Readings for Women. Chapter 65 for women. It would be absurd, in the full stream of the 20th century, to imagine that any of the articles in the new edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica can be either beyond the comprehension of women or unlikely to interest women. And since any method of selection is also a method of elimination, it may be illogical to suggest that any one class of articles especially merits their attention. But the difficulty is purely formal. For perhaps the greatest victory of the feminist movement lies in the demonstrated proposition that women can, in one field after another, establish their equality with men, without losing any of their superiority in the exercise of those arts to which they were formerly restricted. And this chapter, therefore, after describing the articles which relate to the present political and economic position of women, naturally turns to subjects such as domestic science and the adornment of the home, which in all ages and all countries have been considered to be the special province of women. If the question of women's ability to do a full share of the world's work any longer admitted of argument, there would be no more vivid way of coming to an appreciation of the versatility and range as well as the high quality of women's intellectual capacity than by looking at the contributions by women to the Britannica itself. First in mass, and first in practical value, as because it vastly increases the usefulness of the entire book, is the index volume with its 975 pages, its 500,000 index entries, its classified list of articles covering nearly 70 pages, and its list of contributors and their principal signed articles. This volume was the work of a large and carefully organized staff under the supervision of Miss Janet Hogarth, now Mrs. W. L. Courtney. The following is a partial alphabetical list of women contributors to the Britannica with the more important articles they wrote. Contributors' articles. Adelaide Mary Anderson, Principal Labor Legislation, in part. Lady Inspector of Factories, British Home Office. Gertrude Atherton, author of Rizanov, The Tower of Ivory, etc. Mary Bateson, late Fellow of Borough English, Newnham College, Cambridge, author of Borough Customs, etc. Gertrude Bell, author of The Drusses, in part, Desert and the Sown. Isabella Bird Bishop, author of Korea, in part, Korea and Her Neighbours, etc. Lady Broome, author of Station Western Australia, History, Life in New Zealand. Margaret Bryant Alexander the Great, Legends, Caesar, Medieval Legends, Charlemagne Legends, Virgil the Virgil Legend, etc. Agnes Muriel Clay, joint editor of Agrarian Laws, in part, Sources of Roman History. Centumviri, Curia, de Curio Municipium, patron and client, in part, Senate. Agnes M. Clerk Hun, member Royal Astronomy, History, Bra, Tycho, Astronomical Society, author of Copernicus, Flamsteed, Halley, History of Astronomy, etc. Huygens, Kepler, Zodiac, etc. Mrs. Craigie, John Oliver Hobbes, George Eliot, author of The School for Saints, etc. Lady Dilke, author of French Greuze, Ingers, Millet, J.F., Painters, etc. MME, Ducklock's author of Life of Renan, etc. Lady Eastlake, author of 5 Gibson John, Great Painters, etc. Lady Gom, author of Traditional Children's Games, Games of Great Britain, etc. Dr. Harriet L. Hennessy, LRCSI. Gynecology, Infancy, Intestinal Obstruction, Medical Education U, SA in part, Respiratory System, Pathology in part, Tuberculosis, etc. Lady Huggins, author with Sir Armilla, Astrolabe, William Huggins of Atlas of Representative Stellar Spectra, etc. Lady Lugard, author of A Tropical British Empire, Bauchi, Bornu Dependency, etc. Kano, Katagum, Nasarawa, Nigeria, Rhodes, Cecil, Sokoto, Zaria. Kate A. Meakin, Morocco, in part, Tadouin Sus. Alice Meynell, author of The Browning, Elizabeth Barrett, Rhythm of Life, etc. Hilda M. R. Murray, lecturer on English language, in part, English, Royal Holloway College. Mrs. H. O. O'Neill, formerly Fellow Peckham John, Prebendary, Prelate of Manchester University, Prior, Procurator, Vicar. Dr. Anna C. Paz, author of A English Bible, in part, 14th Century Biblical Version, etc. Mrs. W. Allison Phillips, Associate Louis Roman 18, Marie Antoinette, etc. of Bedford College, London. Bertha S. Philpotts, formerly Germany Archaeology, Norway Librarian of Girton College, Early History, Scandinavian Cambridge, Civilization. Kathleen Schlesinger, author of Bagpipe, Bugle, Drum, Harp, Horn, the Instruments of the Organ, Ancient History Orchestra, etc. Pianoforte in part, Spinet, Timbrel, Viol, etc. Mrs. Henry Sidgwick, Hun, Secretary Spiritualism, to the Society for Psychical Research, late principal of Newnham College. Mrs. Alec, Tweedy, author of Dias, Porphyrio Dias. MME, Valeri, English translator of Savonarola, works of Prof. Valeri. Mrs. Humphrey Ward, author of Lily, Robert Elsmere, etc. Lady Welby, author of What is Signific's Meaning, etc. Jessie L. Weston, author of King Arthur, Arthurian Legend, The Arthurian Romances, etc. Holy Grail, Guinevere, Lancelot Mallory, Sir Thomas, Map, Walter Merlin, Percival, The Round Table, Tristan, Eschenbach, Wolfram Vaughan. Alice Zimmern, author of The Merry Carpenter, Renaissance of Girls' Education, etc. This remarkable list shows that women have contributed to the Britannica on subjects so varied as astronomy, medieval literature, medicine, sociology, linguistics, literary biography, art criticism, law and politics, political science and sociology, musical instruments education, the Bible and ecclesiastical history, and philosophy. It may be noted as indicating the advance of women during the last century and a half that in the first edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, which was published in 1771, the article on women consisted of the following 8 words: woman, the female of man, see homo. In the present 11th edition, published nearly a century and a half later, one single article entitled Women in Volume 28, beginning on page 782, is equivalent in its contents to 22 pages of this guide. What woman has accomplished in scholarship, literature, art and science has been done very largely in the last 100 years. In authorship, and to a greater degree, on the stage her activity dates back a little further. In Shakespeare's time, all women's parts on the stage were taken by boys. In fact, as the Britannica tells us, Volume 8, p. 521, in the days of Queen Elizabeth and Shakespeare, no woman might appear at a playhouse unless masked. It is only in comparatively recent times that the real emancipation of woman began, and this explains why the list of women famous in history is so much longer than any of the other lists given in this part of the guide. Through earlier periods, women attained power only by birth, by marriage, or by being queens uncrowned, but none the less powerful on that account, like Aspasia, Nell Gwyn, Jane Shore, and the Pompadour. There can be no question that during most of the world's history, woman's only place was in the home. And it is certain that no matter how far her emancipation may be carried, the home will be a sphere for her. Her relation to her husband and her children, her right to a share of his property and of theirs, and to her own, as now more liberally granted and interpreted by law, are outlined in the Britannica. The status of women in early times is described in the article in the Britannica on women. It is, with variations in different places, everywhere a story of dependence. Even in Roman law, a woman was completely dependent. If married, she and her property passed into the power of her husband. If unmarried, she was, unless a vestal virgin, under the perpetual tutelage of her father during his life, and after his death of her agnates, that is, of those of kinsmen by blood or adoption who would have been under the power of the common ancestor had he lived. Under English civil law, a girl can contract a valid marriage at 12, a boy at 14. Under the common law, the father was entitled as against the mother to the custody of a legitimate child up to the age of 16, and could only forfeit such right by misconduct. But the Court of Chancery sometimes took a less rigid view of the paternal rights and looked more to the interest of the child, and consequently, in some cases, to the extension of the mother's right at common law. Legislation has tended in the same direction. In England, women are still under 2 remarkable disabilities: the exclusion of female heirs from intestate succession unless in the absence of a male heir, and the fact that a husband could obtain a divorce for the adultery of his wife, while a wife could only obtain it for her husband's adultery if coupled with some other cause, such as cruelty or desertion. In the United States, the legal and political status of women varies largely with the laws of the different states. For example, as is well known, in certain states women have the same right as men to the ballot. Wyoming, 1869, and Colorado, 1893, were the first women's suffrage states. In more than half the states, roughly everywhere except in the South and a few eastern states, she has the right to vote for the members of school boards and has a general school suffrage. In Louisiana, since 1898, women taxpayers may vote on questions of tax levies. As regards property rights, in the state of New York, a woman in possession of property, who marries, has the unqualified use, irrespective of the wishes of her husband, of her property. That is, she owns and can spend as she pleases the whole of the income of her property, while, on the other hand, her husband is compelled by law to give her a certain proportion of his income. In other states, Mississippi, notably, the laws as regard property of married women are precisely the same as that for married men. If the husband is compelled to give a certain proportion of his income to his wife, she is compelled to give the same proportion of her income to him. This is true in several states. Michigan, for example, except that married women cannot usually convey property without the husband's permission. In the state of New York, a married woman making her will has a right to dispose of her property as she pleases, whereas in other states, Missouri for instance, the law prescribes that at least one half shall go to her husband if there are no children. In other words, in no two states of the Union is the legal and political status of woman the same. It is often important, and in these days always a matter of interest, for a woman to know just what her legal position is in the state in which she lives. This information the Britannica gives. What a mother can do for her children, she may learn from the Britannica articles indicated in the chapters of this guide for children and in the chapter for teachers. Similarly, she will find assistance in choosing, building, or furnishing a house from the chapters for builders and architects, for designers, for manufacturers of furniture, etc. Such articles as lace, embroidery, carpets, tapestry, furniture, painting, sculpture, jewelry, plate, particularly as they are all remarkably well illustrated, will be of great value either for the general formation of taste or for giving definite information about a particular style. For the adornment of the house beautiful, the Britannica is, however, valuable not merely because of the information it contains. The set on India paper, compact, slender and graceful, handsomely bound in leather and contained in one of the period bookcases designed especially for the books, is in itself an adornment and an ornament for any library or drawing room. For the country home with flower or vegetable gardens, the article Horticulture, Volume 13, p. 741, will be found full of helpful information, both in its general treatment and in the Gardener's Calendar for the United States, which tells in the most practical fashion what to do each month in the garden. For the transformation of a house, well situated, well built, well furnished, well decorated into a home. For homemaking, any course of study in the Britannica should be helpful to a woman, by broadening her sympathies and her knowledge, and by making a more interesting and better informed companion to her husband, a more competent hostess to his and her guests, and a wiser mother to her children. But homemaking is an art and not a science. Or, if the modern woman will forgive the use of so old-fashioned a phrase, it is a spiritual grace rather than an intellectual achievement, and even a guide to readings in the Britannica cannot give an exact formula for it. But there is a science whose field is the home and whose formulas are definite, and this domestic science may be learned from the Britannica. Of primary interest is the article Dietetics, Volume 8, p. 214, equivalent in length to 25 pages of this guide. It is by the late Dr. Wilbur Allen Atwater, professor of chemistry, Wesleyan University, Middletown, Connecticut, who was special agent of the U.S. Department of Agriculture in charge of nutrition investigations, and R.D. Milner, formerly of the same department. It contains 6 valuable tables. Percentage composition of some common food materials, 64 in all, Roman 2, digestibility or availability of nutrients in different classes of food materials, 22 in all, Roman 3. Estimates of heats of combustion and of fuel value of nutrients in ordinary mixed diet, Roman 4. quantities of available nutrients and energy in daily food consumption of persons in different circumstances. V. Standards for dietaries, available nutrients and energy per man per day. And Romans 6. Amounts of nutrients and energy furnished for 1 shilling in food materials at ordinary prices, 22 food materials at 44 different prices. The topics of the article are food and its functions, refuse, water, mineral matter, protein including albuminoids and gelatinoids, fats, carbohydrates. Conversion of food into body material and of food and body material into heat, muscular energy, etc. With results obtained from Dr. Atwater's famous experiments with men in the respiration calorimeter, from measurement and analysis of food and drink, and from measurement of energy expended as heat and as external muscular work. Composition of food materials. Digestibility or availability of foods. Full value of food. Food consumption. Quantities of nutrients needed. Tentative estimates of the average daily amounts required. Hygienic economy of food. Eat what agrees with you and use foods which give needed nutriment, but do not burden the body with superfluous material. The importance of good cooking, neatness, and cleanliness. Pecuniary economy of food. Read also the article Nutrition, Volume 19, p. 920, equivalent to 25 pages of this guide, by Dr. D. N. Patton, Professor of Physiology, University of Glasgow, and Dr. E. P. Cathcart, Lecturer in Chemical Physiology, University of Glasgow. This article considers the mode of digestion, the utilization and the elimination of the end products of the 3 great constituents, proteins, carbohydrates, and fats, discussing in detail. Chemistry of digestion, digestion in the mouth, stomach, and the intestines, bile. Mode of formation of digestive secretions, the salivary and gastric glands, secretion in the pancreas, intestinal juice. Mechanism of the alimentary canal, mastication, swallowing, stomach movements, intestinal movements, etc. Absorption by the mouth, stomach, and intestines. Changes in the cells, proteins, carbohydrates, fats, fasting, muscular work, internal secretions, pancreas. Excretion, urea, ammonia, sulfur, phosphorus, etc. There is much very practical information for the housewife in the article Cookery, Volume 7, p. 74, besides the interesting historical sketch. Cookery, says this article, as an art is only remotely connected with the mere necessities of nutrition or the science of dietetics. Mere hunger, though the best sauce, will not produce cookery, which is the art of sauces. Oriental, Greek, and Roman cookery, at least as we know them from literature, aimed at luxury, rich and rare foods, cost, and show. After the Renaissance, the history of modern cookery began with Italy, and from Italy Catherine de' Medici brought Italian cooks to Paris and introduced there a cultured simplicity which was unknown in France before. Forks and spoons were Italian neatnesses, unknown in England until the early part of the 17th century. Their use marked an epoch in the progress of dining and consequently of cookery. French cookery advanced under Louis Roman XIV and Roman XV, received an apparent setback from the French Revolution, which, however, marked the rise of Parisian restaurants, but revived with brilliancy early in the 19th century, so that now French cooking is admittedly the ideal of culinary art. Directly we leave the plain roast and boiled. And the spread of cosmopolitan hotels and restaurants over England, America, and the European continent has largely accustomed the whole civilized world to the Parisian type. The article closes with eminently useful notes on broiling, roasting, baking, boiling, stewing, and frying. The article Food, Volume 10, p. 611, describes particularly the best foods for infants and children. Foods for adults are treated in Nutrition, Dietetics, already mentioned, and in the article Vegetarianism, Volume 27, p. 967. Other articles of importance to the cook are Food Preservation, Volume 10, p. 612, by Otto Hainer, English public analyst, formerly president of the Society of Public Analysts, and the same authority's article on adulteration, Volume 1, p. 218, which deals with legislation against adulteration and discusses arsenic in foods, preservatives such as formaldehyde and salicylic acid, boracic preservatives, coloring matter in food, metallic impurities, American laws against adulteration. German laws, particular articles adulterated, milk, condensed milk, cream, butter, margarine, cheese, lard, oils, flour and bread, sugar, marmalade, jams, tea, coffee, chocolate, cocoa, wine, beer, non-alcoholic drinks, vinegar, spirits, drugs. See the chapter for manufacturers of foods. The following is an alphabetical list of the principal articles on foods and beverages. Absinthe, aerated waters, ale, Iraq, aspic, bacon, bannock, barm, beef, beer, Benedictine, biltong, biscuit, bitters, bohea, brandy, bread, brewing, butter, calapash, and callipee, caudal, caviar. Or caviar, chartreuse, shas, cheese, chocolate, chupati, chutney, cider, claret, confectionery, cookery, couscous, curacoa, curry, food preservation, ghee, gin, gravy, haggis, hippocras, jams, and jellies, junket, kava. Or ava, kedri, ketchup, kirsch, kumis, kvass. Or kwas, lard, liqueurs, loaf, macaroni, malmsey, malt, marchpane. Or marzipan, margarine, marmalade, mate, mead, mealy, meat, milk, molasses, mulligatawny, negus, omelette, pemmican, perry, pilau, porridge, pudding, pulque, punch, raisin, ratafia, rum, sake, salad, scone, sherbet, sherry, spirits, steak, suet, syrup, tapioca, tart, tea, toast, treacle, venison, vermicelli, vermouth, vinegar, vodka, whiskey, wine, yeast. Turning sharply from the useful to the ornamental, from the kitchen to the boudoir, the woman who uses the Britannica will find in it not merely the interesting information to which clues are given in the chapter for the jeweler and in the section on embroidery, ch. 66, but many other articles about costume and dress, with illustrations which make the text far clearer and more valuable. With the constant turns of fashion's wheel, dress, and especially women's dress, is always reverting to an earlier style or to a more primitive and semi-barbaric style of the present day. Now empire styles, Robespierre collars, close-fitting gowns of the pseudo-Greek style of the Napoleonic era, and now a quasi-folk style, Bulgarian or Oriental, and again a hint of the ecclesiastical surplice, dalmatic, stole, or collar. The result is that the study of the styles of the past, especially when properly illustrated, may be not only interesting, but actually valuable to a woman planning a new gown or a novel ornament for head or throat. The article Costume, Volume 7, p. 224, equivalent in length to 80 pages of this guide, is written by T. A. Joyce of the Department of Ethnography, British Museum. By Stanley Arthur Cook, editor for the Palestine Exploration Fund on Egyptian and Semitic costume. By Henry Stuart Jones, late director of the British School at Rome, on Aegean, Greek, and Roman costume. By Oswald Barron, late editor of The Ancestor, on medieval and modern costume. And by W. Allison Phillips, author of Modern Europe, etc. Its 51 illustrations are chosen with great care from original sources, tombs, wall paintings, seals, statues and statuettes, brasses, and portraits of many periods, and they are supplemented by illustrations in other articles. Aegean Civilization, Volume 1, p. 245, see Plate Roman 3, Fig. 7 and Plate Roman 4, Fig. 7 for multiple or flounced skirts and basques, like those of the early 80s, with short overskirt scalloped high on either side, Greek art, Figs. 2, 3, 21, 40, 42, 75. Terracotta, Volume 26, p. 653, see both plates and especially Fig. 4 of Tanagra and other figurines, Roman art, Volume 23, p. 474, see Figs. 11, 12, 16, 24, 28. Brasses, Monumental, Volume 4, p. 434, see all illustrations. Illuminated Manuscripts, Volume 14, p. 312, see Plates Roman 3 and V. Painting, Volume 20, p. 459, see Figs. 7, 10, 11, 14, 25, 27. Lace, Volume 16, p. 37, see Figs. 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 18, 33. Miniatures, Volume 18, p. 523, see both plates. One of the most interesting sources for the text of the article Costume is in the writings of satirists, who from period to period have praised the simplicity and frugality of the preceding generation and bewailed the extravagance in style and material of dress during the satirists' own day. Besides this general article on costume, there is special treatment of Chinese costume in the article China, Volume 6, p. 173, and a section on costume in the article India, Volume 14, p. 417, equivalent to 18 pages of this guide, written by Carl Charles Grant, formerly Inspector of Military Education in India, illustrated with 16 pen and ink drawings by J. Lockwood Kipling, who is best known to most people as the father of Rudyard Kipling and the illustrator of Kim, His Son's Story of Native Life in India. On Celtic Dress, see the article Clan, Volume 6, p. 421. On that of the Hittites, the article Hittites, Volume 13, p. 537. On Modern Egyptian, the article Egypt, Volume 9, p. 31. On Persian, the article Persia, Volume 21, p. 193, etc. And see the following articles on costume and similar topics. Aigrette, aigalette, apron, backscratcher, baldric, bandana. Or bandana, beard, beaver, blouse, bonnet, braid, burnous, buskin, caftan, chape, chaitlane, costume, cravat, crinoline, cuff, cummerbund, depilatory, dolman, doublet, dress, farthingale, frock, gabardine, girdle, glove, galosh. Or galosh, gown, hake, hat, hood, hose, jerkin, kaross, kilt, coal, mantle, mitten, moccasin, mustache, muff, parasol, patent, pellis, peruke, petticoat, plaid, pomade, pomander, poncho, putty, queue, razor, robes, sandal, scarf, shampoo, shirt, sleeve, snowshoes, sombrero, sporran, stockings, tabard, tarbush, toilet towel, trousers, tunic, turban, veil, whisker, wig. A study of the lives of great women will interest anyone, and if this study is pursued by means of the Britannica, the reader will have the double advantage of getting full and authoritative material presented in the most attractive and excellent style. From the lists that follow of articles on women in the Britannica, interesting groups may easily be chosen, such as Famous American Women: Anne Hutchinson, Alice and Phoebe Cary, Margaret O'Neill Eaton, Margaret Fuller, the Grimke Sisters, Harriet Beecher Stowe. Women of Ancient Times: Acalarentia, Lucretia, Agrippina, Artemisia, Aspasia, Cleopatra, Cornelia, Faustina, Messalina, Virginia, Erina, Corinna, Sappho, Hypatia, Zenobia. Heroines of Fiction in History: compare Kingsley's Hypatia with the real woman. Where's Zenobia with the Queen as she is represented by a historian in the Britannica? The women of Dumas and of Scott in their historical novels, and their originals as seen in the Britannica. For instance, Mary Queen of Scots as portrayed by Sir Walter in The Abbot, and by Swinburne in the Britannica, Elizabeth and Amy Robsart in Kenilworth and in the Britannica, Catherine de' Medici in Chicot the Jester, and in Fact. Or the women of Shakespeare's historical plays, as compared with their true place in history. Women in American Political Reform: Amelia B. Bloomer, Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Lucretia Mott, and Lucy Blackwell Stone. The following is a partial list of articles in the Britannica dealing with women, who may, for convenience, be booked under the broad head of history as distinct from literature, the arts and science. Acca Laurentia Accoramboni, Vittoria Acland, Lady Harriet Adelaide Agnes of Marin Agreda, Abbess of Agrippina Dagalin, Duchess Albany, Louise, Countess of Alice, Princess Amalasuntha Anna Amalia of Saxe-Weimar, Anna Leopoldovna, Anne of Brittany, Anne of Cleves, Anne of Denmark, Anne of England, Anne of France, Anne of Russia, Aria Arsenai, Artemisia Aspasia Barton, Elizabeth Baroness Blanche of Castel Boudicca Bolin, Anne Borgia, Lucrezia Brunhilde Capello, Bianca Caroline, Amelia Augusta Caroline of England Castro, Inez de Catherine of Aragon, Catherine of Braganza, Catherine de Medici, Catherine I and Roman II, Russia, Catherine of Valois Chateauneuf, La Belle Christina, Maria Christina of Sweden Clark, Mary Anne Cleveland, Duchess of Cleopatra Clotilda, Saint Colonna, Vittoria Corday, Charlotte Cornelia Cornaro, Caterina Diane de France, Diane de Poitiers du Barry Eaton, Margaret O'Neill Eleanor of Aquitaine, Elizabeth of Austria Elizabeth, Carmen Silva Elizabeth, Electress Palatine Elizabeth of England Elizabeth, Princess, Elizabeth of France Elizabeth Petrovna Est, Beatrice D. Estries, Gabrielle D. Adamps, Duchesse D. Eudocia Eudoxia Eugenie Euphrosyne Elizabeth Farnese Faustina Futures, Baron de Fredegonde Gilbert, M.D.E.R. Lola Montez, Godiva Gontot, Duchesse de Grey, Lady Jane Hachette, Jean Henrietta Maria of England Howard, Catherine Ida of Bernicia, Irene Isabella of Bavaria, Isabella of Castel, Isabella of Hainaut, Isabella, Roman II of Spain, Jacoba Joan of Arc, Joan, Pope Joanna the Mad, Joanna of Naples, Josephine Junot, Laura Kingston, Elizabeth, Duchess of Lafayette, Louise de Lamballe, Princess de la Sablière, Marguerite de la Vallière, Louise de L'Enclos, Ninon de Lennox, Countess of Lisle, Alice Livia Drusilla Longueville, Duchesse de Louise of Prussia, Louise of Savoy, Lucretia MacDonald, Flora Maintenon, MME. De Maine, Duchesse du Mailly, Comtesse de Margaret of Austria, Margaret of Denmark, Margaret Maltash Margaret, Maid of Norway, Margaret of Scotland, Saint Margaret of Scotland, Maria Stella, Marie Antoinette, Marie Leskzinska, Marie Louise, Marie de Medici, Marie Amélie Therese, Marie Therese Matilda of Tuscany, Mary of Burgundy, Mary I and Roman II of England, Mary of Lorraine, Mary of Modena, Mary of Orange, Mary, Queen of Scots Masham, Lady Matilda Messalina Mignot. Claudine Marquise de Montespan Marquise de Montes and Montpensier, Duchesse d'Octavia Olga Orkney, Countess of Orleans, Henrietta of Parr, Catherine Perrers, Alice Philippa of Hainaut Phryne Pompadour, Marquise de Portsmouth, Duchess of Pry, Marquise de Radegunda, St. Rich, Penelope Robsart, Amy Rosamond, the Fair, Rothelin, Marquise de Roxana Semiramis Serres, Olivia Sforza, Katerina Shore, Jane Snell, Hannah Sophia Alexievna, Sophia of Hanover, Sophia Dorothea of Hanover Sorrel, Agnes Stanhope, Lady Hester Stewart, Arabella Swinford, Catherine Talbot, Mary Ann Tanaquil Tarpia Theodora Theophano Ursins, Princess des Victoria Virginia Walter, Lucy Wilhelmina Zenobia. Quite as long and much more impressive is the list of women who have produced literature, excluding the heroines of mythology and literature, on whom there are separate articles in the Encyclopaedia Britannica. Ackerman, Louise Adam, Juliette Agult, Comtesse d'Aguilar, Grace Ace, Emil Alcott, Louisa May Anna Camina Arnhem, Elizabeth von Aulnoy, Baron D. Austen, Jane Austen, Sarah Bailey, Lady Grizzle Bailey, Joanna Bartald, Lady Anne Barnard, Anna Letitia Bashkirtseff, Maria Bain, Afra Becker, Elizabeth Bernauer, Agnes Berners, Juliana Blamier, Susanna Blessington, Marguerite, Countess of Blind, Mathilde Bosboom-Toussaint, Anna Braddon, Mary Elizabeth Bremer, Frederica Bronte, Charlotte and Emily Brooke, Frances Browning, Elizabeth Barrett Brunton, Mary Burnett, Frances E. Hodgson Carter, Elizabeth Carey, Alice and Phoebe Sensei, Beatrice Centliver, Susanna Cherriere, Agnes de Child, Lydia Maria Cockburn, Alicia Coleridge, Sarah Collett, Louise Cook, Eliza Cook, Rose Terry Corelli, Marie Corina Cork, Mary, Countess of Cotton, Marie Cowley, Hannah Craddock, Charles Egbert Craigie, Pearl, John Oliver Hobbes, Craik, Dinah Maria Craven, Pauline Darblay, Frances Dashkov, Katharina Defand, Marquise du Delaney, Mary Granville Dickinson, Anna Elizabeth Drost-Hulshoff, Freyan von Duff Gordon, Lucy Edgeworth, Maria Edgren Leffler, Anne Charlotte Edwards, Amelia N. Blandford Elliott, George Engelbrecht Statter, Dorothy Pinney, Louise D. Arana Ewing, Juliana Ferrier, Susan E. Flagger Carlin, Emily Foote, Mary Halleck Fuller, Margaret Fullerton, Lady Gaskell, Elizabeth Cleghorn Gay, Marie F. S. Genleys, Comtesse de Girardin, Delphine de Godwin, Mary Wollstonecraft Gore, Catherine G. F. Gillenberg Arensfard, Baroness Jip Han Han, Ida von Havergal, Frances Ridley Hamilton, Elizabeth Haywood, Eliza Hemans, Felicia Dorothea Haudetot, Comtesse de Howe, Julia Ward Hrsvitha Hypatia Inchbald, Elizabeth Angelo, Jean Jackson, Helen Maria, H.H. Jameson, Anna Brownell Jewett, Sarah Orne Kavanagh, Julia Crudener, Baroness von Lamb, Mary Lazarus, Emma Lee, Sophia Levy, Amy Lewald, Fanny Lyall, Edna Mallet, Lucas Marguerite de Valois, Marie de France Markham, Mrs. Martineau, Harriet Meynell, Alice C. Mitford, Mary Russell Molesworth, Mary Louise Monk, Maria Montagu, Elizabeth R. Montagu, Mary Wortley Moore, Hannah Morgan, Lady Sydney Moulton, Louise Chandler Munt, Clara Lutz Mulbach Naden, Constance Nairn, Baroness Negri, Ada Norton, Caroline E.O. Oliphant, Margaret Opie, Amelia Orzesco, Eliza Uda Pardo, Julia Pardo Bazin, Emilia Phillips, Catherine Piazzi, Hester Lynch Pisson, Christine Deplones, Lewis von Porter, Jane Praxiller Radcliffe, Anne Reeve, Clara Rossetti, Christine Sable, Marquise de Sand, George Sappho Schelling, Caroline Schreiber, Charlotte Elizabeth Scudery, Madeline de Serro, Matilda Savine, Marquise de Seward, Anna Sherwood, Mary Martha Sigourney, Lydia H. Smith, Charlotte Southworth, Emma Stahl, Baron de Stael, Mme. de Steele, Flora Annie Stein, Charlotte von Stowe, Harriet Beecher Strickland, Agnes Totfoas, Baroness von Taylor, Anne and Jane Thaxter, Celia Tigg, Mary Tucker, Charlotte Maria Ward, Elizabeth Stewart Phelps Ward, Mrs. Humphrey Wardlaw, Lady Wiggin, Kate Douglas Wilkins, Mary E. Winchelsea, Countess of Wood, Mrs. Henry Wordsworth, Dorothy Yonge, Charlotte Mary. Although women have appeared on the stage only in the last 2 centuries, the list of actresses and singers on whom there are articles in the Britannica is a long one. A partial list in alphabetical order follows: Abbott, Emma Abington, Frances Albani, Mme. Albert, Mme. Alboni, Marietta Anderson, Mary Ashwell, Lena Bartett, Jean Julia Bernhardt, Sarah Birchpfeiffer, Charlotte Bracegirdle, Anne Campbell, Beatrice Stella Cav, Emma Carey, Anna Louise Celeste, Mme. Chaminade, Cecile Clairon, Laclive, Catherine Coughlin, Rose Cushman, Charlotte Desprez, Susan Drew, Louisa Lane Dumasnil, Marie Douce, Eleonora Elsler, Fanny Farron, Elizabeth Fawcett, Helena Felix, Leah Fenton, Lavinia Fisk, Minnie Mattern Gilbert, Anne Grissy, Julia Gilbert, Yvette Gimmard, Marie Madeline Gwynn, Nell Hading, Jane Horton, Christiana Jordan, Dorothea Keeley, Marianne Kellogg, Clara Louise Keene, Laura Klafsky, Katharina Lacey, Harriet Deborah Langtry, Lily Lecouver, Adrienne Lind, Jenny Mara, Gertrude E. Marlowe, Julia Mars, Emil Melba Mencken, Ada Isaacs Majiska, Helena Morris, Clara Nielsen, Adelaide Nethersole, Olga Nisbet, Louisa C. Nordica, Lillian Oldfield, Anne O'Neill, Eliza Patey, Janet Monac Phillips, Adelaide Pope, Jane Porter, Mary Robb, Hedwig Rachel Rockwoort Emil Rihen, Ada Rejane, Gabrielle Ristori, Adelaide Robinson, Mary Sasher, Rosa Sainton-Dobley, C.H. Schroeder, Sophie Schroeder-Devrient, Wilhelmine Seebach, Marie Siddons, Sarah Smithson, Henrietta C. Sterling, Antoinette Sterling, Fanny Taglioni Tempest, Marie Terry, Ellen Teitgens, Therese Verbruggen, Susanna Vestris, Lucia Elizabeth Vincent, Mary Ann Vokes, Rossana Woffington, Peg Yates, Mary Ann. Both in Great Britain and in the United States, the great social reform movements of the last century numbered among their most able advocates brilliant and devoted women. This is true of temperance, abolition of slavery, prison reform, the treatment of the insane and defectives, and nearly every branch which this guide has enumerated, especially in Part 4, where there is a general outline of these reforms. For the part played by women, see the biographies of the women just mentioned, and among many others, Jane Addams, Clara Barton, Baroness Burdett Coutts, Dorothea Lynn Dix, Emily Faithfull, Elizabeth Fry, Octavia and Miranda Hill, Mary A. Livermore, and Lucretia Mott. More particularly, the following list of names of women connected with educational progress will supplement what has been said in the chapter of this guide for teachers, and in the part of the guide dealing with advances in education and educational problems in the chapter questions of the day. Estelle Mary Beale, Dorothea Bodichin, Barbara L.S. Brace, Julia Bridgman, Laura Bass, Frances Mary Carpenter, Mary Clough, Anne Gemma McCrandall, Prudence Keller, Helen Lyon, Mary Sheriff, Emily Swanwick, Anna. And see also the articles Coeducation and articles on different colleges for women, e.g., Mount Holyoke, Vassar, Bryn Mawr, Smith, etc. One who wishes to realize the extent of feminine talent or genius should read the lives in the Britannica of the sculptor Harriet Hosmer, and of women painters including Cecilia Beaux, Rosa Benhur, Artemisia Gentileschi, Kate Greenway, Angelica Kaufman, Teresa Schwartzy, and Mme. Vigée Lebrun. But the reader who is eager rather to know whether woman's intellectual powers, not her talent and her genius, compare favorably with those of the male, will find material in the biographical sketches of the physicist Mme. Curie, the geologist Mary Anning, the travelers Isabella Bird Bishop and Alexandrina Tenay, the biologists Marion North and Alina Ormerod, the American ethnologist Alice C. Fletcher. And above all, since mathematics has always been considered above the capacity of women, the mathematicians Maria Gitana Agnesi and Sophie Kovalevsky, and the astronomers Agnes Mary Clerk, Maria Kunitz, Caroline Herschel, Maria Mitchell, and Mary Somerville. It is pertinent to add that the present 11th edition of the Britannica indicates the advance of women not only by embodying their collaboration to an unprecedented extent and devoting an unprecedented amount of its space to biographies of women, but by the circumstance that it has, to a far larger extent than any previous edition, been purchased by women. Part 6 readings in connection with recreation and vacations. Chapter 66, Recreation and Vacation. Laying out your work is a familiar phrase and describes a common practice. But hardly one man in 100 deliberately lays out his play, planning his recreation so as to get the best value out of every hour of his leisure time. Yet when he consults a doctor because his work is not running smoothly, one of the first questions he has to answer is about the amount and form of recreation he takes. An important branch of the art of playing is to learn the value of reading about play. The more a man knows about any form of amusement, the more he will enjoy the hours he devotes to it, and the better he will succeed in keeping his mind off his business during these hours. But there is another and an even greater advantage in this kind of reading. It will take your mind out of doors during hours of leisure that you are compelled to spend indoors. Everyone recognizes that outdoor recreations, involving some degree of bodily activity, are the most wholesome for men whose work is sedentary, as is the case with nearly every reader of this guide. And the best forms of outdoor recreation are those in which the contrast with your work is accentuated by the complete change of scene and of habits which most men can only hope to get once a year, at vacation time. Turn to the next best form of relaxation, the outdoor amusements that lie close at hand. Here, again, your opportunities are limited, for all these pleasures require daylight, which, during a great part of the year, ends before your work is done, and most of them require weather conditions that you can only get at certain seasons. An hour spent in reading and thinking about outdoor amusements and travel, and in making plans for such delights, even if the planning must be for a future that seems far away, is therefore always refreshing. It is not the purpose of the present chapter to suggest a course of reading, in the strict sense of the phrase, for it cannot be assumed that everyone who would like to read about lawn tennis would also like to read about tarpon fishing. But a general account of the Britannica articles that afford information about recreation and vacations will give the reader a choice among subjects in which he is already interested, and among others which may offer him new possibilities. Motoring. In connection with motoring, the possessor of the Britannica will not be surprised to find in it, as might be expected from its universal comprehensiveness, much fuller technical information in regard to the structure and operation of his engine, the fuel he employs, and the friction and other resistances he must overcome, than in any of the ordinary manuals on the subject. But it may not occur to him that in planning either a long or a short tour, he can find in the volumes information of other kinds that will give added interest and significance to everything he sees. It is not only when he crosses the Atlantic for his motoring trip that cities and villages and mountains and rivers have stories to tell. In our own country, place names which may at first suggest nothing are found, on reference to the Britannica, to be associated with episodes of early exploration, of Indian hostilities, of local agitation, of one or another war with the lives of famous men, the growth of industries and of commerce, the first success in a new branch of farming, the early days of railroad and canal construction, or the development of transportation by river, lake, or sea. And what is being done today in these places is often quite as interesting and quite as difficult to ascertain from any source other than the Britannica. This use of the work as a guidebook, or rather as doing a great deal that guidebooks lamentably fail to do, is discussed later in this chapter in connection with travel in general as a form of recreation. But motoring gives especial opportunities for observation enriched by knowledge. The value of the Britannica in connection with the planning of a motoring trip may be illustrated by brief notes on some of the articles you might read if you were about to make. For example, the run from New York through the Berkshire Hills and on to the White Mountains. The following information is all from the Britannica, and from articles to which you would naturally turn in this connection. A specimen tour from New York to the White Mountains. Leaving New York by Broadway, your first point is Yonkers, Volume 28, p. 922, where, as the Britannica tells you, stands one of the best examples of colonial architecture in America, Phillips Manor Hall, now a museum of Revolutionary relics. Frederick Phillips, owner in 1779 of the hall and of an estate extending for some distance along the bank of the Hudson, was suspected of Toryism, and all his property was confiscated by act of legislature. A mile and a half beyond Yonkers you get a magnificent view of the Hudson, disclosing the Palisades of Lava Rock, Volume 13, p. 852, which, in cooling, formed joints like those of the Giant's Causeway in Ireland. The impressive breadth of the Hudson and its navigability throughout the 151 miles to Troy, notwithstanding that in all that distance it falls only 5 feet. A good many New Yorkers would be amazed to be told that fact, is due to the low grade of the river bed, permitting the tide to enter and to back up the water, so that this long stretch of the river is really a fjord, not a stream. The article Fjord, Volume 10, p. 452, tells you how such a rock basin or trough is formed by geological action. The article Henry Hudson, Volume 13, p. 849, tells you how the great navigator, himself an Englishman, although employed by the Dutch East India Company in 1608 to find a westward route to China, sailed the little half-moon as far up the river as Albany before he was convinced that the Pacific did not lie ahead of him. The next point after Yonkers, Dobbs Ferry, Volume 8, p. 349, was a strategic center of great importance during the Revolutionary War. The American Army under Washington encamped near Dobbs Ferry on the 4th of July, 1781, and started thence for Yorktown in the following month. And it was there that Washington and Governor Clinton, in 1783, met General Sir Guy Carleton to negotiate for the evacuation by the British troops of the posts they still held in the United States. In Tarrytown, as the article under that title, Volume 26, p. 433, recounts, Washington Irving, who made the legends of the Hudson immortal, built his home at Sunnyside and was buried in the old Sleepy Hollow Cemetery. The article Irving, Volume 14, p. 856, by the late Dr. Richard Garnett, the famous literary critic, tells you all about Irving's life. And Professor Woodbury of Columbia, in his article on American literature, Volume 1, p. 831, reminds you that, although Irving spent 21 of his adult years in Europe, he is the one American writer who has linked his memory locally with his country so that it hangs over the landscape and blends with it forever. Kakut, one of the large estates at Tarrytown, recalls the extraordinary career of its owner, described in the article John D. Rockefeller, Volume 23, p. 433, and Lyndhurst, that of J. Good, of whom and of whose daughter, the well-known philanthropist, the Britannica tells in the article Good, Volume 12, p. 284. On the post road near Tarrytown is the bronze statue of a Continental soldier, erected to commemorate the capture of Major Andre, whose life is told in the article Andre, Volume 1, p. 968. As you mount the hill and leave the Hudson, you enter the beautiful region of hills, lake and streams, upon which the city of New York long depended for its water. And you will be interested in comparing what New York has accomplished in this connection with what has been done by other great cities, as described in the article Water Supply, Volume 28, p. 387, by G. F. Deacon. Many of the large country places you pass are the property of prominent New York men, of whom there are biographies in the Britannica. Your brief run through the hilly northwestern corner of Connecticut, of which the physical features are described, and the history narrated in the article Connecticut, Volume 6, p. 951, takes you through Salisbury, Volume 24, p. 78, near Bear Mountain, 2355 feet, the highest point in the state. A few miles more and you cross the line into Massachusetts and enter the enchanting region of the Berkshire Hills. The article Massachusetts, Volume 17, p. 851, says that the Berkshire Country, Berkshire, Hampden, Hampshire, and Franklin counties, is among the most beautiful regions of the United States. It is a rolling highland, dominated by long wooded hill ridges remarkably even-topped in general elevation, intersected and broken by deep valleys. Scores of charming lakes lie in the hollows. Great Barrington, Volume 12, p. 397, was a center of disaffection during Shays's rebellion, an episode for which you may consult the article Daniel Shays, Volume 24, p. 815, and the account in the historical section of the article Massachusetts, Volume 17, p. 860. In 1786, Shays was known as having been a brave revolutionary captain of no special personal importance. The state finances were in a bad condition and taxes were heavy. Mobs of discontented citizens, under Shays's leadership, assembled to prevent the courts from sitting, so that the collection of taxes and other debts might be obstructed. The insurrection is regarded as having been very potent in preparing public opinion throughout the country for the adoption of a stronger national government. William Cullen Bryant, Volume 4, p. 698, earliest of the master poets of America, practiced law at Great Barrington for 9 years. Leaving Great Barrington, you cross Monument Mountain, 1710 feet, on your way to Stockbridge, Volume 25, p. 929, with its famous avenue of elms, perhaps the most characteristic New England scene in all the Berkshire country. The conspicuous bell tower was erected by David Dudley Field, Volume 10, p. 321, the law reformer, whose proposed code of laws for the state of New York was the model on which most of the existing state codes have been based. The park was the gift of his brother, Cyrus W. Field, Volume 10, p. 320, born at Stockbridge, to whom we owe the first Atlantic cable. In 1834, at the age of 15, he became a clerk in the great New York store described in the article A. T. Stewart, Volume 25, p. 912, later embarked in the wholesale paper business in New York, failed, formed the firm of Cyrus W. Field & Co., and in 1853, at the age of 34, had made $250,000, a large fortune in those days, paid off the debts of the paper business, and nominally retired. From that time, he was chiefly occupied with the cable scheme, of which the early difficulties are described in the cable section of the article Telegraph, Volume 26, p. 527, although he operated actively in stocks, was associated with J. Good, Volume 12, p. 284, in completing the Wabash Railroad, and had a controlling interest in the New York Elevated Railroad, besides being chief proprietor of the New York Mail and Express. When in 1750, Jonathan Edwards, Volume 9, p. 3, the famous New England theologian, had to leave his church at Northampton, he became pastor at Stockbridge and missionary to the Housatonic Indians, remaining there until 1759. It was there that he wrote his famous treatise on the freedom of the will. In a cleft on Bear Mountain, just outside the village, is the curious ice glen, with caverns ice-lined even in midsummer. On the road from Stockbridge to Lenox, you pass the beautiful lake called the Stockbridge Bowl, on the shore of which Nathaniel Hawthorne, in 1851, wrote The House of the Seven Gables. His reason for adopting literature as a vocation is quaintly stated in a letter to his mother quoted in this Britannica biography. I do not want to be a doctor and live by men's diseases, nor a minister to live by their sins, nor a lawyer and live by their quarrels. So I don't see that there is anything left for me but to be an author. Lenox, Volume 16, p. 421, is surrounded by high hills, famous for their vivid coloring when the leaves change their hues in the fall. Yukon Seat, 2080 feet, South Mountain, 1200 feet, Bald Head, 1583 feet, and Rattlesnake Hill, 1540 feet. The surrounding region contains some of the most beautiful country of the Berkshires: hills, lakes, charming intervals, and woods. As early as 1835, Lenox began to attract summer residents. In the next decade began the creation of large estates, although the great holdings of the present day and the villas scattered over the hills are comparatively recent features. The township was named after the 3rd Duke of Richmond and Lennox, Volume 23, p. 307. A firm supporter of the colonies in the debates on the policy that led to the War of American Independence, and he initiated the debate of 1778 calling for the removal of the troops from America. Among other names associated with Lenox and with its famous schools are those of the actress Frances Kemble, Fanny Kemble, Volume 15, p. 724, Henry Ward Beecher, Volume 3, p. 639, Harriet Hosmer, Volume 13, p. 791, the sculptor, Mark Hopkins, Volume 13, p. 684, the famous president of Williams College. Alexander H. Stevens, Volume 25, p. 887, Vice President of the Confederate States, who, the article Confederate States of America, Volume 6, p. 899, says, was during the war a strong antagonist of President Davis's policy, and William H. Yancey, Volume 28, p. 902, whose fortunes were influenced by a singular event. A lawyer and editor of a little anti-nullification weekly in South Carolina, he married a wealthy woman. But a few years later, in 1839, the accidental poisoning of all the slaves on the estate forced him to return to the law, and he subsequently became one of the political leaders of the Confederacy. Pittsfield, Volume 21, p. 682, is both a popular resort and a prosperous manufacturing town, with ample water power supplied by the east and west branches of the Housatonic on either side of it. It was here that Henry W. Longfellow, Volume 16, p. 977, wrote The Old Clock on the Stairs at Elm Knoll, the house of his father-in-law, Nathan Appleton, Volume 2, p. 224, a reference to whose biography in the Britannica discloses the interesting fact that his son, Thomas Gold Appleton, a famous wit in his day, originated the saying, "Good Americans, when they die, go to Paris," which is generally attributed to Oliver Wendell Holmes. Just outside Pittsfield lies the village of the Shakers, Volume 24, p. 771, the curious sect founded by Anne Lee, daughter of a blacksmith in Manchester, England, who came to America with a small party of her adherents in 1714. The road through Adams, Volume 1, p. 181, affords a view of Greylock Mountain, 35 feet, the highest point in Massachusetts, and at North Adams, Volume 19, p. 760, there is a natural bridge 60 feet high across Hudson Brook, and you can see the ruins of Fort Massachusetts, captured in 1746 by the French with the aid of the Indians. Here is also the western end of the Hoosac Tunnel, 5¾ miles long. The article Tunnels, Volume 27, p. 405, says that the piercing of this tunnel, begun in 1835 and not finished until 1876, was marked by the first American use of air drills and nitroglycerin, and the article Power Transmission, Volume 22, p. 232, describes the influence which this successful employment of compressed air had in furthering its use for the noisy, gun tools now so familiar. Williamstown, Volume 28, p. 685. The last town in Massachusetts on your route is the seat of Williams College. And the Haystack Monument in Mission Park stands where the prayer meeting was held which was the forerunner of the American foreign missionary movement described in the Article Missions, Volume 18, p. 583, which contains the interesting statement that in the 3rd century the proportion of Christians to the whole human race was 1 to 150, while it is now 1 to 3. The article Vermont, Volume 27, p. 1025, contains an interesting summary of the early disputes over state boundaries in this part of New England. Bennington, Volume 3, p. 743, lies at the foot of the Green Mountains near Mt. Anthony, 2345 feet. The Bennington Battle Monument, a shaft 301 feet high, is said to be the highest battle monument in the world. It commemorates the success gained on the 16th of August, 1777, by a force of nearly 2,000 Green Mountain Boys and New Hampshire and Massachusetts militia. Over 2 detachments of General Bergen's army, of whom 700 were taken prisoners. The article American War of Independence, Volume 1, p. 842, shows how important an effect this victory had on Bergen's campaign. In 1825, William Lloyd Garrison, Volume 11, p. 477, the anti-slavery leader, edited a paper at Bennington, leaving it when Benjamin Lundy, Volume 17, p. 124, the Quaker abolitionist, determined to secure Garrison's cooperation on a Baltimore abolitionist magazine, walked through the ice and snow of a New England winter from Boston to Bennington, 125 miles, and persuaded Garrison to join him. Bennington was the home of Ethan Allen, Volume 1, p. 691, the frontier hero who led the Green Mountain Boys, and of Seth Warner, Volume 28, p. 327, who subsequently became their colonel. On leaving Bennington, you can choose any one of several routes to bring you over to the Connecticut River, but whichever you take, you will be fairly on the main route to the White Mountains, by which you would have gone from New York through Waterbury, Springfield, and Greenfield if you had not included the Berkshires in your itinerary. When you reach Hanover, NH, Volume 12, p. 927. Here, ranges of rugged hills, broken by deep, narrow gorges and by the wider valley of Mink Brook, rise near the river and culminate in Moose Mountain, 2,326 feet above the sea. Near the foot of that peak is the birthplace of Laura D. Bridgman, Volume 4, p. 559, the first blind deaf-mute to be successfully educated. Dr. S. G. Howe, Volume 13, p. 837, who was head of the Perkins Institute for the Blind in Boston, heard of her case in 1837, took charge of her in October of that year, and by June 1840, at 11 years of age, her mind had become as well developed as that of a normal child of her age. Charles Dickens saw her when he was in America in 1842, and his account of her case led to the introduction in England, and afterwards in all parts of Europe, of the Howe system of training. The attractions which Hanover owes to its picturesque site are enhanced by the fine buildings and the notably beautiful campus of Dartmouth College, Volume 7, p. 838. The purpose for which this college was originally founded is quaintly expressed in its charter, granted by George Roman III in 1769. See the article on Indians, North American, Volume 14, p. 452. This document ordains that there be a college erected in our province of New Hampshire by the name of Dartmouth College, for the education and instruction of youth of the Indian tribes in this land in reading, writing, and all parts of learning, which shall appear necessary and expedient for civilizing and Christianizing children of pagans, and also of English youth and any other. With the name of Dartmouth College will always be associated that of Daniel Webster, Volume 28, p. 460, not only because he was graduated there in 1801, but because the famous Dartmouth College case, in which Webster appeared for the college before the United States Supreme Court, was the first in which that august tribunal fully asserted its power to support the federal Constitution by nullifying any usurpatory statutes passed by state legislatures. When you turn away from the Connecticut River to go up the valley of the Ammonoosuc, you are fairly in the White Mountain region, which the Britannica, Volume 19, p. 490, describes in part as follows. The White Mountains, a continuation of the Appalachian system, rise very abruptly in several short ranges and in outlying mountain masses from a base level of 701,500 ft. to generally rounded summits, the heights of several of which are nowhere exceeded in the eastern part of the United States, except in the Black and the Unaka Mountains of North Carolina. 74 rise more than 3,000 ft. Above the sea, 12 more than 5,000 ft. And the highest, Mount Washington, attains an elevation of 6,293 ft. The principal ranges, the Presidential, the Franconia, and the Carter-Moria, have a northeastern and southwestern trend. The Presidential in the northeastern part of the region is separated from the Franconia on the southwest by the Crawford or White Mountain Notch about 2,000 ft. in depth, in which the Ammonoosuc and Saco rivers find a passage, and from the Carter-Moria parallel to it on the east by the Glen Ellis and Peabody rivers, the former noted for its beautiful falls. On the Presidential Range, which is about 20 m in length, are Mount Washington and 9 other peaks exceeding 5,000 ft. In height, Mount Adams 5,805 ft, Mount Jefferson 5,725 ft, Mount Sam Adams 5,585 ft, Mount Clay 5,554 ft, Boot Spur 5,520 ft, Mount Monroe 5,390 ft, J.Q. Adams Peak ft, Mount Madison 5,380 ft, and Mount Franklin 5,028 ft. On the Franconia, a much shorter range, are Mount Lafayette 5,269 ft, Mount Lincoln 5,098 ft, and 4 others exceeding 4,000 ft. The highest peak on the Carter-Moria Range is Carter Dome, 4,860 ft, but 7 others exceed 4,000 ft. Loftiest of the isolated mountains is Moosilauke, noted for its magnificent viewpoint, 4,810 ft. above the sea. Separating Franconia and Pemigewasset ranges is the romantic Franconia Notch, overlooking which from the upper cliffs of Profile Mountain is a remarkable human profile, the Great Stone Face, immortalized by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Here, too, is the Franconia Flume, a narrow upright fissure, 60 ft. in height with beautiful waterfalls. The whole White Mountain region abounds in deep narrow valleys, romantic glens, ravines, flumes, waterfalls, brooks, and lakes. The headwaters of the rivers are for the most part mountain streams or elevated lakes, farther on their swift and winding currents, flowing sometimes between wide intervals, sometimes between rocky banks, are marked by numerous falls and fed by lakes. The lakes and ponds, numbering several hundred, were formed by glacial action, and the scenery of many of them is scarcely less attractive than that of the mountains. The largest and most widely known is Lake Winnipesaukee on the S border of the White Mountain region. This is about 20 m long and from 1 to 8 m wide, is dotted by 274 islands, mostly verdant, and has clear water and a rather level shore, back of which hills or mountains rise on all sides. Among the more prominent of many others that are admired for their beauty are Squam, Newfound, Sunapee, and Ossipee, all within a radius of a few miles from Winnipesaukee, Mysabesic farther s, and Diamond Ponds, Umbagog, and Connecticut Lakes, N of the White Mountains. The rivers with their numerous falls and the lakes with their high altitudes furnish a vast amount of water power for manufacturing. The Merrimack, in particular, into which many of the larger lakes, including Winnipesaukee, find an outlet, is one of the greatest power-yielding streams of the world. After exploring the country thus described in the Britannica, you can take for your return trip to New York the route by Portland, Me. That by Lake Winnipesaukee and Portsmouth, or that by Plymouth and Manchester, NH. By any of these ways, you will visit Boston and its famous suburbs, Concord, Lexington, Brookline, Salem, and Marblehead, whose historical and literary associations are fully described in the Britannica. The article Motor Vehicles, Volume 18, p. 914, with 37 illustrations, is by the late C.S. Rolls, the famous builder and driver of motor cars, with a special section on commercial vehicles, by Edward Shrapnel Smith, editor of the Commercial Motor. The story of the development of the car, told at the beginning of the article, is full of human interest, for it shows how national characteristics affect industries. From 1802, when Richard Trevithick built, in England, the first practical road carriage, until 1885, all the most promising efforts to further mechanical road traffic were made by English inventors. As early as 1824, there was a regular motor omnibus service between Cheltenham and Gloucester, at a speed that sometimes, perhaps down a hill, reached 14 miles an hour. And if inventors had been encouraged, the effort to lighten road engines would have produced the tubular boiler long before it actually appeared. But the influence of the landowning, horse-breeding, horse-loving English aristocracy was too strong, and one Act of Parliament after another imposed destructive restrictions, culminating in the law passed in 1865, making 4 miles an hour the maximum speed, and requiring that a man showing a red flag should march ahead of the engine. Of course, this drove every engine off the road except a steam roller or the heaviest type of traction engine. In 1885, Daimler invented the internal combustion engine, and for a moment Germany seemed likely to lead the world. But Daimler failed to hit upon a satisfactory system of transmission, and although his engine worked well in motorboats, the risk of starting a car on the road was too great. His boat, shown at the Paris Exposition of 1887, attracted the attention of the French firm of Panhard and Levasseur, makers of woodworking machinery. They bought the French rights, and Levasseur devised the clutch, the gearbox, and the whole system of connecting the engine with its work, which, save for improvements in detail, are all in use today. In 1895, the French car which won the race from Paris to Bordeaux covered the 744 miles at a mean speed of 15 miles an hour, and the world realized that the motor car was a practical means of transportation. But it was not until 1896 that the English Parliament gave cars the freedom of the roads, and that English manufacturers could see a future for themselves. In the United States, the industry began under great difficulties. The roads, except in the immediate outskirts of the larger cities, were abominable, and no system of suspension that could make them tolerable had yet been discovered. But though starting late, by 1906, the United States overtook and passed France, becoming the foremost car-building and car-using nation of the world. Nowhere else are factories worked upon so large a scale, and nowhere else are really serviceable cars so light and so cheap. And the greatest recent improvement in the gasoline engine, the night sleeve valve, is an American invention. It is altogether a curious story, this struggle in which England, Germany, and France, one after another, seemed destined to attain the leadership which in the end fell to the United States. Turning to the subsidiary articles which relate to motoring, The gasoline engine is elaborately discussed in Oil Engine, Volume 20, p. 35, by Dugald Clerk, an expert engineer and himself the inventor of the Clerk cycle engine. This article shows how complete a change in engineering practice was effected in 1883, when it was demonstrated that small engines could be run at 1,000 revolutions a minute, a speed 4 times as great as any previously contemplated. All the types of carburetor are described, with mechanical diagrams. Other diagrams show the action of the inner and outer sleeves of the night valves. Gasoline and the experiments made in search of a less costly fuel are dealt with in the article Fuel, Volume 11, p. 274, by Prof. Georg Lunge, of the Zurich Polytechnic, the greatest of all authorities on the subject. Tires, the bugbear of every car owner, form the subject of a separate article Tire, Volume 26, p. 1006, by Archibald Sharp, which contains a number of curious and instructive diagrams showing the direction of the stress on a tire at the point where the road slightly flattens it. Rubber, Volume 23, p. 795, by W. R. Dunstan, President of the International Association of Tropical Agriculture, is well worth reading for its information as to the effect upon tires of exposure to air and light, apart from wear. The materials used and the mechanical principles involved in the construction of cars are discussed in a number of separate articles under obvious titles. Photography. A large place in any review of recreations must be given to photography, which, even in its most elementary form, provides a record and an echo of an infinite variety of amusements. And after a little study, not only does this all the better, but becomes a delightful art in itself, to be enjoyed indoors as well as outdoors, at all hours and at all seasons. The amateur can find no more authoritative, full and yet concise manual of the subject than the Britannica article Photography, Volume 21, p. 485, equivalent to about 125 pages of this guide. The first section on history and technique is by Sir William de Wivellesly Abney, author of Instruction in Photography, Color Vision, etc. Next is a section on photographic apparatus by Major Gen. James Waterhouse, whose photographic work in India is known throughout the world. And then comes a discussion of pictorial photography by A. Horsley Hinton, author of Practical Pictorial Photography. The following is an outline of the article. History, 18th century experiments of Scheele, Senebier, and Count Rumford, early 19th century discoveries, the daguerreotype and its improvements by Goddard, Claudette, and Fizeau, the Fox-Talbot process, albumen process on glass, collodion process, positive pictures by the collodion process, moist collodion process, dry plates, alkaline developers with formulae for some of the most effective, developers of organic salts of iron, developer restrainers. Dry plate bath process of R. Manners Gordon with formula for preservative. Collodion emulsion processes, work of Bolton and Sayce and of M. C. Lee and W. Cooper. Bolton's modification, Call Wortley introduces strongly alkaline developer. Formula for alkaline developer for collodion plates. Gelatin emulsion process, Maddox, 1871, King, 1873, Burgess, 1873, Stas, 1874, Bennett, 1878, Abney, 1879, Van Monkhoven, 1879, and his use of hydrobromic acid on silver carbonate with ammonia. Heating the emulsion, Wortley, 1879, Mansfield, 1879. Relative rapidities of the processes described. Daguerreotype originally half an hour's exposure, calotype or 3 minutes, collodion seconds, collodion emulsion seconds, rapid gelatin emulsion second. The second part of the article deals with the technique of photography. The major topics in it are gelatin emulsions, formulae and directions for emulsion with and without ammonia, coating the plates, exposure, development with formula for alkaline developer, intensifying and varnishing the negative, printing processes, albumen method of Fox-Talbot, sensitizing bath, toning and fixing the print, formulae for toning bath, collodiochloride silver printing process, Simpson's formula, gelatino-citrochloride emulsion, Abney's formula, printing with uranium salts and early formula, self-toning papers, printing with chromates, carbon prints, work of Ponton, Becquerel, Dixon, Fox-Talbot, Poitevin, Pouncey, Fargier, Swan, Johnson, and Sawyer. printing with salts of iron. Photomechanical printing processes, discoveries of Orloth, de Made, Merchel, and Albert. Lichtdruck and heliotype, Woodbury type. Photolithography, the work of E. J. Asser, J.W. Osborne, and Sir H. James. Photographs in natural colors are next described, and their history is traced from 1810, when Seebeck of Jena made experiments described in Goethe's famous work on colors. The first successful color photography was by Becquerel in 1848 on a daguerreotype plate, chlorinized. The later methods of Lippmann and Lumiere, respectively, with collodion dry plates prepared with albumin and with dyed gelatin plates, orthochromatic, produce pictures in which the colors show only from an angle. The section on the action of light on chemical compounds, with a plate showing spectra and graduation scales, contains valuable diagrams and a chronological table of observers of the action of light on different substances. The paragraphs of particular interest to the practical photographer are those on measurement of the rapidity of a plate, effect of temperature on sensitiveness, effect of small intensities of light on a sensitive salt, effect of very intense light on a sensitive salt, intermittent exposure of a sensitive salt, effect of monochromatic light of varying wavelengths on a sensitive salt, reproduction of colored objects by 3 photographic positives, Ives' process, Joly's process, autochrome of Lumiere, positives in 3 colors. Another division, equivalent to 60 pages at least in this guide, of the article is on apparatus. It deals especially with the hand camera as developed from 1855 to 1888 when the Eastman Kodak came out. And it has separate paragraphs on focusing, plate holders or dark slides, 1 illustration, studio cameras, portable and field cameras, hand cameras, 7 illustrations, twin lens and reflex cameras, 2 illustrations, panoramic cameras, 2 illustrations, 3 color cameras, 1 illustration, enlarging cameras and cinematographs. A separate section deals with objectives and contains 45 illustrations, giving special attention to single achromatic, landscape, lens including aplanatic, unsymmetrical doublets, symmetrical doublets, triple combinations, anastigmatic combinations, telephotographic objectives, anachromatic lenses, diaphragm apertures. Then follows a discussion of instantaneous shutters with 9 illustrations, and a discussion under lateral and central of flap, drop, drop and flap, rotary, roller blind, focal plane, moving blade, central and iris shutters. Exposure meters, 4 illustrations with a discussion of the actinic power of light, sensitive plates, films and papers, sensitive dry plates, plates for color photography, celluloid films, photographic printing papers, apparatus for development with 4 illustrations, photographic printing apparatus, bibliography. The last division of this great article is on pictorial photography, and this is illustrated by 3 full-page plates. It deals not merely with portrait photography, but with artistic, landscape work, and combination printing, which is really what many of us practiced in the nursery. That is, cutting out figures and pasting them into white spaces left for that purpose in the picture book. In addition to this comprehensive treatise, in itself a complete manual of photography, there are other articles which will be useful to the advanced amateur who desires either to study the scientific aspects of the subject or to undertake the reproduction of his work by processes other than the ordinary printing. The production of chemical changes by the action of light are discussed in Photochemistry, Volume 21, p. 484. Lens, Volume 16, p. 421 is by Dr. Otto Henker of the staff of the Zeiss factory at Jena, Germany. Aberration, Volume 1, p. 54 is by Dr. Eppenstein, another expert of the same establishment. The making of blocks from your own negatives is covered by the article process, Volume 22, p. 408, by Edwin Bale, art director of Cassel & Co., and contains colored plates showing the stages of superimposed printing. Sun Copying, Volume 26, p. 93, by F. Vincent Brooks, a practical printer, describes direct contact printing without the use of a camera. Outdoor Games. The authority which is back of the articles in the Britannica, and the fact that its articles are on a larger scale than those of other works of reference, make its articles on sports and games singularly valuable. The reader who is interested in football, for instance, will find an article, Volume 10, p. 617, of more than 12,000 words, part of it written by Walter Camp, the famous American expert. It includes a historical sketch, a description of the rugby union game by Charles James Nicol Fleming, inspector in the Scotch Education Department, and Charles John Bruce Marriott, secretary of the Rugby Football Union, of the association game by Charles William Alcock, late secretary of the Football Association, London, and Frederick Joseph Wall, secretary of the Football Association, and of the game in the United States by Walter Camp and Edward Breck. The article Golf is by H. G. Hutchinson, amateur golf champion in 1886-87, and author of Golf, Book of Golf and Golfers, etc. In the same way, there are authoritative and full articles on the following subjects: athletic sports acrobat, all-round athletics, amateur archery ball, baseball battledore, and shuttlecock Bathory bowls, boxing, bullfighting, caber tossing, cestus, camping out, children's games, circus, cricket, croquet, cycling, discus, football games. Classical golf, gymkhana, hammer throwing, hurdle racing, jumping, kite flying, lacrosse, lawn tennis, long fives, marbles, matador, palestra, pall mall, pallone, pelota, pigeon flying, pole, vaulting, potato, race, pugilism, pushball, putting the shot, quarterstaff, quintin quoits, rackets, ringle, rounders, rowing, running, skull skittles, sports stadium, stool ball, swimming, toreador, tournament, tug-of-war, walking races, water polo, weight throwing. And among active indoor games on which the Britannica contains articles are fencing, cane fencing, épée de combat, full fencing, saber fencing, single stick, basketball, badminton, bowling, tennis, stickay, fives, long fives, roller skating, squails, shuffleboard, trapeze, wrestling. The distinction between games and athletic sports is an arbitrary one, and the articles on athletics have been included in the list of those on outdoor games, but a few of them seem to call for special mention. The article Athletic Sports, Volume 2, p. 846, gives a general account of amateur associations and of national and international meetings, and contains a special section on the revived Olympic Games. Athlete Volume 2, p. 846, and Games, Classical Volume 11, p. 443, deal with the ancient Greek and Roman contests. All-Round Athletics, Volume 1, p. 709, describes the championship, instituted in this country, for the highest awards attained by one athlete in 11 different branches of sport. Amateur, Volume 1, p. 782, is a very full and impartial discussion of the interminable controversies regarding the distinction between professionals and amateurs. Among the articles on special sports are running, Volume 23, p. 853, dealing with every form of race from the 100-yard dash to the marathon run, hurdle racing, Volume 13, p. 958, jumping, Volume 15, p. 533, pole vaulting, Volume 21, p. 977, weight throwing, Volume 28, p. 494, putting the shot, Volume 22, p. 672, hammer throwing, Volume 12, p. 899, cobber tossing, Volume 4, p. 917, discus, Volume 8, p. 312, and tug-of-war, Volume 27, p. 365. The reader interested in hunting will turn first to the articles on sporting weapons. Gun, Volume 12, p. 717, by Sir Henry Seton Carr, one of the world's most famous big game shots, describes the modern shotgun in great detail, with full particulars as to barrels, locks, and ejectors. Rifle, Volume 23, p. 325, of course includes full descriptions of the military rifles of all armies, and the sections on sporting rifles and target rifles, p. 334, are by the contributor of the article on shotguns just mentioned. Pistol, Volume 21, p. 654, gives a full account of the modern automatic pistol, with diagrams showing the mechanism of the Mauser and Colt types. A useful table shows the length overall, barrel length, weight, and composition of cartridges of the 11 standard types of Colt and Smith & Wesson revolvers. Ammunition, Volume 1, p. 864, deals with the cartridges used for guns, rifles, and pistols. The propellants employed are discussed in Gunpowder, Volume 12, p. 723, by Prof. Hodgkinson, Explosives, Volume 10, p. 81, and Cordite, Volume 7, p. 139. Shooting, Volume 24, p. 995, by Percy Stevens, deals with the pursuit of birds, ground game, and big game in all parts of the world. Among the varieties of American big game mentioned are the huge grizzlies of Alaska, the wapiti, moose, caribou, antelope, bighorn, and puma or mountain lion. The section on the hunter's personal equipment contains excellent practical hints as to outfit. Among other articles of interest in this connection are Bird, Volume 3, p. 959, by Prof. Hans Gatto; Rabbit, Volume 22, p. 767, by Sir William Flower and Richard Lydekker; Deer, Volume 7, p. 923, Antelope, Volume 2, p. 89, Elk, Volume 9, p. 290, Bear, Volume 3, p. 573, Puma, Volume 22, p. 644, and Carnivora, Volume 5, p. 366. There is a separate article on pigeon shooting, Volume 21, p. 597. On each species of African and Asiatic big game there is an elaborate article. The dogs used in sports of all kinds are described in the article Dog, Volume 8, p. 374, by Walter Baxendale, kennel editor of the London Field, and Prof. Chalmers Mitchell, with 5 full-page plates. Riding to hounds, including fox hunting, stag hunting, hare hunting, and the drag hunt, is covered by the article Hunting, Volume 13, p. 946, by A. E. T. Watson, editor of the Badminton Library. Other forms of the chase are dealt with in Coursing, Volume 7, p. 321, and Falconry, Volume 19, p. 141, by Lutecall, Delmy Ratcliffe. The key article on line fishing is Angling, Volume 2, p. 21, in length equivalent to 35 pages of this guide. It begins with a most interesting historical section, showing that, before the days of the earliest hooks, the cavemen used on their lines a little flake of flint or strip of stone, fixed in the bait, with a groove in the middle of it, around which the line was so fastened that, when the pull came, the instrument turned crossways in the fish's stomach and could not be disgorged. A delightful section on angling literature follows this historical matter, and then comes treatment of freshwater fishing, with fly casting and the use of surface baits, live baiting and spinning, and bottom fishing, each of the 3 fully treated. A detailed study is then made of the habits of the salmon and of the tackle and methods devised for his beguiling. Trout, muskellunge, bass, perch, and roach are successively discussed, and then comes the section on sea angling, the tarpon, tuna, jewfish, and the giant black bass. The article ends with a complete bibliography of the subject. There are 96 articles on individual fish, all listed on p. 891 of Volume 29, if the reader desires to refresh his memory as to the varieties. Fisheries, Volume 10, p. 429, by Prof. Garstang and Prof. Chalmers Mitchell is concerned with the industry rather than with sport, but it contains much information about sea fish which will be of use to the sea angler. A thoroughly practical article is Taxidermy, Volume 26, p. 464, by Montague Brown, author of A Manual of the Art. His book and Dr. W.T. Hornaday's Taxidermy and Zoological Collecting are the most important special books on the subject, and Mr. Brown in this article constantly refers to the improved methods introduced by Hornaday and other Americans. He points out the dangers of using arsenical soap and gives the formula for the substitute, quite safe except when hot, which he himself invented. Minute directions are given for skinning, mounting, etc., and the article also treats of the advantages of modeling as compared with the old method of stuffing, and the placing of specimens in natural surroundings, with panoramic backgrounds, top and side lighting, etc. On sailing, boating, and kindred subjects, the reader should first consult the article Yachting, Volume 28, p. 890, equivalent to 26 pages of this guide, by B. Hextall Smith, yachting editor the Field and secretary of the Yacht Racing Association and of the International Yacht Racing Union. The historical part of this article traces yachting in England back to the state barges of the Anglo-Saxon kings and through the pleasure ship of Elizabeth, 1588, which was built at Cowes in the Isle of Wight, so that this place has been associated with the sport for more than 3 centuries. Charles Roman II in 1660 received the present of a yacht from the Dutch, and at this time the Dutch word yacht first found its way into the English language. Yachting clubs date from the establishment in 1720 of the Cork Harbour Water Club, now the Royal Cork Yacht Club. At Cowes, races were sailed as early as 1780, and a yacht club was organized there in 1812. The first yacht club in the United States was formed in 1844, and the first race in the United States was at New York in 1846 to Sandy Hook Lightship and back. The first important alteration in type was in 1848 when the Mosquito was built, a 50-ton vessel, 59 ft, 2 in, at waterline 15 ft, 3 in, beam with a long hollow bow and a short and rather full afterbody. The first races in the United States resulted in the building of the America, which in 1851 crossed the ocean and won a race round the Isle of Wight, bringing back to the New York Yacht Club the America's Cup. The later races for this cup are described in detail at the close of the article, with elaborate tables showing the exact tonnage or sailing length of competing yachts, dates of races, time allowance, elapsed time, corrected time, and margin by which each race was won. The article describes 1870–1880 as the first great era of yachting. Changes in the method of reckoning length, introduced in 1879, resulted in the lead mine or plank-on-edge type. In 1887, the system of tonnage measurement was introduced, and a method of rating by waterline length and sail area, and this crushed the plank-on-edge type completely. There was not another boat of the kind built. The era of big cutters followed, in America notably the Herreshoff boats. The success of the bulb keels in the small classes threatened the use of skimming dishes in the larger classes, and a consequent lack of headroom and cabin accommodation. New linear rating rules were therefore adopted, one in 1896 and another in 1901, followed in 1904 by international rating rules. The English types of Fife and Nicholson were succeeded by such boats from the Krupp Yard at Kiel as the Meteor and Germania. See also the article Model Yachting, Volume 18, p. 640. Other articles on the subject of boating are Canoe, Volume 5, p. 189, MacGregor, John, Volume 17, p. 232, for the famous Rob Roy, Catamaran, Volume 5, p. 502, and Rowing, Volume 23, p. 783, by Charles Murray Pittman, formerly stroke of the Oxford University 8, with a special treatment of rowing in the United States and a comparison of English and American styles. The articles Swimming, Volume 26, p. 231, by William Henry, author of Swimming in the Badminton Library, and Drowning and Life-Saving, Volume 8, p. 592, are of practical value. The article Mountaineering, Volume 18, p. 937, is by Sir W. Martin Conway, famous for his ascent to a height of 23,000 feet in the Karakoram Himalayas, for the high-level route through the Alps which he originated, and for his climbs in Spitzbergen. It contains paragraphs on the dangers from falling rocks, falling ice, snow avalanches, falls from rocks, ice slopes, crevasses, and weather, and an outline of history of the sport, which has been systematically pursued only since 1854. Glacier, Volume 12, p. 60, by E. C. Spicer is another article of great interest to those who love climbing. Among the articles on individual mountains and on the Great Ranges, the first place must be given to the scene of the classic exploits of the early mountaineers. The relevant part of the article Alps, Volume 1, p. 737, is by W. A. B. Coolidge, who, although an American by birth, is more at home in the Alps than any other living writer. This magnificent article, which would fill nearly 40 pages of this guide, contains a table giving the heights of no less than 1,317 separate peaks and passes, and also a consecutive narrative of alpine exploration. Himalaya, Volume 13, p. 470, is by Sir Thomas H. Holditch, Superintendent of Frontier Surveys in India. The best mountaineering section of the Rockies is described in a section of the article Canada, Volume 4, p. 145. Andes, Volume 1, p. 960, describes the peaks of the southern Cordillera. Full articles on the mountaineering sections of our own country, such as the Appalachians, the Adirondacks, the Catskills, and White Mountains, will be found under the obvious titles. Skating, Volume 25, p. 166, deals with both speed skating and figure skating, and tells of the exploits at Newburgh, NY, of Charles June, and of the famous Donoghue family. A table of amateur records is also given. Ice hockey is treated in a section of the article Hockey, Volume 13, p. 554. Curling, Volume 7, p. 645, describes the rink and stones as well as the game, and contains a glossary of technical terms. Ice yachting, Volume 14, p. 241, explains the mechanical paradox, which makes it possible for a boat propelled by the wind to move faster than the wind is blowing. Ski running and jumping, with the new development of military skiing in France and Italy, are described in Ski, Volume 25, p. 186. And it will surprise many readers to learn that a clear jump of more than 130 feet has been made. Other articles dealing with winter sports are snowshoes, Volume 22, p. 296, coasting, Volume 6, p. 603, and tobogganing, Volume 26, p. 1042. For information in regard to sports connected with the horse, the reader should first study the article Horse, and particularly that part which concerns the history of horse breeding. pp. 717-723 of Volume 13. Written by E.D. Brickwood, an English authority on sport, and the sections on breeds of horses by the late William Freem, agricultural correspondent of the London Times, and Prof. Robert Wallace of Edinburgh University, who also wrote the section on management. Horse Racing, Volume 13, p. 726, contains a section on racing in the United States, including the development of trotting races and the stress put upon time records, pacing races, racing centers, the predominance of dirt tracks as contrasted with the turf courses of England. A section on the history of English racing, including the institution of the St. Leger, the Derby, the Oaks, the Ascot races, the Goodwood 2000 guineas, etc. Present conditions including classic races, handicaps with scale of weight for age, the 10,000 races, the 2-year-old races, Newmarket, Ascot and other meetings, value of horses, trainers and jockeys, foreign horses, time, the Jockey Club and steeplechasing, the Grand National. A section on racing in Australia. A section on racing in France, where, as in England, American owners and jockeys have for some years past been much to the front, and also a mention of the chief meetings in other European countries and in Australia. Horsemanship, Volume 13, p. 726, is chiefly concerned with exhibition riding. Driving, Volume 8, p. 585, by R.J. McNeill, discusses the intricacies of tandem and four-in-hand coachmanship, and contains a section on the use of the whip. The importance of acquiring a light hand, and the extent to which this depends on the proper use of the 3 joints in the arm, are clearly explained. Coach, Volume 6, p. 574, tells about the amateur road coach and the four-in-hand clubs in America and elsewhere. The coaching horn or post horn, as it used to be called, is treated under Horn, Volume 13, p. 697 by Kathleen Schlesinger, the great authority on musical instruments. Carriage, Volume 5, p. 401, by J. A. McNaught, notes that, although the buggy and rockaway are the characteristic pleasure vehicles of this country, the heavier dog-cart and rally cart are much used with horses of a certain type. The article Polo, Volume 22, p. 11, by Thomas F. Dale, steward of the Polo and Riding Pony Society, describes the 12 varieties of the game played during its existence of at least 2,000 years. The 3 modern forms are the Indian, the English, and the American, the game in England dating from 1869, when it was introduced from India by the 10th Hussars, and more definitely from 1873, when it was adopted by the Hurlingham Club. The rules of the game are given, and its development is traced, and there is a section on the polo pony and the much-discussed systems of measurement. Outdoor recreation in the garden may be fully studied in the article Horticulture, Volume 13, p. 741, which is a book in itself, for its contents are the equivalent of about 140 pages of this guide. It is written by Liberty Hyde Bailey, director of the College of Agriculture, Cornell University, who contributes a valuable Gardener's Calendar for the United States, M.T. Masters, editor of Gardeners, Chronicle, and W. R. Williams, superintendent of the London County Council Botany Centre, who write on principles, and John Weathers, author of Practical Guide to Garden Plants, who writes on the practice of gardening. The following is a partial list of the topics treated in this article. Roots, root pruning and lifting, watering, bottom heat, stem, leaves, buds, propagation by buds, layering, grafting, or working, planting, pruning, training, sports or bud variations, Formation of flowers, forcing, retardation, double flowers. Formation of seed, fertilization, hybridization, reversion, germination, selection, all to be supplemented by the article Botany, Volume 4, p. 299, for more scientific and less practical discussion of these topics. The practice of horticulture. Formation and preparation of the garden, site, soil, subsoil, shelter, water supply, fence, walks, edgings. Garden structures, walls, espalier rails, and other means of training, plant houses, with 12 illustrations, including conservatory, greenhouse, fruit house, vinery, peach house, forcing house, pits and frames, mushroom house, fruit room, heating apparatus, pipes, boilers, water supply, solar heat, ventilation, etc. Garden materials and appliances, soil, loam, sand, peat, leaf mold, composts. Manures with descriptions and appraisals of different varieties, organic and inorganic. Tools, tallies, and labels. Garden operations, propagation, by seeds, offsets, tubers, divisions, suckers, runners, proliferous buds, grafts, with description and diagrams of different methods. Buds, branch cutting, leaf cutting, root cutting, single-eye cutting, with 12 illustrations. Planting and transplanting, watering, pruning with 9 illustrations. Ringing, training, horizontal, fan, trellis, etc. Flowers, flower gardens, pleasure grounds, lawns, hardy annuals with long list and description of plants recommended, hardy biennials with list, herbaceous perennials with classified list, containing more than the equivalent of 18 pages of this guide, hardy trees, bedding plants, etc. Vegetables. Calendar for the United States. A list of other articles on special aspects of gardening will be found in the chapter for farmers. Indoor games. For learning indoor games, excluding indoor athletic games which have been listed above, the Britannica is particularly valuable because of its elaborate treatment by noted authorities, and because the handy and convenient form of the India paper volume makes an article on any indoor game as easy to consult as a handbook dealing with only one game. For example, the article on Bridge, Volume 4, p. 528, is by William Henry Whitfeld, card editor of the field. The article is the equivalent of 15 pages in this guide, and it describes both auction and ordinary bridge, with paragraphs on advice to players, declarations, doubling, redoubling, play of the hand, playing to the score, and other forms of bridge, three-handed bridge, dummy bridge, misery bridge, and draw or two-handed bridge, and contains a list of authorities. Even more elaborate, as befits the subject, is the article Chess, Volume 6, p. 93, equivalent to 45 pages of this guide. It contains diagrams showing the arrangement of pieces and the English and German methods of notation and a vocabulary of terms of the game. It treats the comparative value of the pieces. Pawn 1, Bishop 3.25, Knight 3.25, Rook 5, Queen 9.5. 3 minor pieces may more often than not be advantageously exchanged for the queen. The knight is generally stronger than the bishop in the end of the game, but 2 bishops are usually stronger than 2 knights, more especially in open positions. English, French, and German modes of notation and names of pieces are given. The treatment of chess problems is accompanied by 8 typical problems with diagrams and analyses. The section on the history of chess gives not merely very interesting early material, but a study critical and biographical of the great chess masters, for example. Ruy Lopez, the first chess analyst Greco; Philidor, a great blindfold and simultaneous player of the 18th century; Algaer, Mah de la Bourdonnais. The English school of the 19th century, Sarrat, Lewis, Macdonald, Evans of the Gambit; Stanton, on whom there is a separate article, and Buckle, the historian of civilization; the Berlin, Pleiades, and the Hungarians, Grimm, Shen, and Lowenthal; Morphy, the American. And among the great players of the last half-century, Steinitz, Paulsen, Blackburn, Zukertort, Horwitz, Mason, Teichmann, Pillsbury, Lasker, Mises, Marshall, Teresh, Tichigorin, etc. The results of international tournaments are given from 1851 on, and modern tournament play is criticized. The article closes with an elaborate bibliography. The article on drafts or checkers, Volume 8, p. 547, is by J. M. Dallas, late secretary of the Edinburgh Drafts Club, and Richard Jordan, former drafts champion of the world, and gives the history of the game with a study of the different openings. The usefulness of the Britannica for card games in general may be easily tested. Let us turn, for instance, to the article Poker, Volume 21, p. 899. It is equivalent in its contents to 7 or 8 pages of this guide, and among other interesting features, it contains a vocabulary of technical terms, including big dog, little dog, cold feet, splitting, and the following mathematical table of approximate chances. To improve any hand in the draw, the Britannica tells us, the chances are: having in hand to make the hand below the chance is 1 pair to get 2 pairs, 3 card draw, 1 and 4 1/2, 1 pair to get 3 of a kind, 3 card draw, 1 and 9, 1 pair to improve either way, average value 1 and 3, 1 pair and 1 to improve either way by drawing 2 1 and 7 odd card cards, 2 pairs to get a full hand drawing 1 card, 1 and 12, 3s to get a full hand drawing 2 cards, 1 and 15 1/2, 3s to get 4 of kind drawing 2 cards, 1 and 23 1/2, 3s to improve either way drawing 2 cards, 1 and 9, 3s and 1 odd to get a full hand by drawing 1 card, 1 and 15 1/3 card, 3s and 1 odd to improve either way by drawing 1 1 and 11 3/4 card, 4 straight to fill when open at one end only or in 1 and 11 3/4, the middle as 3 4 6 7, or a 2 3 4, 4 straight to fill when open at both ends as 3 4 5 1 and 6 6, 4 flush to fill the flush drawing 1 card, 1 and 5, 4 straight to fill the straight flush drawing 1 1 and 23 1/2, flush card, 3 card flush to make a flush drawing 2 cards, 1 and 24. Among indoor games and kindred topics, each in a separate article in the Britannica, are Ace Acrostic All Fours, Ambigue Boston Bouillotte Bragg Bridge Calabricella cards, Playing Casino Catch the 10 Charades Checkers, Chess Children's Games, Commerce Conjuring Consolation Conundrum, Crambo Cribbage Deuce Dice Doll Dominoes Drafts, Eckhart Euchre Fanton Pharaoh Fast, and Loose Gaming and Wagering Go, or Go Bang Goose Halma Hazard Hearts Hoyle Jones. Henry Cavendish. Juggler Knucklybones La Grace Legerdemain Lulato Matrimony, Mora Napoleon 9 Men's, Morris Old Maid Amber Patchessy Patience Petit Chevox Ping Pong Pinochle Piquet Poker, Pope Joan Prestidigitation, Primero Puzzle Raffle Rebuse Riddles Roulette Salta Shiogai Scat Snip Snap, Snorum Solitaire Solo Whist Speculation, Spelling Bee Spillikins Spoil 5 Top Toy, Trent et Quarante Ventriloquism, Vingtetun Vint Whist. Needlework as treated in the Britannica has one element of peculiar value and novelty. In this department, as throughout the book, the illustrations have been chosen upon a principle unusual in works of reference. They really illustrate, they throw light on the text. They are not mere pretty pictures intended to catch the eye and inserted in the book haphazard. Turn, for instance, to the article Lace, Volume 16, p. 37. Among its 61 illustrations are not only small diagrams explaining different stitches and meshes and patterns, and larger halftone illustrations of bone lace, Redicella needlepoint, Gros Point de Venise, Point de Flanders a bride's, Point de Venise a bride's picotees, Risseau rosace, etc., but there are reproductions of portraits of the 16th, 17th, and early 18th centuries, showing not merely patterns of lace, but the method in which it was used and how it combined and harmonized with styles of costume and of hair dressing. These lace portraits are: one from the Louvre, about 1540, of Catherine de' Medici, wearing a linen upturned collar of cutwork and needlepoint lace; one by Morcels, about 1600, of Amelie Elizabeth Comtesse de Hainault, wearing a ruff of needlepoint Redicella lace; one 1614 of Mary, Countess of Pembroke, wearing a coif and cuffs of Redicella lace; one by Linane, about 1628, of Henry Roman II, Duc de Montmorency, wearing a falling lace collar; one by Riley, about 1685, of James Roman II, wearing a jabot and cuffs of raised needlepoint lace; one about 1664 of Mme. Verbiest, wearing pillow-made lace a Rousseau; one about 1695 of Princess Maria Theresa Stuart, wearing a flounce or tablier of delicate needlepoint lace with small relief clusters; and one of de Vintimille, about 1730, wearing needlepoint of the Point de Venise a bride's picotees. This article on lace, equivalent in length to 60 pages of this guide, is by A. Summerlee Cole, author of Ancient Needlepoint and Pillow Lace. Embroidery, Volume 9, p. 309, is by Mr. Cole and A. F. Kendrick, keeper of the Victoria and Albert Museum, South Kensington, and is illustrated with 18 figures showing many styles of early embroidery. There are also articles on tapestry, needlework, knitting, yarn, etc. On dancing and the stage, there is much of interest in the Britannica. The article on the dance, Volume 7, p. 794, distinguishes dancing as an expression of emotion, whether social joy or religious exultation, dancing for pleasure to the dancer or the spectator, and mimetic dancing, to represent the actions or passions of other people. A section on primitive and ancient dancing describes various early dances, many of them not unlike the trots and hugs so notorious during the last few years. At an Aztec feast, called Huitzilopochtli, the noblemen and women danced tied together at the hands and embracing one another, the arms being thrown over the neck. Primitive imitative dances, the attitude of the ancient Romans towards the dance, religious dances, and their attacks on the dance of such Puritan sects as the Albigenses and Waldenses, close the section on ancient dancing. Modern dancing describes the branle or brawl, the pavane, saraband, minuet, gavotte, écossaise, cotilin, gallop, lancers, schottisch, burry, waltz, fandango, bolero, hoda, Morris dances, hornpipe, and other English dances of the 17th and 18th centuries. In treating of present-day dancing, the article deals especially with the waltz, quadrille, country dance, lancers, polka, gallop, Washington post, and other American barn dances, polka mazurka, polonaise, schottisch, and Sir Roger de Coverley. And it discusses ballet dancing, on which there is also a separate article, and musical gymnastics. There are separate articles on the following dances: Allemande, Bergamasque, Chacon chasse, Courant, Gavotte, Jig, Mazurka, Morris dance, Passacaglia, Pavane, polka, polonaise, quadrille, saraband, schottisch. For a sufficient knowledge of the theater and the drama to heighten his enjoyment of a play, the theatergoer should read up the subject, the period, and the author in the Britannica. For a more serious and thorough study of opera, music in general, and the drama as a literary form, he may turn to special chapters of this guide. Travel at home and abroad. If the traveler would make the most of his vacation journeys, as has already been suggested, he should read up in the Britannica, even if he does not wish to make a systematic study of the literature, art, architecture, music, etc. of the country he is to visit. If he does wish to pursue systematic study, he can use the Britannica to better advantage than a whole library of books of travel or special treatises. The Britannica has often and successfully been used in this way. A single instance: the Reverend Dr. George R. Van De Water of St. Andrew's Church, New York City, in a letter addressed to the publishers of the New Britannica, wrote, "I have recently had occasion to look up South America with a view to obtaining needed information for a proposed tour there, and I found all that I wanted to know and found it readily. Among the general classes of valuable information for the traveler are the excellent maps, newly made with the greatest care from the best sources, articles on the great countries of the world. Particularly valuable sections are those at the beginning of each of these articles on physiography, climate, etc., and those on transportation by rail and water. Articles on the states of the Union, similarly arranged, and like them accompanied by maps and with full descriptions of the surface of the country and the means of communication, climate, etc. Articles on regions, rivers, mountains, etc., for instance on the Riviera, Alps, Nile, Rhine, Hudson, Yosemite, Yellowstone. Articles on cities and towns, with descriptions of the principal places of interest, historical sketches, diagrams of battlefields, etc. General articles such as architecture, painting, museums, which give critical and related accounts of great art treasures of different periods and schools. To this information, as bearing on the particular place the traveler intends to visit, he will be guided by the index. Biographical articles related to the special vicinity to be visited, as for instance, Wordsworth, Coleridge, and De Quincey for the Lake District. This survey, already too long for the limited space of this guide, yet far too brief to represent properly the aspect of the Britannica with which it deals, will have accomplished its purpose if it induces the possessor of the volumes to go to them when he needs relaxation. Articles of the kind described in this chapter, showing you how to make the most of leisure hours, are doubly serviceable, giving pleasure while they are being read, and again when their suggestions are carried into effect. But it is not only in the articles dealing with recreation that Britannica reading ensures future as well as present enjoyment. Lafcadio Hearn said it was worthwhile to visit Japan, if only because what one sees there makes one's dreams more beautiful all through later life. And so the fascination of history, of science, of biography, does not end, but only begins, with the reading which opens for you a gate leading into fresh fields. What you read this coming year in any department of the Britannica will be still, 10 years from now, a source of pleasure, for knowledge, once acquired, brings continually renewed delight. Transcriber's notes. Black circle typos fixed, non-standard spelling and dialect retained. Black circle enclosed italics font in underscores. Black circle enclosed bold font in equals equals equals.